It is a reptilian beast despised by the whole world, destined to end up as a bowl of snake soup. When you see it for the first time, you decide to contract it as your beast. Everyone laughed at you for being poor and unworthy of being a beast tamer. Even the boss advised you that it's only suitable for eating, not for fighting. However, what they do not know is that you increase 1 evolution point per second, and evolution points will allow the spirit beast to evolve into its ultimate form. You pick up the crystal box containing the mysterious snake and head to the checkout counter to make a payment. As the sound of successful payment rings, the cashier hands back the alliance card to you, while speaking up to remind, "Sir, we have a free contract room here. Just go straight ahead and turn left." You nodded in thanks, closed the door to the contract room, and placed the crystal box on the ground. The black mysterious snake raised its head inside the crystal box, its pair of snake pupils curiously staring at you. You lock eyes with the black serpent, then mobilize the power within you, gently uttering, "Contract." As the word contract is spoken, a series of runes containing the power of rules emerge between heaven and earth. Then the runes spread and gradually merge into the body of the black serpent. With the completion of the contract, a series of information suddenly emerged in your mind. You look at the mysterious snake with only 10 combat power, sighing in your heart that it is indeed so. After all, it is an iron-level beast. What more do you need? You look at the last line and think evolution silently in your heart. After speaking, the body of the mysterious snake in the imperial beast space suddenly shook, followed by a burst of black smoke emanating from its body. As time passed bit by bit, suddenly a loud roar sounded, and at the same time, the system prompt rang out, "Ding, evolution complete." First evolution triggers a critical hit effect. The dark serpent has evolved into the abyssal dragon python. You open the panel of the abyssal python, and are immediately shocked by the values inside. Except for the mental attribute, all other values are over 10,000. The first level monsters in the novice instance generally have a combat power of around 10 points, and even the combat power of the boss does not exceed 50 points. With over 30,000 combat power, directly sweeping through the novice instance. The most important thing is that the next evolution requires 1 million evolution points. By calculating 1 evolution point increase per second, it only takes 12 days for the abyssal dragon to evolve again. Now it's at the throwback level, so the next evolution will be the ancient level. You widened your eyes, your heart beating rapidly, and your breathing becoming quick. As your level increases, more and more contracted beasts appear. During battles, when several ancient or even stellar contracted beasts appear, the pressure is overwhelming. It took you a full 2 minutes to gradually calm down. Now is not the time to be proud. We must quickly level up. The higher the level, the more contracted beasts you have, and you can truly be fearless of any threat. Leaving the contract room, you head directly towards the wilderness instance. The novice instance has basically been passed by you. Not to mention the novice instance, even for a higher level instance, it is just a word for your abyssal dragon python, seconds. Since they are all seconds, naturally choose one with a higher experience value. Soon you arrive at a copy location. A light blue vortex-shaped light cluster appears in front of you. Next to it is a wooden sign with the introduction of the current copy, Blackwater Marsh. Recommended level, 10 to 15. This copy is the highest copy you can currently enter. Without hesitation, you take a step forward, and your figure disappears on the spot. As soon as you enter, you feel a strong sense of dampness. Not far in front of you is a large expanse of marshland, where strange fish and shrimp lurk in the mud, waiting for you to approach. You smiled lightly, summon, abyssal dragon python. As soon as the words fell, the originally dark sky in the instance suddenly turned pitch black. Your body rapidly grew taller, and at your feet, a huge figure enveloped in a terrifying aura descended into the swamp. The tail of the abyssal dragon python swept by, just like a weapon sweeping through the mud. A milky white halo keeps emerging on you. As the wild monsters in the water marsh are cleared out, your level reaches 30, and you need to change jobs to continue leveling up. You pick up all the dropped materials and equipment into the professional's own portable space, and then choose to exit the instance. Back in the city, you directly sold everything to the trading post and received a total of 3.7 million alliance coins. After leaving the trading post, you once again come to the Beast Tower. Beast Masters can form a contract with a beast every 20 levels. Now, it's time for you to choose your second beast. You glanced at the first floor beast exhibition case and selected the ant beast and the red bird. You are now level 30. As long as you complete one promotion, you can quickly level up to level 40. So, you decide to buy the two together, all within the income space. You pick up the crystal box and come to the cashier, ready to make a payment. The beautiful woman in charge of collecting payments sees you and is slightly stunned. She remembered that you had just been here not long ago, right? Why are you buying royal beasts again? And all of them are black iron level, ordinary beast tamers. Even if they can only afford to buy iron-level beasts at the beginning due to poverty, will gradually upgrade them through some time, and the second beast will also be chosen to be bronze level as much as possible. Just as she was puzzled, you had already come in front of her and handed over the alliance card. The cashier beauty dizzily took the alliance card for payment, then handed the alliance card back to you, watching you walk towards the contract room. In the contract room, you place 2 spirit beasts on the ground. After much contemplation, you finally focus your gaze on the red bird. Your current level is only level 30. You can only contract 1 beast W. You are not lacking output now, and in your opinion, flying mounts are obviously a more cost-effective choice. Thinking of this, you no longer hesitate, and directly extend your finger to gently touch the top of the red bird's head. Skill, Pact. The arcane runes converged in the air and gradually merged into the red bird. 10 seconds later, the red bird within the crystal box quickly disappeared and appeared within the Imperial Beast space. The contract was successful. Current Imperial Animal, Red Bird. Grade, Black Iron. Level, LV1. Power, 20. Physical, 5. Agility, 15. Spirit, 10. Combat Strength, 15. Skills, none. Evolution value required for evolution, 1000. Current evolution value, 8357, 8358. Note, the first evolution will produce a bludgeoning effect. The deed is done. A series of information also surfaced in Xin Feng's mind. However, when he saw the last entry, he suddenly froze and his eyes instantly widened. The first evolution will trigger a bludgeoning effect. Xin Feng? Hopefully it's not the first evolution that triggers the bludgeoning effect, it's the first evolution of every Imperial Beast that will trigger the bludgeoning effect? Nice guy. I'm straight up good guy. Xin Feng instantly became excited. No ink, start evolving. Xin Feng's eyes closed slightly as his consciousness entered within the Imperial Beast space. 1000 evolution points turned into dots of light and surged into the red bird. Boom! The sky immediately changed drastically. Chapter 8 Second Returning Ancestor Level, Golden Crow. The Crimson Sky. Large, flaming clouds spread across the sky. An intense feeling of burning heat began to fill the entire Imperial Beast space. The red bird standing above the ground, at this time his even more body lit up a strong flame, transformed into a huge ball of fire, is constantly expanding, burning. It's getting bigger. Getting brighter. The abyssal dragon pythons that were originally on the sidelines seemed to have sensed the searing heat and moved away from the red bird. The entire Imperial Beast space had almost completely turned into a sea of blazing fire. If not for the fact that the flames were unable to harm Xin Feng, I'm afraid that he would have turned into a cloud of smoke at this moment. This effect, is it hard to believe that it's another returning ancestor level? It feels even more terrifying than the evolutionary effect of the abyssal dragon python. Xin Feng's heart beat furiously and he subconsciously gulped. Boom! 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 It was at this moment, only to see that the huge fireball already hanging in the sky seemed to have swelled to the extreme, and the blazing fireball violently exploded. A cry of panic rang through the sky. At the same time, a voice resounded in Xin Feng's mind. Red bird evolved successfully, triggering a blitz effect. Current Imperial Beast, Golden Crow. Grade, Return to Ancestor. Level, LV1. Power, 20,900. Body mass, 12100. Agility, 20,500. Spirit, 16,000. Combat power, 40,500. Skills, Heavenly Fire Meteor, Flame of the Golden Crow. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. Naya. Another returning ancestor class? Xin Feng was shocked. He looked up into the sky. Above the sky, a golden crow with a wingspan of several hundred meters hovered, its body reddish, with flames constantly burning on its feathers. With every flap of the wings, the searing heat was as if there were infinite flames raging to burn one out. What a horrible breath! Xin Feng's spirit was incomparably exhilarated. Strong. Too strong. After exiting the Imperial Beast space, Xin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. His eyes moved downward, gazing at the ant beast that was only a dozen centimeters long in the middle of the crystal box, and a few moments of anticipation rose in his heart. An abyssal dragon python, a golden crow. I wonder what this ant beast will be like after it evolves. guess it shouldn't be too bad. After looking at it for a while, Jin Feng put the ant beast into his carry-on space. Opened the career panel. Occupation, Beast Master. Level, LV 30. Power, 152. Body mass, 153. Agility, 154. Spirit, 450. Combat strength, 390. Skills, Pacting, Summoning. Royal beasts, Abyssal Dragon Python, Golden Crow. Evolution points, 9,871, 9872. Current task, first turn to be completed. View mission. Jin Feng opened his mouth. Current mission, turn 1. Quest requirement, go to LV 30 Black Valley, kill the boss Ghost Wolf, and obtain the skull of the Ghost Wolf. Time limit for the mission, 3 days. Note, timeout will be regarded as a mission failure, and the transfer cannot be performed again in January after the failure. Evolution points required for evolution, 50,000. Is it viewed? Jin Feng was dumbfounded. What the hell? This can evolve too? Jin Feng froze for 2 seconds, then decisively chose to view it. Post-evolution quest, Occupational Advancement Master of the Living Spirit. Quest requirement, go to the Lava Mystery Realm, kill the Lord of Lava, and obtain the Heart of the Lord of Lava. Duration of the mission, 3 days. Note, after the evolution of career tasks, the difficulty of subsequent tasks will be fully increased, please choose carefully. Chapter 9 Career Evolution Master of the Living. Advancement Profession, Biotic Master? Jin Feng murmured. Career evolution? Good guy, everyone else has 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, but the occupation is always the same, and this is the direct start of occupation evolution for yourself? That's right, Imperial beasts can evolve, so it makes sense for me to professionally evolve a bit, right? It's a pity I don't have enough evolution points right now, but that's okay, 1 evolution point a second, which means 12 hours is enough, easily. Jin Feng stood up, stretched, and turned around to leave the 10,000 Beasts building. Come outside. It was dusk by now. The various stores that were open at night were already flashing with neon, and it was dizzying to see Jin Feng. After casually eating something, Jin Feng walked down the street looking back and forth. The eyes quickly settled on a store with a signboard named Yasha. The pleasant sound of the zither came out from it, and through the windows on the first floor, one could only see that within the hall, a woman playing the zither was wearing a veil, her jade fingers playing lightly, and her every move revealed a different kind of beauty. Yeah. It's so elegant. At that moment, Jin Feng felt as if a signal was coming from his body as well, and a wave of exhaustion hit him, maneuvering him in uncontrollably. The next day. Sunrise. Jin Feng walked out of the elegant house, looked at the blazing sunlight in the sky, and yawned. That should be enough evolution points for now. Jin Feng murmured and opened the panel to check. Current evolution points, 61333. It's okay. Without hesitation, Jin Feng directly chose to evolve. With that, a series of messages were revealed in the panel, and the task panel opened automatically. Evolution complete. Consuming 50,000 evolution points, the first turn of the quest evolves into the Career Advancement Biotic Master. Current task, Career Advancement Master of the Living Spirit. Quest requirement, go to the Lava Mystery Realm, kill the Lord of Lava, and obtain the Heart of the Lord of Lava. Length of assignment, unlimited. Opening the quest panel, he once again looked at the quest requirements on it. Jin Feng muttered to himself, Lava Secret Realm? This secret realm, he had heard of it. Only the secret realm is different from the regular copy, you need an invitation if you want to enter. After thinking about it for a while, Jin Feng decided to go to the trading house to have a look, and it would naturally be best if he could purchase it. If you can't buy it, I'm afraid you'll have to think of some other way. After 3 minutes of walking along the street, a green and white building suddenly appeared. The words Tianhe Trading House came into view. Jin Feng walked in on his own, and a beautiful woman in a cheongsam immediately greeted him. Yesterday, she was the one who received Jin Feng when he was selling things, so when she saw him, she directly walked over quickly. Hello, Mr. Jin, is there anything you need here today? Do you have any invitations to the Lava Secret Realm for sale here? Without any nonsense, Jin Feng directly asked. An invitation to the Lava Secret Realm? Wait a moment, I'll check it for you. The cheongsam beauty opened her mouth and hurriedly began to inquire up. Soon, a minute passed. Checked, Mr. Qin, there's one more invitation to the lava mystery realm, and the selling price is 1 million alliance coins. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and took out his alliance card and handed it over. Okay, swipe your card. The invitation to the lava realm isn't too rare, and the price of $1 million is quite reasonable. Ding! Payment successful. 1 million league dollars. Chapter 10 Lava Secret Realm Invitation. With the deal done. Soon, a waiter came over with a tray at a steady pace. On top of the tray, a crimson letter was placed squarely on top, emitting a faint red light. Invitation to the Lava Mystery. Description: an invitation letter from the Lava Lords that can be used to enter the Lava Mysteries. Use level, LV30 LV60. Note, the replica opens at dawn on the first day of every month, duration of opening, 7 days. Is it available from level 30 to 60? Qin Feng pondered in his heart, slightly relieved. After the professional awakening, 1 turn at level 30 and 2 turns at level 60. In other words, any professional above the second turn was unable to enter within the Lava Mystery realm. This was a good thing for Qin Feng. Originally, he was a little worried that in case there were any high-level professionals above the third turn among them to rob the monsters, he was afraid that he would be a little passive. Now, if he did, he wouldn't have to worry about a situation where the Lava Lord was robbed, affecting his transfer. Within the second turn, with the Abyssal Dragon Python and Golden Crow, one should be able to directly crush it. Qin Feng did some slight calculations in his mind and put away the invitation to the Lava Mystery realm. Then, left the trading house. The Lava Mystery is open at a fixed location. The location was at the top of an extinct volcano, about 100 kilometers away from Linen City. Qin Feng looked at the time. Tomorrow happens to be the day that the Lava Mystery realm opens. But it's just noon, it's still early. Instead, we can find a place to rest and recuperate first. When the night is over, just fly over directly to the Golden Crow open road. Qin Feng thought in his mind, his feet did not stop, and he had already arrived at a tea house. Asking for a pot of tea, he found a seat and killed time. The aroma of tea was overflowing. Qin Feng squinted his eyes slightly, his body leaning backward against the back of the chair, listening to the sound of music inside the tea house, feeling extraordinarily relaxed in spirit. Time passed and the tea cooled. Being at this time. Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice rang out. Qin Feng? As the voice fell, a fragrant breeze drifted into the tip of his nose, and Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the person standing in front of him. White clothes wrapped around the body, voice like a clear spring, tall stature, hair in the back of the head high bunched up, a pretty face heroic. Su Mingyue? Qin Feng recognized the person in front of him. Although Su Mingyue and him were classmates, they didn't actually cross paths much. Qin Feng, what are you? Su Mingyue looked at Qin Feng's face as he leaned back in his chair with a cozy expression and pointed to the tea on the table, her eyes revealing a few doubts. Have some tea. Qin Feng raised his teacup in a gesture and said with a smile. Tea? Su Mingyue froze. At this time of the year, newly awakened professionals should all be hard at work practicing and killing monsters and the duplicates, striving to reach the first turn as soon as possible. After all, only by completing the first turn could one truly be called a professional. And Qin Feng is here leisurely drinking tea at the moment? Su Mingyue looked at Qin Feng's cozy face, and then glanced at the tea that had already bottomed out and cooled. The expression was stunned, and a few complex colors suddenly flashed through her beautiful eyes, as if she understood something. Was he unable to accept his career as a sentinel and had chosen to give up on his future? Also, the Beastmaster profession, after all, was a mountain that the poor could not overcome. Chapter 11 Su Mingyue's Gift. Even if he could afford a black iron great imperial beast, what purpose would it serve? 10 points or so of combat power, even playing small monsters need a little bit of blood grinding. I'm afraid to work hard for a year I'm afraid may not be able to get up to 20 levels. Perhaps it was better for him to save his money and enjoy life instead of wasting it on a royal beast and pursuing the path of a royal beast master that could barely see the light of day. Su Mingyue gazed at Qin Feng, and a few moments of pity suddenly appeared in her gaze. LOL. Perhaps he had also thought about what he would be like if he awakened a different profession. Even if it's just a living profession, it's much better than it is now, right? Su Mingyue bit her lower lip and after a moment of hesitation, she took out an object from her carry-on space and stuffed it into Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng, you. It's better not to give up so easily, I can't help you much, take this, it should be worth some money. Don't give up, come on. After saying that, Su Mingyue didn't even give Qin Feng time to speak as she turned around and quickly left. She was afraid that Qin Feng would reject her good intentions, so she didn't give him the chance to open his mouth and refuse. After all, they were classmates. She still hoped that Qin Feng could pull himself together. Hey! Qin Feng opened his mouth and froze as he looked at Su Ming's back, which had already gradually disappeared. Something about not giving up and all that. Did she think she was going to give up on becoming a pro because she couldn't afford a royal beast? That's right, just after completing the second day of professional awakening, he was here drinking tea and enjoying himself, so it's no wonder others would misunderstand. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly and looked down at the object in his hand. Cloak of Darkness. Category, Props. Description: the wearer will be shrouded in the night and cannot be viewed by the detection spell. Attributes: none. Use level: LV 30. A series of messages surfaced. Cloak of Darkness? Qin Feng muttered to himself. This was a prop-type cloak that did not belong to the category of equipment and did not have any attribute bonuses. The only thing it does is hide information about itself, which he happens to be able to use. But Qin Feng gazed at the street outside the tea house. As far as he knew, Su Mingyue's family wasn't exactly in good shape either. This kind of prop-type equipment was not very useful, but it was extremely rare, and if it was taken to the trading house to trade, it would be worth at least more than 100,000 alliance coins. For Su Mingyue, it was definitely considered precious as well. It was surprising that she would give herself this cloak so decisively. Just for the sake of a classmate friendship. Qin Feng's heart moved slightly, and he soon sighed. That's all. Next time we meet, just make up for it. He remembered Su Mingyue's occupation, divine archer. This time, if the lava mystic realm was able to have a suitable item, it would be possible to keep it for Su Mingyue. The night is fascinating. Qin Feng looked at the time, which was only half an hour away from the early morning. The city of Linen flickered with neon lights, and the establishments that were open at night illuminated the entire city of Linen. It's time to go. Qin Feng stretched his back and put on the darkness cloak. A dark mist immediately enveloped him. He moved mentally. Summoning. Golden Crow. Thumbs down. Thumbs down. Hot spatial fluctuations came. The next instant. The sky, it's light. The original neon flashing Linen city was instantly covered by a blazing fiery red color. High in the sky, a huge firebird appeared out of nowhere, its wings spreading across the sky. The scorching heat, despite being hundreds of meters apart, made one feel hot all over. The Golden Crow, descend. Chapter 12. The Golden Crow crosses the sky, shock in Linen City. What was that? What a fireball. Bull fireball, look closely, that's a bird. Worry. Is this the world boss descending on Linen City? It's huge. City Lord's Mansion. Lu Tianji had just laid down into the quilt and instantly jumped up, looking at the huge golden crow in the sky. The whole person was bad. As the lord of a city, he naturally knew clearly that this was not some world boss, but the imperial beast of a certain imperial beast master. Lu Tian frenziedly stared with his eyes, somewhat incredulously gazing at the golden crow that was burning with flames in the middle of the sky. My goodness! What level of imperial beast is this? Which imperial beast master big guy has cultivated a returning ancestor grade imperial beast? Making such a big commotion. Don't make a mess. Lu Tian wildly swallowed his saliva, did not dare to delay, directly smashed the window and flew out. With such a big commotion, I'm afraid that once this imperial beast master has malicious intentions, the entire Linen city will be capsized. Although he was only at the fourth turn, as the lord of a city, at times like this, he had to take the top even if it meant death. Streets. Su Mingyue stood in place, her body reddened by the firelight. She looked up just in time to see a man clad in a black cloak, his form hidden by the mist, fly down to the head of that firebird. Ha! That? The darkness cloak I gave to Qin Feng? Su Mingyue murmured, her red lips pursed lightly and smiled. Selling the dark cloak so quickly, has he gotten his act together? She arched her eyebrows and gazed at the huge golden crow in the middle of the sky. Is the other party also a beast master? However, what level imperial beast is this? What a terrifying aura. Looking at the attention of the crowd of professionals in the city, as well as the Linen City Lord who had already arrived at breakneck speed from afar. Qin Feng no longer stayed, and his mind moved. The golden crow was the one that spread its wings. Boom! A long trailing flame crossed the sky and disappeared. Senpai. Lu Tianji had just reached the near front when there was already only a red light in front of him. Did you leave? Lu Tianji sighed in relief. It was good that this Imperial Beast Master had no malicious intent. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to keep Linen City. Don't look at the fact that the highest surviving Imperial Beast Master today is only 5 turns, but if we talk about combat power. A Royal Beast Master who had harnessed a returning Great Royal Beast would not dare to say that he would win steadily even if he was a 6th turn professional. The gold level is a qualitative change from the return level. The standard to measure whether a Royal Beast Master could be called a top Royal Beast Master was whether or not there was a returning ancestor Great Royal Beast. There are ancient levels above the returning level, though. But in reality, nowadays the ancient grade is almost considered to be a goblin that doesn't exist in the present world. Ancient grade, as the name suggests, are imperial beasts that only existed in ancient times. In the current world, it is extinct. Lu Tianji gazed at the gradually disappearing tail flame, his tense emotions finally relaxing. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a sentinel beastmaster profession amongst the professions awakened yesterday. It's a shame that it's said to be an orphan, though. Lu Tian Maniac shook his head and collected his thoughts, his body moved and disappeared. Dead volcano. A large number of professionals had already gathered here, forming a small group. The lava mystery realm restricted the level of entrance, and it was extremely difficult to enter without a group. The invincible squad is one short, any mage sisters want to join. Within 7 days, my invincible squad will definitely break the lava lord and obtain the lava heart. Zhou Baibai, who was dressed in flashy clothes, held out his fat belly and surveyed the surroundings with a proud face. Chapter 13 Entering the Lava Secret Realm. Bai is invincible. But my brother Bai has already turned 55 levels in 1 turn, this time the heart of lava is bound to be my brother Bai's. Low key. Listening to the flattering voices of the squad members, Zhou Baibai belly stood up even higher. On his lips, he said that he was low key, but in reality, it was his mind that was moving. An ice bear with a height of 3 meters was then summoned. This is a silver rank ice bear that I specially contracted for this lava mystery realm. As we all know, water overcomes fire, and ice is the king of water, so in this lava secret realm, it can definitely play a role beyond imagination. Come quickly if you want to get in, 1 person only. Beastmaster was a disaster in the eyes of the poor, but in his case, it was an excellent profession. Having contracted 3 silver-ranked imperial beasts, he was almost an invincible existence at the same level. White is awesome. Invincible, brother Bai, a mere lava lord is not a handful. The 2 squad members next to him immediately began a new round of horseplay. The surrounding squads that had long been formed looked at Zhou Baibai and their faces instantly turned ugly. The first stage of the Imperial Beastmaster is really not comparable to ordinary professions. However, although they couldn't compete for the heart of lava, it wasn't difficult to obtain some other props in the secret realm. A mage girl who didn't have a team yet, hesitated for a moment and was just about to raise her steps towards Zhou Baibai's few people. Suddenly, the originally calm dead volcano shook abruptly. It's early in the morning, the lava mystery realm is opening. Someone spoke up in surprise. As the words fell, the crater brightened up, as if there were flames about to erupt, and red light raged out, getting brighter and brighter. Soon, a crimson swirling entrance was presented to the crowd. A warrior professional wiped his sweat and said with some strangeness, "No, why is it so hot?" Usually when the lava mystery realm opens, although there will be a temperature rise in the outside world, it shouldn't be this strong, huh? Yeah, it shouldn't be? It feels like the sky is on fire. What's the situation? Look at the sky. It's really burning. Someone suddenly yelled. My mom. What's that? An extraterrestrial meteorite came crashing down? Nope. There's someone up there. Firebird, someone riding a firebird? Which Imperial Beast Master has descended? It's hot. Help. I'm dying of heat. Spread out, he's coming at us. A group of professionals had their eyes widened as screams rang out. Boom. Without the slightest stop, the huge firebird directly crashed into the secret passageway that had just been formed and disappeared in front of everyone. What did I see? What a big firebird, Naya, really? He. He went into the secret realm? The crowd looked at each other in frozen place. Zhou Baibai's eyes were even more glazed over. As a sentinel beast master, no one understood that aura better than him. Returning Ancestor Grade, Absolute Returning Ancestor Grade Imperial Beasts. More critically, a Royal Beast Master who had harnessed a returning Ancestor class Royal Beast had entered the Lava Mysterious Realm. No? Not to mention the Great Qin Kingdom, how many Imperial Beast Masters in the entire world possessed a returned Ancestor level Imperial Beast? Which one of them was not above the 5th turn, a renowned top-tier Imperial Beast Master? Now you're telling me that a Royal Beast Master, who has yet to turn 2, harnessed a returning Ancestor class Royal Beast? Even though Zhou Baibai thought that she had seen a lot, she couldn't help but somewhat doubt her eyes at this time. He glanced at the ice bear lying on the ground next to him, shivering, its snow-white fur charred and curled by that firebird, and fell into a deep thought. Chapter 14, Where there is an act, there is a trace. There's too much movement. Xin Feng sighed. It couldn't be helped, his Imperial Beasts were all revert-level giants, so even if he wanted to keep a low profile, it would be difficult. However, he didn't intend to hide it deliberately. Where there is an act, there must be a trace. Sooner or later, one's abilities will be exposed to the public. Instead of cowering and tying your hands to limit your growth steps, it's better to let go and upgrade as soon as possible to accelerate your growth. The 100-level stellar rank Imperial Beasts that covered the sky would stop the threat in its tracks. Returning to his senses, he sat on top of the Golden Crow's head and surveyed the environment of the secret realm. This place was a valley with crimson rubble everywhere, as if it was in the middle of a flaming mountain. Rolling waves of heat invaded, isolated by the Golden Crow. Fire Rock Beast. Level, LV 33. Skills, Stone Throwing, Stone Blasting. Inferno. Level, LV 47. Skill, Incineration, Fire of Attachment. Gargoyles. Level, LV 40. Skills, Monolithic Hammer Strike, Punching. With just a slight sweep, a large number of monsters appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Abruptly, a huge throwing stone flew towards Qin Feng and was easily blocked by the Golden Crow. Newbie. The Golden Crow let out a cry, its fierce gaze dropping down to watch the monster below. Sensing the Golden Crow's emotions, Qin Feng no longer hesitated, and with a gaze, he spoke, "Start clearing." Boom! Upon receiving the order, the Golden Crow spread its wings and charged straight down. The scorching aura of his body was unleashed without reservation. As soon as his wings shook, rolling waves of heat poured down crazily. 3,888. 7,962. 6,577. 8,444. A horrible damage value dip is half-blood. Even though the Golden Crow was only a level 1, the returning Ancestor level bloodline was still sweeping within this secret realm. The monsters fell like cut wheat, and the experience value increased crazily. Kill the Monolithic Beast, you gain experience 0. Kill the Inferno Spirit, you gain experience 0. Your level has reached the upper limit and you cannot gain experience. The Golden Crow has risen to level 5. The Golden Crow has risen to level 8. The Golden Crow has risen to level 15. The prompts keep refreshing. The Golden Crow's level climbed by the day, and the damage it dealt became more and more exaggerated. At first, when facing this group of monsters, 2 attacks were needed, but now with the shock of the wings, a wave of heat was a direct second. Still, it's too slow. Although the Golden Crow's attack heat wave is a ranged attack, only the center has high enough damage, the more the edge of the damage is lower, the effective attack range is not large. Qin Feng looked at the Golden Crow's skill panel. Heavenly Fire Meteor, the flame of the Golden Crow. Heavenly Fire Meteor summons a shower of meteors and fire to descend upon the world, inflicting widespread damage, cooldown 12 hours. The flame of the Golden Crow, a fiery flame from the body of the Golden Crow that melts ice and burns the sea, with a cooling time of 3 days. Then let's try how effective the skill is. Use Skyfire Meteor. Qin Feng's mind moved. The Golden Crow instantly flew high, and a blazing fire burned around its body in a matter of moments, with every feather on fire. In the next moment, its wings shook, and it was as if a rain of fire fell between heaven and earth. A mass of flames the size of a person's head crashed down, covering the sky, almost covering the entire secret realm. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Explosion. Half of the secret realm was practically exploding. The damage values are dense. There were constantly flashes of light of various colors, which were the rays of falling treasures. 34,576. 31,667. 41,302. 33,879. The Golden Crow has risen to level 30. The Golden Crow rose to the 33rd level. Chapter 15 Advancement completed, Master of the Living Spirit. Comfortable, the Golden Crow's damage is obviously quite a bit higher than the Abyssal Dragon Python. But the defense is also quite low in comparison. Xin Feng muttered to himself and looked at the dense variety of treasures that had fallen on the ground, in a good mood. However, his mission was to kill the Lava Lord and obtain the heart of the Lava Lord. According to his knowledge of the Lava Mystery Realm, when most of the small monsters within the Lava Secret died, the Lava Lord would appear. Now, that should be enough. Xin Feng's eyes narrowed as he surveyed his surroundings. Boom! The mountains and rocks burst into flames. Right under Xin Feng's feet, a mountain burning with a blazing fire actually stood up suddenly. A pair of pupils of eyes burning with flames came into direct contact with Xin Feng, who was 100 meters in the air. Humans! It exuded a terrifying might, and its body and limbs were all made up of boulders. Without any hesitation, a fist then directly slammed into Xin Feng. Boom! Without the need for Xin Feng's order, the Golden Crow exploded out with a shock of its wings. At the same time, a panel message appeared in Xin Feng's eyes. Lava Lords. Level, LV60. Category, Boss. Life value, 100,000. Skills, Heavy Hammer, Sea of Fire, Punch. 100,000 life points. Xin Feng said to himself. This life value was definitely extremely exaggerated for a professional within the second turn. In particular, the defense of this kind of boss was still high, and the damage had been reduced by a lot, so it was even more difficult to kill it. Then let's try the Golden Crow's flame. Xin Feng grinned and directly ordered. Steeply, the Golden Crow directly flew high, its pair of brilliant golden pupils getting brighter and brighter. In the next moment, one could only see the Golden Crow violently open its mouth, and a ball of flames that had nearly turned into gold was instantly spat out. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Under the incomparably terrifying heat, space seemed to be somewhat distorted. The air was already showing signs of burning up. The golden flame was like a meteor coming from beyond the sky, smashing into the Lava Lord with a fiery tail flame. Boom! The flames fell on top of the Lava Lord's head. Thumbs down. Like fire melting ice, the Lava Lord's body actually began to melt at an extremely fast speed, starting from the head and directly dissolving into gravel that was blown away by the wind. 117,280 seconds. The terrifying damage value was so terrifying that Xin Feng was dumbfounded. It was important to know that this Lava Lord's defense was completely different from that of an unusual small monster. The difference was more than several times. But in front of the flame of the Golden Crow, it was still a matter of seconds. This kind of damage, it's too much. Even a third-turn professional might not be able to carry this blow, right? You have slain the Lava Lord, and gained a reward, the heart of the Lava Lord. Your Golden Crow has risen to level 39. You have a task to submit. As the Lava Lord died, several prompt messages appeared one after another. The ground was bursting with all sorts of treasures. The light flickered and dazzled. Xin Feng rode the Golden Crow and began to frantically pick up. You have picked up the prop, Fire Elemental Magic Stone. You picked up the equipment, Monolithic Armor. You have picked up the prop, Fire Elemental Spirit. You picked up the equipment, Lava Shattered Mountain. Include all the drops in your carry space. Xin Feng opened the quest panel again. Current task, Career Advancement Living Spirit Master. Quest requirement, go to the Lava Mystery Realm, kill the Lord of Lava, and obtain the heart of the Lord of Lava. Task status, ready for submission. Is it submitted? Can I advance? Xin Feng murmured and decisively chose to submit. Occupation Advancement Master of the Living Spirit, mission accomplished. Chapter 16 A brand new skill, for directions control. Current status updated. Occupation, Master of the Living. Level, first turn 30th level. Power, 1050. Physique, 1055. Agility, 1100. Spirit, 2590. Combat power, 2050. Passive skills, Invisible, Symbiosis. Skills, Enslavement, Summoning, Lifelock, for directions control. Royal Beasts, Abyssal Dragon Python, Golden Crow. Evolution points, 60,533, 60535. The attributes have doubled several times, and there are 4 more skills, and the original skill contract has become enslavement. Shinfeng looked at the changes in the panel and pondered in his mind. Although the attributes of normal professions will increase after return, they are usually only doubled 1 to 2 times. Skills can usually only be comprehended by one as well. Instead, he was born with 6 or 7 times more skills and 3 more skills. And as far as he knew, the first turn skill of a royal beast master should be berserk, which belonged to the skill of increasing the royal beast. But his skills are completely different. Shinfeng started checking them out one by one. Symbiosis. Introduction to passive skill, 100% of the damage taken by the living master will be transferred to the royal beast. 100%? The first skill made Shinfeng freeze for a moment. He rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he had misread. Although an unusual Imperial Beast Master would also have this skill, the transfer margin was 50%, and he or she would still take damage. One's current 100% meant that as long as the Imperial Beasts didn't die out, wouldn't one be in existence that wouldn't die at all? Against the day. Shinfeng got excited and continued to look down. Life Lock. Introduction, forcibly locks the life value of the Imperial Beast for 3 seconds, during which the life value cannot be lost, with a cooldown of 12 hours. This skill is equally anticlimactic. Shinfeng's heart was beating wildly. Don't look at the fact that it only lasts for 3 seconds, but it's a godsend when faced with some of the more lethal damage. For example, assassins' high damage skills have extremely long cooldowns, just resist them with lifelock. Wouldn't the subsequent skill vacuum be taken at random? Invisible. Introduction, your attributes may not be forcibly spied upon by high-level professionals. Slavery. Introduction, with one thought, all things are irresistible, and the success rate of contracting Imperial Beasts is 100%. Cooldown time, none. Quadripartite control. Introduction, all living beings in all directions are for my use. After using it, it can forcibly drive the non-hostile living beings within the range of 100 meters for 60 seconds. Cooling time, 30 days. Shinfeng was completely shocked. This career progression is simply too much. These skills are simply more godly than one another. Shinfeng looked towards the skill 4 directions control. Although he didn't know how this skill's specific effect was, he could tell from the 1-month cooldown alone that the power was definitely not to be underestimated. And Shinfeng gazed at the last evolution point. The original evolution points were increasing by 1 point a second, but now they had doubled to 2 points a second. That meant that in about 6 days, the Imperial Beast would be able to evolve again. That is, ancient grade. Shinfeng's gaze flickered and his breathing gradually became ragged. Once he possessed an ancient grade Imperial Beast, his combat power would inevitably grow to a terrifying level. As for the equipment gained, it's secondary. At his upgrade rate, even if he had the right equipment, he would quickly outgrow it. It would be better to wait until after the 3rd or even the 4th turn before preparing a suitable set of equipment. Chapter 17, The Descent of the Seed of the Gods. Dead Volcano. The entrance to the lava mystery realm. A large number of professionals stared wide-eyed at each other, and despite the fact that half an hour had already passed, no one dared to take the lead towards the secret realm. The sense of oppression brought about by that firebird was too strong. Who knew if they would be directly killed by that person if they entered it? Out. It was at this moment that the entrance to the secret realm suddenly blossomed with red aura. Immediately afterward, the scorching aura reappeared, and a huge golden crow flew out from it. The crowd took a step back in unison, their faces showing fear, not daring to move. It had only been more than half an hour since the secret realm had opened. Did that man come out of it because he wasn't interested in the secret world anymore? The crowd was puzzled and watched the golden crow tail flame disappear into the sky before they finally reacted and began to scramble towards the middle of the lava secret realm. At this moment, however, there was a horse-faced man amongst the crowd who was mortared in place, looking up at the direction in which Shinfeng had disappeared, his eyebrows raised. A returning Imperial Beast? Is it any of the top Imperial Beast Masters that have come here? He couldn't see through the person's aura, and when the detection technique viewed it, the person was as if he didn't exist and couldn't be viewed. However, he wouldn't be foolish enough to think that this was really a royal beast master who had yet to turn 2. None of the people within the Great Qin Kingdom who were capable of harnessing a returning ancestor-class Imperial Beast were at the 5th Revolutions level. Although the lava secret realm had a level restriction, as far as he knew, there was a prop that could break the level restriction of the secret realm and force his way in. However, this kind of prop is extremely precious and is usually not used easily. It was just unclear why a top-tier Imperial Beast Master would want to enter the middle of the lava mysterious realm. The treasures produced in the lava mystery realm were not even as precious as the prop that broke the level restriction. It's just... He shook his head, his eyes flashing a scarlet sheen as he grinned. One Imperial Beast Master changes nothing. Many ants bite the elephant, and under the heavenly cave, even a fifth revolutionary Imperial Beast Master may not be able to retreat in one piece. Saying that, the horse-faced man gently raised his hand, and a greenish-black talisman slowly surfaced within his palm. Afterwards, it was raised directly towards the middle of the sky. This city, cherish its last moments. If you want to blame it on the seeds of the gods descending on this place, you're just accompaniments. As the words fell, the horse-faced man stopped stopping and directly disappeared in place. And as the talisman was raised, a dark light flashed, and it seemed that a rift had split open in the middle of the sky. Great Sheen King's palace. An old man who looked to be in his twilight years sat on top of a large chair. Although he was already old, his eyes were extremely bright, and his body was still permeated with an unspeakable majesty that made people not dare to look directly at him. Linen City? Has this generation's divine seed descended into the middle of Linen City? He opened his mouth, his voice low, and looked to the man at his side. Yes. King Sheen, shall we seek him out? On the side of the great Sheen King, an old man holding a floodlit book spoke. As a nine-turned seer, the news of the divine seed was what he had calculated. It was a pity that even he could not accurately obtain the exact location and information of the divine seed. Just the general area is the limit. The great Sheen King's eyes flickered as he gently nodded his head. The Heaven's Pride Tower can be opened. For this reward, take out that item. That item? The old man's body trembled, his face showing shock. It was only after a few seconds that he collected himself and respectfully answered, yes. Chapter 18 The Third Imperial Beast, and Beasts. Black Valley? High above the sky, Sheen Fong looked down below. In the middle of a valley, there were professionals who were trying to kill monsters. The Black Valley belonged to the world's naturally occurring field copies, and the level of the copy monsters was basically around level 35 to level 40. Sheen Fong looked down. The profession advancement quest was completed, and the one-turned man could also upgrade again. Here is just what he needs to upgrade. In that case, let's brush up on the leveling by the way. Sheen Fong whispered softly to himself and gave orders. In an instant, the golden crow's wings shook. Scorching heat swept down. Boom boom boom. The professionals who were originally brushing the monsters were stunned. Although the heat wave of the golden crow's attack deliberately avoided them, the searing heat still made them sweat so much that they couldn't tell if it was the heat or the fright. Under the golden crow's attack, the entire valley was ignited by the heat wave and began to burn. 18,999. 21,300. 20,533. You've upgraded and gained 10 free attribute points. You've upgraded and gained 10 free attribute points. You've been upgraded. All kinds of alert messages are swiping like crazy. After a wave of sweeps, Sheen Fong looked at the levels. The self level had come from level 30 to level 45. Sheen Fong nodded, and after picking up the dropped treasures, he directly flew away from this place. Several professionals were left looking at each other in disbelief. Back to the city of Linen. After coming to the inn to rest for a few hours. Early that morning, Sheen Fong directly came to the 10,000 Beasts building once again and entered the free contract room. The contract room of the 10,000 Beasts building could increase the success rate of the Imperial Beast contract. However, this effect was completely useless to Sheen Fong. His main purpose of coming to the contract room was because this place was relatively quiet and undisturbed. In the middle of the deed room, Sheen Fong placed the ant beast in front of him and carefully examined it. The entire body was only a dozen centimeters long, and compared to the red bird and the black snake, this ant beast could not see any semblance of combat power at all. It even seems to be a foot in the door. Since ancient times, the ant clan had been known for their numbers, and their individual strength was weak to the extreme. Could it be that after this ant beast evolved, it would also turn into a giant ant that was 100 meters long? Sheen Fong shook his head, feeling a bit strange. Never mind, just evolve and see the results. If it could also evolve to the returning ancestor level, it wouldn't be bad in any way. Collecting his thoughts, Sheen Fong pointed out a finger. Skill, enslavement. In an instant, it looked like a line directly emerged in the air, imprinting itself on the ant beast. In just a second, a message came from Qin Feng's mind. You have gained a new imperial beast, the ant beast. Current imperial beast, ant beast. Grade, black iron. Level, LV1. Power, 10. Physique, 1. Agility, 2. Spirit, 10. Combat power, 10. Skills, none. Evolution value required for evolution, 1000. Current evolution value, 68,901, 68903. Note, the first evolution can trigger a bludgeoning effect. This attribute point. Qin Feng looked at the attribute information in front of him and couldn't help but feel somewhat powerless to spit it out. 2 points of agility, 1 point of constitution, it's really brittle. He was even a bit skeptical about how battle powerful this thing would actually be after it evolved. Forget it, don't think about it, just start the deed evolution. Consuming 1000 evolution points, the ant beast begins to evolve. Chapter 19, Ant Beast Evolution. The first ancient grade, the War Ant Queen. Boom! The earth shook in the midst of the imperial beast space. Large patches of gray dirt covered the ant beast. The body of the ant beast then began to expand, and the tiny ant belly began to bulge as if something had been stuffed into it. The body swells and the stomach follows. New bee. Roar. In the imperial beast space, the golden crow and the abyssal dragon python let out a roar at the same time at this moment. A hint of panic was actually conveyed in the voice, and he quickly moved away from the place. They're in fear? Qin Feng was shocked and somewhat incredulous. It was also at this moment that the shaking of the earth stopped. The ant beast had swelled to 100 meters in size, slightly crouching on the ground. Its huge ant belly looked like it was pregnant, like an incomparably huge leather ball. Evolution complete. Anteater's War Queen. Current Imperial Beast, War Ant Queen. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV1. Power, 20,000. Physique, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 250,000. Combat power, 200,000. Skill, unlimited reproduction. Evolution value required for evolution, 1 million. I.e. Ancient level? Qin Feng was startled. This luck was simply bursting. He originally thought that he would not be able to have his first ancient grade imperial beast until at least 6 days later, but he didn't expect that this time, he actually succeeded straight away. Only this attribute, apart from spirit, is in strength, constitution and agility a bit too low. This attribute wasn't even as good as a returning ancestor level golden crow, and compared to spirit, the rest of the attributes were simply terrifyingly low. And there's only one skill, with a rather abstract name. Unlimited reproduction? Live births? Qin Feng was a bit confused. What kind of skill was this? He chose to view it. Skill, unlimited reproduction. Effect, the queen opens a war mode and breeds ant beasts to fight. Cooling time, 72 hours. A real live birth? That's a bit abstract, isn't it? Qin Feng was a bit depressed. This attribute and skill was more or less incomprehensible to him. It's just too outrageous. LOL. Sighing, Qin Feng exited the imperial beast space. Immediately afterward, he checked his carry-on space. This trip was quite rewarding, and the burst rate of the lava mystery realm was still not bad. Moreover, the entire lava mysterious realm was almost all wrapped up by him alone, and the treasures were densely piled up within the carry-on space. In addition to some materials and props, there are quite a few pieces of equipment. Qin Feng took out one of the pieces of equipment and examined it. Lava Shattered Mountain. Category, Weapons. Grade, Gold. Applicable professions, Mage, Beastmaster, Priest. Available level, LV60. Attributes, Strength plus 800, Physique plus 200. Special effect, attacks carry fire splash damage. Special effect, worn by the Imperial Beastmaster, increases the damage of the Imperial Beast by 10%. Incidental skill, Critical Strike. Attachment skill, summoning lava lords can summon lava lords to fight for 1 minute. It was a staff-type weapon, made up of fire red rock throughout. The head has a volcanic stone set into it, and is extremely heavy, weighing at least 100 pounds overall. A combat staff? Also outrageous. Xinfeng spread his hands. He was a royal beast master. He was not going to play one-on-one with someone with a staff. But having said that, the attributes of this staff, as well as the special effects and skills attached to it, were still quite good. When you're level 60, you can use it first. Woo! Being at this time. A low siren sounded suddenly. Chapter 20 The Heavenly Cave descends. Xinfeng was startled and looked up. Level 1 alert. This alarm sound was one that would only be sounded when a city extinguishing level disaster struck. What happened? Xinfeng stood up violently. At this moment, all kinds of noisy voices rang out outside the deed room, and it was already a mess. He opened the door to his room and stepped out. Only to see that people had already gathered within the hall. At this moment, they were all gathered around the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts building, looking towards the sky with frightened faces. That? Seeing this, Xinfeng also quickly stepped forward and looked up. This was followed by a creepy surprise. Only to see that above the sky, a huge crack had actually appeared. The crack emanated a pitch-black sheen, and it was still expanding. And, in the midst of that crack, one could vaguely see a pair of eyes glittering with ghostly light greedily gazing down. Sky Cave! It's the Sky Cave! Someone screamed in shock and sat on there but in fear. What? It's over! How could the Heavenly Cave appear in the tiny Linen City? Even City Lord Lu was only at the 4th turn level. How could he possibly block millions of leveled ferocious beasts? All of them were as if they were in mourning, terrified to the core. Xinfeng's brows furrowed. Sky Cave, he had heard a school teacher mention. Every time the Heavenly Cave appeared, it was an extremely terrifying disaster. Beyond the planet, there existed an infinite number of extraterrestrial beings. Although all countries had 9 revolutions powerhouses guarding the starry sky, they were still overstretched in the face of the huge number of extraterrestrial beings. Once a crack appeared in the sky, the group of extraterrestrial beings were like cats that smelled fishy, frantically surging in. All of them were at least hundreds of thousands of levels, millions of levels, densely packed and extremely exaggerated. Even some 5th and 6th turn professionals would have to have their scalps numb. It's not true that ants can't bite an elephant. Under the Heaven's Cave, it was not uncommon for level 50 ferocious beasts to surround and kill level 100 professionals. City Lord's Mansion. Lu Tian Maniac's brows were furrowed and his face was gloomy to the extreme. The entire Linen City's top management had gathered here, their faces tense. How did the Sky Cave suddenly appear without warning? With us we can't handle it at all, we can only wait for backup to do so. The alarm has been sounded and the protective array has been turned on, but it can only last for 2 minutes at most. It will take at least 20 minutes for the strongest people from Mountain and Sea City to arrive, and 20 minutes is already enough time for the extra-dimensional beings to bloodwash the entire Linen City a few times. It can't be stopped, not at all. The executives were talking, all of them with ugly faces. Block it even if you can't. Lu Tian Maniac got up violently, his eyes showing a fierce light. No matter what, we have to hold out as long as possible until support arrives. Before that happens, I will die before you. His voice was resolute and he was determined to die. Suddenly, he thought of the Imperial Beast Master who had harnessed a returning ancestor Great Imperial Beast not long ago. However, the thought had just flashed by before he rejected it outright. The returning ancestor Great Imperial Beast was certainly powerful, but one returning ancestor Great Imperial Beast could not change anything. In front of the millions of numbers, the top Imperial Beast Masters could only be consumed. Although he could hold out for some more time, but with his flying Imperial Beasts, it was not difficult for him to leave, so how could he lose his life for nothing? Retrieving his thoughts, Lu Tianhuan no longer hesitated and directly smashed the window and flew out. The remaining few people looked at each other with unsightly expressions, but in the end, they also took a deep breath, quickly got up, and followed. Chapter 21, Endless Extraterrestrial Beings. Rumble. At this point, the crack in the sky had reached its limit. A loud bang came out. Then, like rain, black and gray beings began to frantically descend from the cracks. This scene was extremely terrifying. The endless black and gray beings, like a waterfall, poured towards Linen City. It's all over the place, densely packed. Knock knock knock. Above Linen City, a green-colored protective light shield unfolded. Densely packed living beings landed on it, making a muffled thud, thud, thud sound. As soon as the black and gray beings landed, they didn't hesitate to start lying down on the city guard formation and attacking frantically. In just 10 seconds or so, the entire Linen City had been completely covered. On top of the array radiance that encased Linen City, it was already crawling with extraterrestrial beings, like a layer of black cloth, not even sunlight could penetrate. It's over. It's completely over. How does this fight? It's too much, isn't it? Is this the heavenly cave? A disaster, an absolute disaster. Where should we run but to wait for death? Some people had sat paralyzed, their eyes lost in thought. Linen City is just a small town. The ranks of the professionals here were not high, generally hovering around turn 2, and even turn 3 professionals were in the minority. More instead were some newly awakened professionals. They had only heard their teachers talk about this kind of scene, and had never seen it with their own eyes. Now looking at the monsters that densely covered the entire city, he was almost trembling with fear, and couldn't even bring up his mind to fight. Lu Tian Maniac's figure floated in mid-air. Seeing this scene in front of him was all scalp numb, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. It's too much. It's too much. And there were monsters dropping constantly in the heavenly cave. The light of the city protection formation was getting weaker and weaker, and it was estimated that it was going to rupture directly in a minute at the most. City Lord, this. The accompanying executives felt like their heads were going to explode, even they were seeing the sight of the heavenly cave for the first time. In this case, not to mention living, I'm afraid that even the bones will not be left. Kill. Lu Tianhao's face was livid, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. A long blade suddenly emerged in his hand and directly rushed out. Seeing this, a few people glanced at the crowd below, their teeth clenched, and their breath erupted with full force as they rushed outward with them. It's the City Lord and the others, will it work? There are too many to win. The City Lord and the others went there with the determination of certain death. What are we going to do? Wait to die? Qin Feng's brows wrinkled up and his face was gloomy. Clawed Beast. Level, LV 55. Life value, 10,000. Combat power, 9,900. Winged Beast. Level, LV 45. Life value, 6,000. Combat strength, 6,500. The information of the extraterrestrial beings floated before his eyes. Under the same level, the combat power of these extra-dimensional beings was crushing the monsters within the blue star. It was also already comparable to combat professions of the same level. Although he had the Golden Crow and the Abyssal Dragon Python with him, the number of extra-dimensional beings in this domain was simply too much. Not to mention that Golden Crow's skills were still on cooldown. Even if Meteor Fire Rain could be released again, it would be completely useless. If he can kill 11 million, can he still kill 100,000 million? He was certain that eventually he would absolutely be completely exhausted. If the Golden Crow could evolve to the ancient level, it might be possible to give it a try. Wait. Ancient grade? Qin Feng was stunned and thought of something. With a thought, a series of information resurfaced. Current Imperial Beast, War Ant Queen. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV1. Power, 20,000. Physique, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 250,000. Combat power, 200,000. Skill, unlimited reproduction. Evolution value required for evolution, 1 million. Chapter 22 Summoning. War Ant Queen. Ancient level, War Ant Queen, is it possible to try? Qin Feng murmured in his heart. Although the attributes of this War Ant Queen were a bit strange, it was after all an ancient grade. He had heard his school teacher mention that the so-called ancient grade imperial beasts were beings that existed only in ancient times, and that any ancient grade was the absolute strongest creature on the surface of the earth. Moreover, once the imperial beasts stepped into the ancient grade, they were given a brand new title, the Great Fierce. Qin Feng pondered in his mind. To be called a great evil was enough to illustrate the terror of an ancient grade imperial beast. The current situation might be worth a try on its own. Even if he failed, with the Golden Crow, he could still escape from this place. Thinking about this, Qin Feng decisively took a few steps forward, squeezing out of the crowd and gazing at the city guard formation in the sky, which was already almost facing collapse. With a slight movement of his mind, he lightly stepped on his feet and his body instantly floated up. Boom! In the midst of a city full of fearful, horrified eyes. The firelight that covered the sky reflected all over the city, and the hot breath instantly dispelled the coldness brought by the extraterrestrial beings. A golden crow with a wingspan of 100 meters let out a loud and clear chirp and descended into the mid-air of Linen City. Atop the golden crow's head, Sheen Fong stood indifferently. Afterwards, he commanded the golden crow to directly charge out of Linen City's protective formation and appeared high in the sky. Ah! It's that big beast master. There is salvation. With this big brother here, as long as we can hold out until backup arrives, we're saved. Some people exclaimed, their eyes glowing with joy. However, the man wasn't happy for long before an older professional gave a splash of cold water, his voice bitter. It's useless. The reason why the heavenly cave is called a disaster is because the number of extraterrestrial beings is too huge. Even a top Imperial Beast Master who has harnessed a returned ancestor level Imperial Beast won't last long. Yes, City Lord Lu, who is already at the 4th turn level, is already on the verge of not being able to hold out after only half a minute. A professional who had reached his twilight years opened his mouth to concur, his pale eyes gazing at the figure of Lu Tianhuang swinging his sword, his face showing a bitter expression. In the sky, Lu Tianzhao's hand holding the sword was slightly numb, and his body already had multiple wounds. Even if he could kill several monsters with just one slash at his 4th turn level, he was already going to be unable to carry it at this point in the face of the constant onslaught. The remaining few by his side were even more miserable, and one of them, his entire left arm had disappeared. And it was less than a minute later. Lu Tianjing's face showed sadness, the blood in his body burned crazily, and he was about to burn his life to fight. Being at this time. Boom! Red light filled the sky and rolling heat waves surged down, his pressure plummeted and he looked at the sky with a shocked face. It's that Imperial Beast Master Senior? Lu Tianmania opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect that this senior would actually make a move. After all, there were winged beasts in the heavenly cave, and I'm afraid that if he was a little careless, the senior would have trouble getting away. As if to confirm Lu Tianji's thoughts, in an instant, the overwhelming winged beasts pounced towards the golden crow. Although the golden crow instantly killed a large number of winged beasts every time it lifted its wings, it was still of no help, but after half a minute, it was wrapped up in a mass of black and gray winged beasts like a wave after wave, with only bits of red light occasionally seeping out. Senpai! Lu Tianhao's face suddenly changed, and a few points of sadness rose in his heart. A top Imperial Beast Master, is he also going to die here? His lips trembled and his heart was incredibly heavy. Sheen Fong stood on top of the golden crow's head, gazing at the overwhelming winged beasts without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. Mana surged within his body, and he opened his mouth openly. Summon! War Ant Queen! Chapter 23 The Great Foul. The terrifying War Ant Queen. Summon! War Ant Queen. With the sound of voices. Buzz. Space shook violently. In the air, it was as if a special layer of breath vibrated away. Lu Tianhao's figure bathed in blood instantly shook. It just felt like my heart was starting to beat wildly and uncontrollably. Sweat hairs exploded all over his body, his scalp tingled, and an indescribable feeling of palpitations lingered in his heart, raising a strong sense of fear. What the hell? His face twitched and his pupils dilated. As a 4th turn berserker profession, he was extremely aware of crises. It was a feeling that he had never felt before in his career. It was an aura of ferocity, unrivaled ferocity. Almost subconsciously, Lu Tianji looked up. In the next moment, his pupils shrunk. Only to see that the countless winged beasts that had originally wrapped the golden crow tightly, actually began to stir. Subsequently, a black shiny giant ant with shiny oil, sharp teeth, and a body length of 1 meter unceasingly drilled out of it, climbed onto the winged beast, and began to frantically attack and nibble. This giant ant had already crushed the winged beasts and other extra-dimensional beings in terms of combat power alone, and it was completely surpassed in terms of numbers. The number of winged beasts was already exaggerated, hundreds of thousands of them. But now, the giant ants that kept crawling out of it were even more exaggerated in number, surging out like waves, one after another. Each winged beast had almost 4 or 5 giant ants crawling on its body, and the giant ants continued to pour out, landing on the ground and starting to attack and nibble on the extraterrestrial beings on the ground. In the heavenly cave, densely packed extraterrestrial beings were still landing, but as soon as they landed, they would be crawled all over by countless black shiny giant ants. In a matter of seconds, though, it will be chewed right through. The scene was instantly reversed. Evil soldier ants. Grade, return to the ancestor. Level, LV1. Power, 20,000. Body mass, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 5,000. Combat power, 20,000. Skill, stripping. Lu Tianji's eyes widened. Wait a minute? Returning level? This is the royal beast of that royal beast master big guy? How is that possible? No way. Absolutely impossible. He felt like his brain was completely dead. Being able to harness a returning ancestor class is already a top royal beast master? Yet now this overwhelming, millions, even tens of millions of returning imperial beasts, how exaggerated was it? That's a completely impossible thing to happen. City Lord? This? The extraterrestrial beings had been completely suppressed and were constantly dying. They were under no pressure at all, but at this moment, they were trembling in shock. That third-turn senior who had lost an arm even stabbed himself with a knife in his broken arm wound, wondering if he was dreaming. In the sky, the winged beasts continued to fall, and the rosy red light reflected by the golden crow was once again on display. At the same time, there was also a giant ant queen that was huge and emitted a terrifyingly ferocious aura that appeared in sight. The soldier ants that landed in the sky came from the huge tail belly of the queen ant in the sky. It's breeding? Breeding returning class imperial beasts? Lu Tian Maniac's scalp tingled. Not only was Lu Tianhao, the remaining few people likewise felt stiff and their hearts beating wildly. That overwhelming ferocity, as well as the returning great extremely evil soldier ants that kept multiplying out, all indicated one thing. Ancient level. Great foul. The crowd in Linen City had long ago opened their mouths wide. Jesus! What am I seeing? This is a miracle. That professional who had reached his twilight years was trembling with wrinkles all over his face, his hands shivering, and excitement written all over his face. We survived? We survived. Some in the crowd were exclaiming, snotty with excitement. You've upgraded and gained free attribute points. You've upgraded and gained free attribute points. You've upgraded and gained free attribute points. You've risen to level 60, the second turn quest has been issued. You have reached level 60 on turn 1, and you no longer gain experience from killing monsters. Slaying the winged beasts, the war ant queen rose to level 5. Slaying the winged beasts, the war ant queen rose to level 25. Slaying the clawed beast, the war ant queen rises to level 50. The upgrade alerts kept coming. Xin Feng's level and the war ant queen's level were soaring. Hyperbole. Xin Feng stood on top of the golden crow's head. The shock in his heart was no less than that of Lu Tianji and the others. The terror of the war ant queen was beyond his imagination, and the skill of infinite reproduction was just a little too outrageous. No wonder it's called the Great Fowl, the strongest creature on Earth. There's nothing like it, right? Sky Cave? Then the number? Sorry, bullying with many happens to be my strong suit. Chapter 24, A New Quest, The Path of the Nine Turns of the Gods. In the sky, a blue thunder dragon emitting magical fluctuations was flying at extreme speed. On the back of the thunder dragon, the two of them looked at the direction of Linen City with grave expressions. It's been 3 minutes, which is the current lord of Linen City. What level? The old man in white mage robes suddenly opened his mouth and asked in a deep voice. His name was Lin Yuanzhou, and he was a 6th turn level thunder mage. Master, the Linen City's city lord's name is Lu Tianhao, and it shouldn't be long since he just turned 4. Beside the old man was the same man in mage robes. His name is Su Changgang. Originally this time to this place, only his master one person to come can be, but the sky cave is too rare, in order to grow insights, only to bring him together here. Did you just turn 4? Lin Yuanzhou's heart sank. Facing the heavenly grotto, a 4th turn professional would last just 2 minutes at most. The city of Linen, I'm afraid, will fall. He sighed in his mind and shook his head. The thunder dragon under his feet was a 7th rank spell he had cast, and his speed had reached its limit. But even at this speed, it would still take about 5 minutes to reach Linen City. 5 minutes. By the time he arrived, I'm afraid it would be difficult to find even one whole body in Linen City. Linen City. Xin Feng sat on top of the golden crow's head and tapped on the quest panel. At this time, the extraterrestrial beings that kept landing in the heavenly cave had completely become experienced babies, and were swiftly killed just as soon as they landed, and were no longer a threat at all. Next, just wait for support to arrive and seal the heavenly cave. While he was at it, he happened to be able to look at the requirements for the 2nd turn quest. The task panel unfolds. Current task, the path of the 9 turns of the God's Eye. Mission statement, the majesty of the gods is inviolable, and the worms that spy in the shadows need to be purged. Quest requirement: kill the peepers from a distant land, have gained a temporary skill, God's perception. Length of assignment: unlimited. The path of the gods? Xin Feng froze. What the hell? After the first turn to evolve the living lord, the second turn quest directly turned into the path of the gods? 9 turns on the path of the god's eye? That means there will be a total of 9 transfer quests? 9 turns for a professional was the limit, but one was currently already at turn 1, so if one performed 9 more transfer quests, wouldn't that be turn 10? Above the 9th turning? 10 turns of godliness? Xin Feng's breathing suddenly became ragged and his eyes flashed with essence. A full 2 minutes passed before he suppressed the excitement in his heart and fixed his gaze on the mission introduction. Spies from a distant land? Does this statement mean that one has been targeted? Xin Feng pondered inwardly. At the same time, the skill god's perception took effect. Moment. His expression shifted slightly as he twisted his head to look in one direction, detecting a hostile aura. Moreover, there was actually a trace of the exact same aura remaining in the heavenly cave. Xin Feng frowned. The sky cave, was it that peeper that did it too? Just as Xin Feng was wondering in his mind. In the sky, a thunderbolt suddenly flashed. A blue thunder dragon appeared in the sky like a bolt of lightning, coming towards the side at extreme speed. Has the backup arrived? Xin Feng said. As the words fell, he cast his eyes into the distance. Since the support had arrived, he did not intend to continue to stay for long. The second turn mission could not be delayed. Once the prying eyes from another country left Great Qin, then it would be even more difficult to complete the second turn mission on one's own. Based on the aura detected by God's perception, that peeper should only be at the third turn level. At the third turn, with the abyssal dragon python and golden crow, it was enough to decimate. Xin Feng's gaze stared up as the golden crow's wings shook and disappeared. Chapter 25 Seconds to Kill. God Living Spirit Sovereign. At this point, above a mountain peak, the horse-faced man stopped and frowned. He was waiting for the divine messenger's call to recall him directly from the Great Qin Kingdom. However, just now, for some unknown reason, a strong feeling of palpitation suddenly rose in his heart. The blood coagulated, as if it had been targeted by some flooding beast. It shouldn't. He himself came here with a breath convergence technique that was personally imposed by the Lord God Emperor, so it shouldn't have been detected by Great Qin. But why was the palpitation in his heart getting stronger and stronger, as if he was about to die immediately? His face was ugly, his heart beating violently as he looked into the distance. But see the edge of a mountain peak, at this moment actually emitting a faint red light, and the red light is still extending, more and more bloom. There's an anomaly. The horse-faced man's face was alert, his feet moved, and subconsciously, he wanted to turn around and flee. It was at this moment that the sky suddenly darkened, and an inexplicable fishy odor rushed into the tip of his nose. The horse-faced man's face changed drastically, and he turned his head openly. Only to see a pitch-black huge mouth with moray fangs that was incomparably huge actually appeared in front of him. Boom! In the next second, the terrifying suction force came. The giant mouth violently closed, and the horse-faced man didn't even have time to resist before he was directly swallowed. In the distance, behind a mountain peak, Xin Feng sat on top of the golden crow's head, his eyes narrowed. It went okay. He let out a whisper. Although the opponent was a level 103rd turn professional, in terms of combat power it was lower than the abyssal dragon python. Coupled with the fact that the opponent was attracted by the golden crow, and that the abyssal dragon python had directly used the devour skill as soon as it appeared. That's what created the spike situation. You have killed the shadowy snooper, the mission is complete. The prompt message is displayed in the panel. Xin Feng retrieved the abyssal dragon python and opened the quest panel. The task panel unfolds. Current task, the path of the 9 turns of the god's eye. Mission statement, the majesty of the gods is inviolable, and the worms that spy in the shadows need to be purged. Quest requirement, kill the peepers from a distant land, have gained the temporary skill, God's perception. Length of assignment, unlimited. Task status, ready for submission. Is it submitted? Is it done? Xin Feng decisively chose to submit, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As the quest was submitted, a dense milky white light immediately emerged from his body, enveloping him. 9 turns on the path of the god's eye, mission accomplished. Current status updated. Profession, God Lord of the Living. Level, 2 turns and 60 levels. Power, 3300. Body mass, 3400. Agility, 3550. Spirit, 9000. Combat power, 6000. Passive skills, invisible, symbiosis. Skills, summoning, insight, law of the living spirit, lifelock, for directions control. Imperial beasts, abyssal dragon python, golden crow, war ant queen. Evolution points, 124,887, 124890. God living lord? Xin Feng murmured as he looked at the change in the name of the occupation. The name of the profession has an additional prefix of God, and the skills have also changed. Also, the evolution points have gone from 2 points per second to 3 points per second. Xin Feng looked at the panel and combed through the changes after the mission was completed. As for the growth of attributes instead, it's the least important aspect to care about. Chapter 26, That's Senior, Harnessing an Ancient Great Imperial Beast. Cave View. Skill effect, you can see through all disguises, concealments, and falsehoods. The Law of the Living Souls. Skill effect, sending down a decree to enslave all living beings. The success rate is affected by one's own spiritual power as well as the state of the living being's battle power. Enslave all living things? Looking at this, living spirit law decree, skill that had changed from enslavement, Xin Feng froze for a moment. The imperial beasts contracted by ordinary imperial beast masters are usually cultivated from beast eggs and have no hostile presence towards humans before they can be contracted as imperial beasts. If this condition is not met, it is absolutely impossible to complete the contract. And this, laws of the living spirit, in front of you is targeting living beings? What is a living being? Everything that has a sense of life can be called a living being. Imperial beasts were living beings, demonic beasts were living beings, and even humans were living beings. It's hard to believe that this skill can even be contracted by humans? Nice guy. This is really a bit outrageous. Xin Feng felt his brain buzzing a little. Linen City. Master? Su Chang'ing looked down at the white bones that covered the ground below, his face shocked. This is? Willow Heavenly Madness handiwork? He asked incredulously as his eyes widened and his gaze landed on the blood-covered Lu Tianhuang. Lin Yuanzhou also froze. Above the ground, the almost small mountain of bones was incomparably shocking. Although there were still extraterrestrial beings descending in the heavenly cave at this time, their numbers were already extremely small. He waved his hand and descended a dark cloud emitting lightning, clearing out the remaining extraterrestrial beings. Afterwards, the heaven-mending stone was offered to seal the heavenly cave. Only then did he land his gaze on Lu Tianhuang. A series of messages come into view. A fourth turn berserker? Lin Yuanzhou shook his head decisively. Impossible, the fourth turn level is absolutely unable to fight against the heavenly cave. Not to mention a profession like berserker. Even I, at the time of my fifth turn, would not be able to fight against the heavenly cave. Lin Yuanzhou said. Since ancient times, the mage profession was the top combat profession, especially since he was also a lightning mage, his combat power was even more powerful. But even for him, if he were to face the heavenly cave at the fifth turn, he could only guarantee a full body retreat. Trying to do that to such an extent is completely impossible. Could it be that a sixth or even seventh turn powerhouse had already come? With his mind pondering, he dispersed the thunder dragon under his feet and came near Lu Tianhuang. Senpai. Lu Tian Maniac spoke respectfully. Lin Yuanzhou waved his hand and asked directly, is it that a sixth revolution's powerhouse has already come here? With you guys it shouldn't be enough to kill the entire heavenly cave, millions of beast tides. Hearing the question, Lu Tianji was stunned for a moment and said, Elder, it was an Imperial Beast Master Senior who traveled through this place, which saved the entire Linen City. A Royal Beast Master? Lin Yuanzhou frowned. As far as he knew, none of the Imperial Beastmasters in the Great Qin Kingdom had currently reached the 6th Revolutions level. At the 5th turn level, even if it was a top Royal Beast Master who had harnessed a returning ancestor level Royal Beast, it shouldn't be enough to be able to directly exterminate the millions of beast tides in the heavenly cave either. Even if it was done at any cost, with the idea of burying several Imperial Beasts, it was completely impossible to do so. Is there more than one here? He once again looked at Lu Tianji and asked. A few Imperial Beastmasters? Only one. Lu Tianmania let out a bitter smile. He knew that the probability was that this senior would not believe it, and then added another sentence. That Imperial Beast Master Senior, harnessing an ancient great Imperial Beast. Chapter 27, Retrospective Mirror. Nearly 10 million returned Imperial Beasts? What? What did you say? Lin Yuanzhou's eyes glared, his 6 revolutions of qi nearly uncontrollable, a circle of air currents swirling violently behind him as he stared at Lu Tianhuan with an incredulous face. That Imperial Beast Master Senior, harnessing an ancient great Imperial Beast. Lu Tian Maniac was not the least bit surprised by Lin Yuanzhou's reaction and repeated his words again. Boom! In an instant, thunder exploded in the air. Lin Yuanzhou's eyes were wide open and he was breathing heavily. He didn't continue to pursue the truth of the matter, instead, he probed his hand and flicked it, and as if a layer of ripples swirled through the space, a circular mirror appeared and then gradually became clearer. Skill, Mirror of Returning Light. He wanted to see what happened directly, and he believed that Lu Tianhao would not deceive him. However, the ancient level was so unbelievable that he had to confirm it himself. As the image appeared on the Mirror of Returning Light, the appearance of Linen City appeared in it. From the very beginning, cracks appeared in the sky, followed by chaos and panic in the city. Then after that, the city guard formation opened, and a sky of extra-dimensional beings landed. Lu Tianhao and the others rushed out and began to fight to the death. Then the sky exploded with red light and the golden crow descended. Lin Yuanzhou's brows furrowed as he looked towards Lu Tianhuang. This golden crow was clearly a returning ancestor grade Imperial Beast, how could it be an ancient grade? Sensing Lin Yuanzhou's gaze, Lu Tianhuang spoke, Senior, please continue to look down. Lin Yuanzhou withdrew his gaze and continued to watch. With the appearance of the golden crow, a large number of extraterrestrial beings seemed to have found a new target and instantly completely surrounded the golden crow. And it was also at this moment that a distinctly earthy aura swept through it. The extra-dimensional beings that had originally surrounded the golden crow seemed to have sensed something and began to frantically agitate. Immediately afterward, a giant ant with a shiny black body kept crawling out of it. There were more and more, endless, and in an instant, they covered all of the extraterrestrial beings and began to surge towards the ground. It is? Lin Yuanzhou's face changed. Even if it was only through the Mirror of Returning Light, he could clearly tell that this was it was a bunch of returning ancestor-grade Imperial Beasts. How many Imperial Beast Masters who had spent their entire lives seeking to return to their ancestral-level Imperial Beasts could actually be described as a pile here? Su Changdang looked at the image in front of him, and his entire body trembled a little, only feeling creeped out in disbelief. Although it was the second time that Lu Tianji and the others watched it, the sense of shock in their hearts still hadn't diminished in the slightest. This scene is horrifying. Nearly 10 million returning Imperial Beasts? Lin Yuanzhou felt his mouth dry and swallowed hard. At this moment, with the deaths of a large number of extraterrestrial beings, the red light of the golden crow reappeared in the sky. Along with the golden crow, there was also a huge black shadow floating in the sky, the War Ant Queen. And that endless number of returning great Imperial Beasts were clearly continuously reproduced by this terrifying War Ant Queen. Ancient level. Great foul. Just the moment he saw the War Ant Queen, Lin Yuanzhou blurted out 5 words, his expression incomparably shocked. Perhaps Lu Tianji and the others weren't aware of just how terrifying the ancient grade was, but he was. If one were to say that a returning ancestor-grade Imperial Beast cultivated to its limit would only be comparable to a 6th turn, then an ancient grade Grey Fierce, once cultivated to its limit, its single battle power would be no weaker than that of a 9 revolutions giant. And the reason why there wasn't a single 6th turn Imperial Beast Master in the world today was because there was a mandatory requirement in the 6th turn quest for Imperial Beast Masters, the possession of an ancient grade Imperial Beast. Chapter 28 The Purge begins, Great Qinland, inviolable. The Mirror of Returning Light disperses. Lin Yuanzhou looked at the direction in which Qin Foam had finally left, his mood fluctuating. A royal beast master who was able to harness an ancient grade royal beast would even have a chance to step into the 9th revolutions in the future. No! There was no need to even step into the 9th turning. An 8th turn level Imperial Beast Master, with this one ancient grade Imperial Beast, he would not be weaker than a 9th turn giant. In today's Great Qin, there are only a handful of 9 revolutions giants. Half of them guarded the stars, and there were only a handful of 9 revolutions giants within Great Qin. And the 10 countries outside the country are watching intently and have long been dissatisfied with Great Qin's position as the hegemon. In recent years, it has even frequently infiltrated into the Great Qin land, waiting for the opportunity to make a demon. If it were not for Great Qin's insufficient reserves of powerful men today, it would not have allowed this group of rats to act recklessly. Lin Yuanzhou's gaze was icy cold. This Imperial Beast Master had a great future ahead of him, and once he grew up, he would surely add another 9 revolutions combatant to Great Qin in the future. There are too many rats in the country today, and he has not yet grown up, so if he is targeted, he is afraid that he will be in some danger. Lin Yuanzhou stared in thought. Suddenly, his expression changed as he removed a pitch-black colored token from his waist and looked over. In the next moment, his face was ecstatic. Only a message was conveyed above the token. The purge has begun. No foreign enemy will be allowed to enter the Great Qin land. At the same time, Su Changding as well as Lu Tianji and the others had similarly received the summons. All of their expressions were joyful. After holding back for so many years, is Great Qin finally going to start striking back? Lu Tianhao's blood flared up all over his body. He had long been holding a belly full of fire, and he knew without even thinking that the heavenly cave this time was bound to be that group of rats. Some small actions in the past were just fine, but this time, they actually dared to create a heavenly cave in the land of Great Qin. Want to break the foundation of Great Qin? This is like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Really think that Great Qin has no temper? Same time. Everywhere in Great Qin, every professional received a quest on their career panel. Mission, Exotic Purge Program. Mission type, exclusive mission for the Great Qin state. Mission description, to kill rats from a foreign land. Mission rewards, 100 merit honors for killing first-turn invaders, 1,000 merit honors for killing second-turn invaders, 10,000 merit honors for killing third-turn invaders, 50,000 merit honors for killing fourth-turn invaders. Xin Feng was somewhat surprised as he looked at the quests that suddenly appeared on the panel. An exotic purge program? An exclusive mission issued by Great Qin? These types of quests are rare, but usually the rewards are unusually generous. Merits can be exchanged for various treasures in the Great Qin treasury. Whether it's equipment, props, materials, ancient books or all kinds of secret realm entrance tickets can almost always be exchanged. Of course, items of different values require different merit values. Xin Feng opened the Great Qin treasury and looked over. A series of treasure information instantly came into view. He clicked on a random introduction. Lost Man's Staff. Type, weapon. Grade, gold. Applicable occupations, mage, priest, beastmaster. Available level, LV 60. Attributes, strength plus 700, agility plus 300. Special effect, when attacking, there is a 5% chance that the opponent will enter a state of disorientation for 3 seconds, during which time they will be unable to distinguish friend from foe. Special effect, worn by the Imperial Beast Master, increases the agility of the Imperial Beast by 10%. Incidental skills, none. Required merit points, 2,000. Can you exchange 2,000 merits for a gold grade mace? Xin Feng was a bit surprised. It was no wonder that once there was a Great Qin exclusive quest released, it was usually completed very quickly. That's a truly coveted reward. Chapter 29, The Great Qin State Honors. A level 60 gold staff, although it had no additional skills. But this attribute is also at least 1 million starting price when placed in a consignment shop. 2,000 merit values, that is, killing 2 second-turn level invaders. Definitely a great value for the money. Xin Feng cupped his chin, his eyes wandering, and suddenly froze. Only a line of information was displayed in the upper right corner of the Great Qin treasury panel. Current merit, 10,000. Xin Feng froze for a moment. Merit value of 10,000? He pondered for a moment, was the peep he had just killed being counted? Does that count? He was a little confused, but quickly responded. It should be because he had just completed the kill and the quest was released, the time difference was very small, that's why it was counted. This has happened before, but it's usually only with these types of country missions and is now normal. Luck. Xin Feng smiled. 10,000 merit badges could be exchanged for a lot more, and he continued to look through it. Paradise Guard Blade. Type, weapon. Grade, gold. Applicable occupation, warrior. Available level, 100. Required merit, 5,000. Prayer of the Soul Binders. Type, prop. Available levels, LV1. Introduction, after use, it can forcibly bind a professional below the 6th turn for 10 seconds. Required merit, 5,000. Great Qin State Hoon. Type, prop. Available level, LV1. Description: recharged for 1 month, it can protect the wearer against one certain death damage. Required merit, 100000. Resurrection scroll. Type, prop. Available level, LV1. Description: resurrects living beings that die within 1 minute after use. Required merit, 20,000. A variety of item props dazzled Qinfeng. His eyes lingered on the resurrection scroll for a moment longer. Although he had the symbiosis skill, which allowed him to transfer the injuries he suffered to the Imperial Beasts, there was a limit to the amount of damage the Imperial Beasts could take. Once the Imperial Beast dies, the Imperial Beast Master will also suffer some degree of backlash. And once a Royal Beast dies, it is equivalent to permanently losing a Royal Beast, which cannot be replenished by contracting a new one. So for Qinfeng, resurrection-type props were crucial. Even if the Imperial Beast died, he could immediately use the resurrection scroll to revive it. 20,000 merit badges, in that case it's still a good idea to slaughter some more invaders. The corners of his mouth tickled, his mind active. The fact that Great Qin issued a purge program indicates that there are a number of invaders within the Great Qin state. Merit is scarce, so this is a rare opportunity. Qinfeng's gaze burned as he glanced at the Great Qin state honors, again. Resisting one certain death damage, more importantly, unlike the resurrection scroll, he was not a disposable prop. If it was possible, it might be possible to redeem the Great Qin state honors. Rely on the triple guarantee of symbiosis, life lock, Great Qin national hoon. It's not that easy to kill yourself even if you're being targeted. 100,000 merits, that's 10 third turns, or 2 fourth turns. Qinfeng murmured. According to his current strength, even if he didn't deploy the ancient Great War and Queen. Wanting to kill a 4th turn, or an unusual 5th turn shouldn't be a problem, but if it was a top 5th turn, one would have to rely on the War and Queen to be able to do so. Chapter 30 Entry Credentials of the Legendary Secret Realm. Thinking about this, Qinfeng opened the attribute panel of the War and Queen. He remembered that during the extermination of the Heavenly Cave Beast Wave, some changes seemed to have occurred when the War and Queen was upgraded, but at that time, it was quickly covered over by the various kill information, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Now it's time to check it out. Current Imperial Beast, War and Queen. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV77. Power, 96,000. Physique, 86,000. Agility, 86,000. Spirit, 326,000. Combat power, 300,000. Skill, unlimited reproduction, fierce god ants and bugs. Evolution value required for evolution, 1 million. The 4-dimensional attributes increase by 1,000 points per level. An extra skill? Qinfeng cupped his chin. In that case, is there a probability that an ancient level up will lead to a new skill? Feral ants and bugs? Qinfeng chose to view it. Skill, fierce god ants and bugs. Skill effect, the Ant Queen reproduces a fierce god antworm that exists for 30 minutes and can be controlled by the Imperial Beast Master. Cooling time, 24 hours. Breeding the fierce god ant bug? Qinfeng noticed that unlike infinite reproduction, there was only one ant bug reproduced by this skill. Did this mean that this fierce god antworm's combat power was extremely strong? The fierce god ants and bugs should not be underestimated just by hearing the name. Closing the panel, Qinfeng sat on top of the Golden Crow's head, pondering slightly. Currently the closest secondary city to Linen City should be Shanghai City. He had already turned 2 now, and there weren't many copies suitable for leveling near Linen City. Moreover, there was still a large batch of props and equipment to be dealt with in his carry-on space. If it goes to Shanghai City, it should fetch a higher price. Moreover, Mountain and Sea City was a second-tier city, so it might be possible to purchase a resurrection scroll in the trading house there. By the way, one more thing. Qinfeng suddenly thought of something. Opening his carry-on space, he took out an orb-shaped item that emitted a faint fluorescent light. This was one of the items that randomly popped out when he killed that third-turn professional, and it was the only one. Although professionals had carry-on space, once they were killed, their carry-on space would collapse and randomly drop equipment and props. And usually, only 1 or 2 pieces will pop, not all of them will drop. This round sphere was the one that had exploded from that third-turn professional. Qinfeng checks the message. Dimly lit orb of holy light. Type, prop. Available level, LV80. Item description, a bright voucher from the City of Holy Light, which can be used to enter the legendary secret realm of the City of Holy Light. Entry credentials for a legendary secret realm? Xin Feng was delighted. The secret level is the same as the equipment. There are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, and stellar. Such as the lava secret realm, it was only a silver level secret realm. Compared to the legendary secret realm, it was several notches behind. The entry vouchers of the legendary level secret realm are very rare, belonging to the price without a market, and once they appear, they are bound to be fought over by 10,000 people. Legends of the secret world not only epic and legendary equipment explosion rate increased, but also the probability of bursting out of the artifact fragments and other treasures. The degree of preciousness is self-evident. 80 levels? Xin Feng looked at it for a while, suppressed the joy in his heart, and reclaimed the dim sacred light orb back into his carry-on space. No longer stopping, the golden crow's wings shook as it rushed towards Mountain and Sea City. Chapter 31, Nice Guy. Are all the service staff at the second turn level? Shanghai City. As a secondary city of the Great Qin State, Shanghai City was nearly 10 times larger than Linen City. The city was exceptionally prosperous, with all kinds of professionals coming and going. The fourth turn professionals who were already at the level of city lords in Linen City were a large number of them at a single cashier. There are even a lot of 5 turns. Xin Feng had already taken the golden crow back into the royal beast space as early as when he was still some distance away from Shanghai City and arrived in the city on foot. There are countless strong people here. With his strength, he wasn't strong enough to be able to fly over Mountain and Sea City while having the city lord turn a blind eye. Walking down the street, Xin Feng's mood lightened as he surveyed the stores along the street. The matter of upgrading was not urgent, he was prepared to take care of the things in his carry-on space first. Each city's trading house is usually located in the center of the city. The center of the city was an inch of gold, and only a large and wealthy family like the trading house could take it down. Without stopping his feet, Xin Feng walked while organizing the items in his carry-on space. The materials in the lava mystery realm were of little use to him, and there was a lot of equipment. Xin Feng checked, and the bronze and silver level ones were directly ignored. In addition to the lava shattered mountain, there were 2 gold level equipment. Lava shield bow. Grade, gold. Available level, LV60. Applicable occupation, archer. Attributes, strength plus 500, agility plus 400. Special effect, attacks are accompanied by a flame strike effect, dealing additional fire attribute damage. Attachment skill, attachment fire. Attachment fire, inflicts fire damage on the enemy for 3 seconds. Lava heavy blade. Grade, gold. Available level, LV60. Applicable occupation, warrior. Attributes, strength plus 800, physique plus 300. Special effect, 30% probability of generating an inflammatory explosion effect when attacking. Incidental skills, none. The gold equipment popping out of the lava secret realm is a lot better compared to the unusual gold equipment. Lava shattered mountain, this staff, he was going to use it himself. Although Su Mingyue was a divine archer profession, her current level shouldn't be high. After a little thought, Xin Feng decided that it would be better to stay for now. Otherwise, the equipment that he swiped afterward would be of a much higher level, and would only be even more inappropriate for Su Mingyue. This, molten rock shield bow, would be useful to her at least before too long. Big deal, just take her on a level by herself. Soon, Xin Feng stopped in his tracks. In front of me was a magnificent, huge building. Under the sunlight, the building shone brightly all over, seemingly constructed from some kind of divine gemstone, looking filled with luxury. The building was inlaid by brilliant gold with several large letters. Hurricane Trading House. The trading house is no less than a pin-up. This building, the overall cost alone, I'm afraid it's going to be nearly 10 billion alliance coins. Xin Feng looked at the extravagant building and couldn't help but sigh with emotion before lifting his steps and walking in. As soon as he entered, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam greeted him with lotus steps. Xin Feng looked at it and was even more surprised. Profession, pupil artist. Level, 2 turns and 61 steps. Combat power, 4000. A series of information surfaced in Xin Feng's eyes, causing him to be slightly stunned. Good lord, even the service staff are at the second turn level? Chapter 32 Big Brother Who Punched Through the Lava Secret Realm? Hello sir, welcome to Hurricane Trading House, I'm your service advisor, you can call me Ching Ching. The Cheongsam beauty's voice was like a silver bell, and she said with a smile. In fact, the surprise in her heart was even stronger than Xin Feng's. It was important to realize that as a pupil artist by profession, she was born with the ability to see through panels. With her second turn rank, even if a third turn appeared in front of her, it would be impossible to escape her probing. However, when she looked at Qin Feng, it was as if he didn't exist, and she was actually directly unable to view him. This kind of situation was something she had only encountered with professionals above the fourth turn. And how old is Qin Feng? Looks like he's only about 20 years old? A 20-year-old fourth turn professional? 18 years old career awakening, 2 years to grow to 4 turns. Hiss. In this situation, one either had a deep background or was a professional who had awakened a top-tier combat profession. In either case, caution must be exercised. The Cheongsam beauty made up her mind. I have a batch of equipment and materials I need to sell. Qin Feng opened the door and said directly. Yes sir, please follow me. With a standard professional smile on her face, Lu Qingqing reached out her hand towards the front and falsely guided her, leading Qin Feng towards the second floor of the trading house. Coming to the second floor, the two of them walked into a room that was permeated with an ancient and simple flavor. In the center of the room, there was a circular high platform, behind which was a huge screen. Sir, you can place the items you need to sell on the round table, and the system will categorize them on its own and give you a price. Lu Qingqing introduced herself. Qin Feng nodded and moved his mind slightly. In the next moment, all sorts of materials and equipment appeared out of thin air, directly piling up the entire round table. Despite the fact that the round table was augmented with a wisp of space magic, a few things still spilled out of it. No? Lu Qingqing's eyes widened. Although she had noticed the word a batch that Qin Feng had said and knew that it would be a not-so-small amount, she had not expected it to be so much. And the quantity was still secondary. The most crucial thing was that she noticed that all of these items seemed to share a wisp of the same aura. Essence of flame. Type, material. Description, essence of flame from the secret realm of lava. Red rock ore. Type, material. Description, a rare ore from the secret realm of lava, which contains fiery energy. Broken flame breastplate. Type, armor. Grade, silver. Available level, LV 55. Applicable professions, warrior, knight, archer. Attribute, physical fitness plus 400. Special effects, none. Lava heavy blade. Grade, gold. Available level, LV 60. Applicable occupation, warrior. Attributes, strength plus 800, physique plus 300. Special effect, 30% probability of generating an inflammatory explosion effect when attacking. Incidental skills, none. These all seem to be products from the lava mystery realm, right? So much? This is wrapping up the entire lava mystery realm? She suddenly recalled the scene in the early hours of this morning when the professionals in Shanghai City who had traveled to the lava secret realm returned in ashes not long after. It was rumored that a great beast master had appeared in the lava mystic realm this time. Half an hour's worth of time had directly pierced through the entire lava mystery realm. The professionals who went in after them didn't even get a mouthful of soup. Originally she hadn't believed it, but now it seemed like the rumors could be true. Chapter 33 Harvest. 70 million alliance coins. Lu Qingqing looked at Qin Feng with an odd expression on her face. The lava mystery realm restricts the level of the entrant to 60 levels or less. In that case, this person in front of me has not yet turned 2? Is there a skill on it that masks the panel, or is it an equipment prop? Nope. Within the second turn, half an hour to fight through the lava secret? Are you kidding me? Lu Qingqing thought that she had also seen many top-tier professionals. But even if it was a mage profession, and it was an ice mage that had an attribute restraint on the lava mystic realm, it was impossible to fight through the lava mysteries in half an hour with another gold equipment. The more Lu Qingqing thought about it, the more confused she became, completely unable to figure it out. Qin Feng looked at Lu Qingqing's ever-changing eyes with a puzzled expression and said in disbelief, "Is there a problem?" "Ah. Oh, no. No problem." Lu Qingqing's small face flushed, and she hurriedly suppressed the doubts in her heart and began to check the data that the system had tallied. "Sir, over here, 18 pieces of black iron grade equipment, 25 pieces of bronze grade equipment, 11 pieces of silver grade equipment, 1 piece of gold grade equipment, as well as materials with a few props, altogether a total of." Lu Qingqing clicked and calculated with the control device in her hand. 75.5 million league dollars. If this figure was placed in Linen City, it would definitely be a huge deal, but it was nothing in this Shanghai city. Xin Feng nodded and asked, "Do you have any resurrection scrolls or other items for sale here?" Apart from selling these items, his main purpose of coming here was to buy resurrection-type props, so he asked directly. "Yes." Lu Qingqing nodded her head and whirled around, clicking a few times on the controller in her hand. A series of item information appeared on the screen behind the round table at once. Resurrection scroll. Type, prop. Available level, LV1. Description, resurrects living beings that die within 1 minute after use. Price, 50 million Union dollars. It's expensive. Xin Feng spat in his heart. This kind of resurrection type item really wasn't cheap, all of them were sky high. One resurrection scroll, transfer the rest to the league card. Xin Feng said, handing over the alliance card. Soon, the affiliate coins arrived. At the same time, a resurrection scroll suddenly appeared on top of the round table. Xin Feng checked the information and confirmed that it was correct, then he put the item into his carry-on space. Expensive, yes, but saving your life comes first. Walking out of the trading house, Xin Feng suddenly thought. Is it possible to contract a defense-type Imperial Beast yourself? Isn't the higher defense of the Imperial Beast equivalent to the higher defense of oneself? The Abyssal Dragon Python belonged to the balanced Imperial Beast, and its defense was still not comparable to that of a purely defensive Imperial Beast. He didn't lack damage nowadays, with the Abyssal Dragon Python, the Golden Crow, and the War Ant Queen, with the 3 Imperial Beasts augmenting them. The attack power was definitely not weak to a turn 6 professional. The only thing is your own survivability. Although the War Ant Queen's combat power was strong, her defense was too weak. Since he himself had been targeted, he could not take it lightly. This time, the 3rd turn professional had only triggered the Heavenly Cave, and it was impossible to guarantee that there would not be a 5th turn or 6th turn professional coming next time. If a 5th turn professional were to set his sights on him, with extremely high damage, even the Abyssal Dragon Python would not be able to carry a few moves, I'm afraid. Even with a resurrection scroll plus a lifelock, it was very difficult to deal with it. Especially since he was in the light and the other party was in the dark, a frontal confrontation might allow him to pull away by virtue of the Golden Crow and subdue through the War Ant Queen. However, if it was a sneak attack, I'm afraid that it would only take a split second for the Abyssal Dragon Python to be unable to withstand the huge amount of damage transferred by symbiosis and die. Chapter 34 Going to Xian Turtle Bay. Calculating in his mind, Xin Feng took out a map from within his carry-on space and looked at it. It was a gift from the other party when they left from the trading house. The map showed that 100 miles east of Mountain and Sea City, there was a sea-type replica named Xian Turtle Bay, where the monster level is at LV60 LV100. Most importantly, there would be turtle-type demonic beasts in it. In terms of defense, there shouldn't be any demonic beast stronger than a turtle. He also happened to be able to try out the effect of the Living Spirit Law Decree skill. The next day. East Gate of Shanghai City. Several huge teleportation monoliths stood here. This is a teleportation monolith constructed by a mage of the 7th turn, with teleportation magic applied to it, and the farthest teleportation distance can be up to 500 miles. It was built to make it easier for professionals in the city to travel to the various leveling areas to practice. Of course, there was a fee, and this teleportation monument was also an important source of income for Mountain and Sea City. By the teleportation stone monument at this moment, many professionals were gathered. They gathered in small groups of 3. Miracle Forest, come level 80 mage profession. Valley of the Ghosts. Ghost Valley. Let's have a few level 100 gurus team up, any profession. Xian Turtle Bay, come level 60 professionals, shallow sea area for practicing. Priest girl over there, come to our team and the equipment that pops out will be given to you first. There was a great deal of excitement as the various small teams yelled and pulled people in. Xin Feng looked at it and walked towards the teleportation stone monument that belonged to the Xian Turtle Bay. A few professionals who were waiting there immediately got up to look at Xin Feng, but they were slightly stunned. Occupation? Rank? Combat power? The panel can't be viewed. Is a hidden type of skill or prop being used? The man at the head of the group muttered to himself and looked towards Xin Feng. He didn't feel that Xin Feng's inability to view the information was caused by his level being too high. On one hand, Xin Feng's appearance was too young, and on the other hand, those bigwigs who had turned 3 or 4 usually wouldn't go to a leveling place like Xian Turtle Bay. Friend, want to team up together? The Xian Turtle Bay's demonic beasts have thick skin and flesh, and brushing them alone is an effort that is not pleasing to the eye. The man at the head of the group asked. It's not necessary. Xin Feng waved his hand to reject it, then directly walked up and after paying 1 million alliance coins, he stepped into the stone monument with one foot and started teleporting. The moment he stepped in, Xin Feng instantly felt as if surging magic was surging around him. The body was wrapped in warm air currents and felt quite comfortable. 3 seconds later. Wow! The dampness lingers on the tip of your nose and the fresh sea breeze blows. Xin Feng opened his eyes. The scene in front of him had long since not been mountain and sea city, but was on top of a seaside beach. The air is fresh, the sea breeze is moist, the blue waves are lapping, and it's quite a vacation-like experience. This place was at the edge of the Xian Turtle Bay, and it didn't even belong to the Xian Turtle Bay replica. There would occasionally be some LV5, LV10, or so demonic beasts on the seashore, and the danger was extremely low. It is even true that there are some professionals who vacation and enjoy life here on this beach. Xin Feng took a deep breath of the moist sea breeze and looked towards the blue sea. The magical breath in his body began to flow. Summon, Golden Crow. His eyes flared with fire and he spoke suddenly. Boom! In the sky, flames covered the heavens. Immediately after a loud and clear chirp sounded, the burning flames instantly turned into substance, transforming into a 100-meter golden crow spanning the sky. Chapter 35 Flaming Meteor Shower, Turtle Demon Beasts. Under the pull of the fiery breath, Xin Feng slowly landed on top of the golden crow's head. In the next moment, the golden crow's wings shook. A line of fire crossed the sky, flying towards the depths of the Xian Turtle Bay. The Xian Turtle Bay was not far from the coast, and the golden crow hovered in the air after just one wing lift. Through the azure seawater, one could see all kinds of demonic beasts lurking in the water. Gen 2. Level, LV 70. Life value, 100,000. Combat power, 7,000. Skills, Iron Armor of Xian Turtle, Water Control. Sharp-Toothed Snapping Turtle. Level, LV 75. Life value, 100,000. Combat power, 7,500. Skills, Spiked Back Armor, Blood Teeth Tear. Worthy of being a turtle-type demonic beast with high defense and thick blood. Xin Feng observed the panel of demonic beasts and let out a sigh of emotion. He remembered that in the Lava Secret Realm, the secret boss only had 100,000 life points. You know, although these demonic beasts were of a higher level, these were just small monsters. The life value of the small monsters was the same as the boss, not to mention the boss here, the Xian Turtle King. However, it was a good thing that after the Golden Crow's level was raised, the original, Golden Crow's Flame, had gone from a 3-day cooldown to a 1-day cooldown and could be released again. Otherwise, clearing the small monsters was easy, but when facing the Xian Turtle King, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so simple. Straight up Skyfire Meteor opens up and puts the intensity on the monsters here. Xin Feng grinned and commanded. In fact, there was a reason why he chose this way. The small monsters within the Xian Turtle Bay were all in the water, and I'm afraid that the Golden Crow's heat wave attack wouldn't be able to do much damage after being weakened by the seawater. Instead, Skyfire Meteor opens up and goes straight to intensity. New B. As his words fell, the Golden Crow instantly led the way. Only to see its wings stretched out, covered in the original fire-red feathers at this time is even more red. Boom! In an instant, a blazing fire began to ignite on the Golden Crow's body, every feather burning. Rolling waves of heat swept across the sky, and the air seemed to distort. In the next moment, as the Golden Crow's wings shook, the sky looked like it was raining flaming meteors. Boom, 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 boom. The flames landed on top of the water and a violent explosion rang out. The originally calm water was even more steeply boiling and evaporating. In just a few moments, the entire surface of the sea had actually all dropped more than 10 centimeters. 49,004. 50,600. 53,222. 48,999. The damage values drifted out one after another, but it caused Xin Feng to be slightly stunned. I can't believe there were no seconds? As the level of the Golden Crow increases, so does the skill damage. Although the seawater had weakened the damage a bit, in his thoughts, it should have been the result of a second kill as well. Worthy of being a turtle-type demonic beast, it's really meaty enough. Xin Feng said to himself. However, he wasn't worried. The heavenly fire meteor wasn't an instantaneous damage, it was persistent. One after another, meteor fireballs fell, and if one couldn't be killed there was the next one. Sure enough, as one fireball after another fell. The horrific damage had finally brought the basilisk turtle's lifespan to an end. You have killed the Genta turtle and gained 30,000 experience points. You have killed the sharp-toothed snapping turtle and gained 32,000 experience points. You have killed the Genta turtle and gained 31,000 experience points. You have killed the blue-scaled sea serpent and gained 35,000 experience points. Chapter 36. Top Imperial Beast Masters have nothing better to do than to come and blow up the sea for fun? You've upgraded and gained 10 free attribute points. You've upgraded and gained 10 free attribute points. Your Golden Crow has risen to level 45. Your Golden Crow has risen to level 50. As the white light of experience continued to emerge from his body, Qin Feng's level was climbing extremely fast. It was only that the upgrade speed was quite a bit slower compared to the initial time. Qin Feng gazed at the seawater below, his body's mana surging as he suddenly opened his mouth again. Summon, Abyssal Dragon Python. Boom! It was like a deep-sea bomb had been thrown in among the blue-colored waters. A huge creature with a black body and snake body with dragon scales suddenly appeared. Dark shadows shrouded the sea, and a pair of scarlet eyes like lanterns opened in them. The Abyssal Dragon Python liked damp places, unlike the Golden Crow whose attacks were weakened by seawater. For the Abyssal Dragon Python, the seawater instead increased its combat power by at least 20%. Roar! The moment it descended in the sea, the Abyssal Dragon Python was opening its mouth wide, and a huge roar was emitted. Dragon Roar is activated. Boom, 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 boom. The sea rolled over like a chain of bombs exploding. It stirred up tens of meters high waves, wave after wave, and the entire sea shook. 76,800. 78,790. 77,500. 73,300. Terrifying damage values floated out. The original Abyssal Dragon Python's attack power was inferior to the Golden Crow's. But the Abyssal Dragon Python in the water was like a deep-sea dragon, and under the dragon roar, like a true dragon descending, it suppressed the defense of these sea creatures. Coupled with the fact that the damage of the Golden Crow was weakened by the seawater, this led to the damage inflicted by the Abyssal Dragon Python actually being much higher than that of the Golden Crow. Shoreline. An old man who was lazily sunbathing suddenly got up. He had excellent eyesight, and with a single glance, he saw Qin Feng in the distant sky, standing atop the head of the Golden Crow. Which top Imperial Beast Master has nothing better to do than come over to this Shin Turtle Bay to blow up the sea for fun? A hint of doubt appeared on the old man's pale face. He could naturally see that the huge Golden Crow in the sky was a returning ancestor great Imperial Beast. The rain of fire that descended from the sky vaporized the entire sea level. This Imperial Beast isn't of a high level, is he practicing for the Imperial Beast? The old man shook his head, somewhat helplessly. Fire attribute flying Imperial Beasts, running to Shin Turtle Bay to practice, isn't this an idle pain in the ass? It's good that you at least have a water-type Imperial Beast. The old man shook his head helplessly, yet the words just fell out. Roar! A loud and clear sound of a dragon's roar suddenly entered his ears. Meanwhile, the sea level, which had subsided, rolled over again. A wave of waves exploded violently, and it was actually even more terrifying than the effect caused by the Golden Crow. It is? Dragon? No, only a hint of dragon power, not a real dragon, augur dragon? The old man's eyes widened suddenly. With a single step of his feet, he actually walked through the air and directly walked up into the high sky. As he looked downward, a huge black shadow was roaring in the middle of the seawater, emitting a faint dragon's might. Another returning Imperial Beast? The old man was a bit shocked and looked incredulously at the man atop the Golden Crow's head. Damn it, has the Imperial Beast Master Association produced a second Imperial Beast Master who harnesses two returning ancestor great Imperial Beasts at the same time? I haven't heard Old Man Joe mention it. Ancestor great Imperial Beasts were so rare that, as far as he knew, of all the Imperial Beast Masters in the world today, only the president of the Imperial Beast Master Association possessed two ancestor great Imperial Beasts at the same time. Is there actually a second one now? Chapter 37 Million Life Value Shin Turtle King. The most crucial thing was that the other party was actually so young. Although Qin Feng had already turned on the concealment ability of the Darkness Cloak when he summoned the Golden Crow, it was completely useless in the face of the old man. It was easy to see right through the face. That's too young, isn't it? 20 at most? The old man narrowed his eyes and muttered. Then, with a gaze, he wanted to directly look through Qin Feng's attribute panel. However, the next moment, he was, however, slightly startled. Before his eyes, a panel appeared. Occupation? Rank? Combat power? I can't believe I can't see through his career panel? The old man was a little incredulous. One must know that the highest rank of the Imperial Beastmasters in the world today was only 5 turns. Instead, he was a 7th turn level professional. Within 5 revolutions, even if they possessed hidden props, they would definitely not be able to escape his prying eyes. Unless. The old man frowned. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes snapped wide open, and then he quickly fished out his cell phone from his pocket, and then he was ready to dial a call. However, the moment he was about to dial it, he hesitated. The hidden profession of the Imperial Beastmaster, not necessarily. That alone doesn't make it 100% certain. Take another look at, he said, his eyes deadpan on the area. At this point, with the appearance of the abyssal dragon python, the waters of the Xian Turtle Bay continued to roll and the waves rushed. Gradually, a huge whirlpool was actually formed. Is the Xian Turtle King coming out? Seeing this scene, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows lightly. The living spirit Dharma decree was testing the waters for the first time, and it was just the right thing to use on the Xian Turtle King. Qin Feng gazed at the whirlpool below, only to see the vortex getting bigger and bigger, more and more urgent, and actually began to roll up into the sky, forming a huge water tornado. Roar! With the sound of an angry growl, 2 ghostly blue lanterns were the first to light up. A huge turtle-shaped creature then appeared at sea level. The ghostly blue lanterns were clearly the eyes of this giant turtle. Genghis Khan. Category, Boss. Level, LV 100. Life value, 1 million. Combat power, 40,000. Skills, Xian Turtle Water Armor, Great Water Dragon Scroll, Turning Waves. 1 million life points? 40,000 combat power? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Worthy of being a natural defensive demonic beast. 30,000 combatants, though there was still a gap compared to the abyssal dragon python and the golden crow. But at the moment, the skills of both the golden crow and the abyssal dragon python were in the cooldown stage. Coupled with the Xian Turtle King's high defense and thick blood, I'm afraid the damage won't be too high. But it didn't matter. Qin Feng's purpose wasn't to kill this Xian Turtle King in the first place. Magic flowed within him, and the laws of the living spirit had long since been opened. A message surfaced in his eyes. Target, King Gentoo. Current state, rage. Success rate, 10%. Rage? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth lifted. Then cool it down. As his words fell, the golden crow was the first to let out a cry, lifting its wings and a wave of heat fell. The abyssal dragon python then let out a similar hiss as it galloped towards the Xian Turtle King. Even though the skill is on cooldown. But the crushing of combat power was still able to form an absolute suppression of the Xian Turtle King. The damage is just pathetic. 13,500. 12,900. 15,800. The damage value that barely exceeded 10,000 floated out, and it was almost as bad as scratching an itch on the Xian Turtle King's 1 million life value. Immediately after that, a burst of white airflow erupted from the Xian Turtle King's nostrils. The turtle shell was immediately covered by a layer of transparent water flow. Xian Turtle Water Armor is activated, and the damage value is scaled down again. 6,500. 7,100. 5,900. 7,300. Chapter 38. The First Trial of the Living Spirit Laws, Gold Level Xian Turtle King. Roar! The Xian Turtle King once again let out a harsh roar. Great Water Tornado and Overwhelming Wave are activated at the same time. The sea level instantly rioted, 100 meters of huge waves surged, and the water tornado that connected heaven and earth upwards surged and whistled furiously, wanting to strangle the abyssal dragon python and the golden crow. Add more fire. Qin Feng was unconcerned. Before his eyes, the information of the Law of the Living Spirit Decree was changing. Target, King Gentoo. Current status, annoyed. Success rate, 30%. Lava Lords. Qin Feng raised his staff. Lava Shattered Mountain, incidental skill, summon lava lords to fight for 1 minute. Although, as far as he could tell, the Shen Turtle King's skill didn't cause much damage to the Golden Crow and the Abyssal Dragon Python. However, it is naturally best to be injury-free. Boom! The Lava Lord descended directly into the center area of the water tornado under Qin Feng's control. The water tornado instantly scattered violently, under the double damage of the water tornado and the overturning waves. The Lava Lord's blood level was empty by a large margin in an instant. It only had time for one heavy hammer punch to hit the Shen Turtle King, and then its life went to zero and it directly dissipated. The Shen Turtle King's body was smashed by this punch, and the entire turtle was confused. The damage of the punch was secondary to the fact that, most importantly, its skills were gone. The stupid big guy that fell from the sky directly absorbed all of its skill damage and then disappeared. Under the skill cooldown, it meant that it could pretty much only take passive hits for the rest of the game, and then be worn down a little bit until it died. Ow! The Shen Turtle King let out a mournful cry and desperately struggled, wanting to dive back under the water again. However, being entangled and dragged by the Abyssal Dragon Python, he was never able to escape. Target, King Gen 2. Current status, suffocated, panicked. Success rate, 80%. Almost. Qin Feng smiled, an 80% success rate was already high, it was worth a try. Moreover, the cooldown of the skill, Living Spirit Law Decree, was only 10 minutes. The big deal is that if you fail, you can stall a little longer and come back. He raised his hand. At once, between heaven and earth, a rune gradually converged into a golden-colored legal decree. Above the decree, a majestic aura flowed, and a huge word harness appeared, pressing towards the Shen Turtle King. Ow! The Shen Turtle King looked at the gigantic golden legal decree and could only let out a mournful cry once again before it was directly covered. Half a minute later, as the Shen Turtle King's aura grew fainter and fainter, a message suddenly surfaced in the panel. Successfully enslaved the Genta King. You have acquired a new Imperial Beast, the Genta King. Genghis Khan. Grade, Gold. Level, LV 100. Power, 10,000. Physique, 35,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 15,000. Combat power, 40,000. Skills, Shen Turtle Water Armor, Great Water Dragon Scroll, Turning Waves. Note, evolution requires 100,000 evolution value, and the first evolution can trigger a bludgeoning effect. Did it work, gold level? Qin Feng looked at the information panel in front of him. The gold level alone possesses a body mass of more than 30,000, and once it evolves to the returning ancestor level, its body mass will at least double. A returning 100-level defensive Imperial Beast would definitely have plenty of time to react on its own, even if it were to encounter an attack from a 5th Revolution professional. After he controlled the Abyssal Dragon Python to pick up all the drops, he recalled the Abyssal Dragon Python and prepared to rejoin Mountain and Sea City to find a quiet place to finish evolving the Shen Turtle King. Chapter 39. The President of the Beastmaster Association, Zhou Fu's excitement. Forcefully harnessing a replica demonic beast? Far away. Huang Sandao's old face was already completely taut, and the wrinkles on his face couldn't stop trembling. This scene could definitely not be a tactic that an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster could have. Without further hesitation, he simply dialed the phone in his hand. Imperial Beastmaster Association, Office. Zhou Fu, who had a head full of white hair, was flipping through a stack of information. Buzz off. The vibrating sound of a cell phone set aside sounded. Zhou Fu picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, and was a bit surprised. What's this old yellow guy calling for again? Trying to troll me again? He shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. He and old Huang were of similar age and belonged to the same period of time, but now old Huang had already turned 7 and was not far from turning 8. Instead, he was stuck dead at the end of the 5th turn, his life expectancy was about to end, and it was highly probable that he wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough and step into the 6th turn even until he died. LOL. Sighing, Zhou Fu looked towards the stack of information placed on the desktop with a few looks of expectation on his face. On this information, a secret place was recorded. According to the records, this secret realm was transformed by the royal beast space of a living master from an ancient period after his death. There were even ancient great imperial beasts remaining among them. It was a pity that according to the secret realm's restrictions, only the living spirit master profession was allowed to enter as well. The living spirit master, as the hidden profession of the imperial beast master, hadn't appeared for an unknown period of time. He even wondered if there would really be any living masters left in this era. Since the end of the ancient era, Imperial Beastmasters have only been Imperial Beastmasters, and hidden professions have never existed. Shaking his head, Zhou Fu picked up the phone. Soon, excited voices came from over there. Old Zhou, do you remember the hidden profession of the Imperial Beastmaster that you told me about? Zhou Fu froze and frowned. What? You're not going to tell me that you saw it, are you? Old Huan, this joke is not funny. Next time you want to dig at me, please change the reason. Joke's my ass, you guys love it. Huang Sanjie glared and hung up the phone decisively and directly. He was too lazy to bull so much. He knew that old man Zhou Fu would definitely return the call. Once the living spirit master appeared, it would definitely be an explosive news for the Imperial Beast Master. That old Chow guy doesn't have much of a life expectancy, and he'd rather believe the wrong thing than never let it go. Sure enough, the other side. Zhou Fu's face kept changing as he listened to the sound of hanging up in the middle of the cell phone. He paced back and forth in the middle of the room, holding his cell phone. The hidden profession of the Beast Master, the master of the living spirit, has really appeared? The sudden appearance of a hidden profession that hadn't appeared in 1,000 years, not to mention that he didn't believe it, anyone else wouldn't believe it, right? It was like a joke. Looking at the cell phone screen, Zhou Fu's expression kept changing. But what if? What if it's true? He wouldn't be able to live much longer, and if the living spirit sovereign really did appear, then he would have a chance to step into the 6th revolutions and take it a step further. Since the beginning of time, Imperial Beastmasters had been trapped at the end of the 5th turn for far too long. The appearance of the living spirit master meant that the Imperial Beast Master would possibly break the restriction and would not be trapped in the 5th turn again for at least 1,000 years. The limit-breaking light of the leader will benefit all sentinels. Looking agitated, he looked to his cell phone and heavily redialed it back. It wasn't a long wait before Huang Sanjie picked up the phone. Old Huang, tell me, is what you say true? Zhou Fu's voice was extremely serious as he opened his mouth to ask. Huang Sandao heard the seriousness and excitement in Zhou Fu's tone and replied in a deep voice. There should be no mistake. I can't see through his occupation panel, but he has 2 returning great imperial beasts, and more importantly, I personally saw him turn the boss Shin Turtle King of Shin Turtle Bay into his own imperial beast. Chapter 40, The Expensive Sea Room. Turn the Shin Turtle King into your own imperial beast? Zhou Fu's face trembled, and his pale eyes were already filled with ecstasy. That's right. That's right. If what Huang Sanjie said was true, then this was indeed the means of the living spirit master as recorded in the ancient books. The power to rule over all living things, the power of true mastery. Gentoo Bay? I'll be right there. Zhou Fu didn't continue to pursue the question and directly hung up the phone. He rushed out after smashing the gate, while a giant tiger with 3 heads and wings on its back was instantly summoned, carrying Zhou Fu towards the Shin Turtle Bay. 89 levels, 1 more to go. Qin Feng, who had returned to Shanghai City, looked at the occupation panel with some pity. Shin Turtle Bay is a copy of LV60 LV100 monsters though. But there weren't really many of those monsters that could reach level 90 or above, they were generally between level 60 and 85. This was what led to the fact that even though he had almost brushed the entire Shin Turtle Bay empty, he had only just managed to reach level 89. There was still a hair's breadth away from the 90 levels and 3 revolutions. However, there was no need to be too anxious. To him, the strength of the Imperial Beasts came first. Sea Watch House. Qin Feng stopped and looked at the luxurious building in front of him and walked in. He needed a quiet place for the evolution of the Shin Turtle King. Just after stepping inside the door, a special aura made Qin Feng feel a sense of relief. The interior is extremely well appointed, with special patterns carved into the walls. The kind of aura that made Qin Feng feel relaxed was the one that seeped out from the pattern. It was made from a special prop from the secret realm, and had a miraculous effect on restoring the spirit. The hall on the first floor was seated with a lot of people, but it didn't look noisy. Ask for a sea room. Qin Feng came to the front desk and opened his mouth. He had learned last night that the rooms in this sea viewing building were divided into 4 levels of mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Among them, the mountain size is the lowest and the sea size is the highest. The rooms of different levels have different magic formations applied to the room. For example, the sea size room, which not only had soundproofing, tranquilizing, and protective spell formations, but even had some temporary attribute enhancements. And of course the price is exorbitant. Okay, sea room, 2 million alliance coins a day. The receptionist beauty replied with a smile. Swipe. Qin Feng handed over the alliance card. The price was so exaggerated that his entire current fortune was only enough for 10 days. But the moment was not the time to save money, 2 million he could still afford. Ding! Payment successful. With a beep. The front desk beauty returned the Alliance card to Chin Fong, and the Alliance was handing over a room card that was azure in color with an oceanic pattern etched on it. Sir, your room card, the first room on the 9th floor, is it? Aha! Chin Fong nodded his head and walked towards the elevator on the side. Arriving at the 9th floor, Chin Fong checked the room number, and after confirming that it was correct, he swiped his card and walked in. The sea-size room was large, with all kinds of facilities, and the huge single-sided floor-to-ceiling window could directly see the sea view not far away. Chin Fong looked around, came to the bedroom and closed the door. After sitting down, his eyes closed and his spirit directly entered the Imperial Beast space. Within the Imperial Beast space, the 4 Imperial Beasts were each perched on one side. The Shin Turtle King was suppressed by the auras of the other 3 Imperial Beasts and cowered to the side, looking rather restrained. Even though there would not be a fight between the Imperial Beasts, the suppression of that aura still caused the Shin Turtle King to shrink his head firmly into his turtle shell as well. Chapter 41, Shin Turtle King Evolution, Ancient Grade Tongtian Xuanwu. Looking at the Shin Turtle King's appearance, Chin Fong felt somewhat amused. He shook his head and opened the panel of the Genta King. Genghis Khan. Grade, Gold. Level, LV 100. Power, 10,000. Physique, 35,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 15,000. Combat power, 40,000. Skills, Shin Turtle Water Armor, Great Water Dragon Scroll, Turning Waves. Note, evolution requires 100,000 evolution value, and the first evolution can trigger a bludgeoning effect. Soon, you won't be afraid. Chin Fong muttered to himself, then spoke solemnly, begin evolution. Consuming 100,000 evolution values, the Shin Turtle King begins to evolve. Wow! A sound of seawater came from nowhere. It's like the waves lapping and surging. Along with the sound, there was a strong wet scent. Breathing gently, the mouth and nose seemed to be instantly filled with salty seawater. The moment. The entire heaven and earth was like a towel that had absorbed all the water, giving one the feeling of being in the sea. Chin Fong sensed the difference in his body and lifted his arm to look at it. At this time, his arm was already covered with dense water droplets. It was not raining, but this water droplet appeared out of nowhere, as if it had been squeezed out of the air. Ow! The Shin Turtle King had already poked his head out at some point, greedily sucking the moist scent in the air. And as it breathed, the moisture around its body grew thicker and thicker, gradually forming a huge ball of water that wrapped itself around it. Chin Fong looked over, and in the midst of the huge ball of water, the Shin Turtle King was still sucking greedily. The water ball gradually expanded, and then a small ocean was actually formed in that. Waves lapping at the shore, waves tumbling, wildly surging seawater issued a burst of roar, reflecting the world or dark, a scene of the end of the ocean. I don't know how long it took, but a deafening roar pierced through the ocean and came out of the water sphere. Immediately afterward, the water ball quickly shrunk, infinite seawater toward the Shin Turtle King's body into the crazy. The Shin Turtle King's body also continued to expand and become larger. 1,000 meters. 2 kilometers. 5,000 meters. 10,000 meters. Boom! The water ball completely disappeared, and an incomparably large, turtle-shaped being with a black snake on its back landed on top of the ground. Evolution complete, Shin Turtle King Tongtian Xuanwu. Current Imperial Beast, Tongtian Xuanwu. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 100. Power, 150,000. Physique, 400,000. Agility, 150,000. Spirit, 200,000. Combat power, 450,000. Skills, Tongtian Boundary, Deep Sea Frenzy, Sunhai Dragon Scroll. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. 400,000 physiques? Ancient level? Chin Feng's heart was beating violently. He had a suspicion before he began to evolve. The Shin Turtle King was evolving for the first time and might be able to reach the ancient level straight away. After all, the Shin Turtle King was a gold level in the beginning, and with the probability of storming, the likelihood of an ancient level appearing was unknown how much higher compared to the other Imperial beasts. However, he was only guessing at the time with a flash of thought and didn't really think deeply in that direction. But I didn't realize that now his thoughts were actually happening. Ancient grade, a whole 400,000 bodies. If he met a 5th turn professional, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to break the defense of the Tongtian Xuanwu. Chapter 42 Half Step 7 Turns Peak Grand Circle? Against all odds. Xin Feng was excited in his heart. As the Xian Turtle King evolved into a Tongtian Xuanwu, its life value directly soared from 1 million to nearly 10 million. In that case, it seems that one should no longer be a threat to oneself under the 7th turn. With the defensive power of the Tongtian Xuanwu, even a 6th revolution professional would definitely have to have a headache. Xin Feng pondered. As far as he knew, there were very few 6th turn professionals whose ultimate combat power could exceed 300,000. Even for some hidden professions, being able to reach 400,000 would already be a top 6 turn. However, compared to the Tongtian Xuanwu, there was still some gap. His current strength was roughly equivalent to a top-tier 6th turn, or a half-step 7th turn? Half-step pre-7th turn peak grand circle? Xin Feng suddenly grinned, feeling a bit amused. That's really a bit of an abstract statement, and this isn't metaphysical fiction. Exiting the Imperial Beast space, Xin Feng took stock of his current state. He was now at level 89 in his 2nd turn, just 1 level short of his 3rd turn. HM? Xin Feng suddenly thought. At level 80, it seemed like he could contract another Imperial Beast? The thought flashed through him and he shook his head. Upgrading too quickly can be an annoyance, and every day is a busy one. Which was like those of his classmates, who should still be carefree in brushing level 20 or 30 copies right now. LOL. Envy. Xin Feng couldn't help but lament. Thoughts returning, he took out the luminescent sphere from within his carry space. Dimly lit orb of holy light. Type, prop. Available level, LV80. Item description, a bright voucher from the City of Holy Light, which can be used to enter the legendary secret realm of the City of Holy Light. The current him was at a level that allowed him to enter this legendary grade secret realm. However, he pondered for a moment. It was decided that it would be better to wait until after the 3rd turn before exploring the legendary level secret realm. He knew very little about legendary level secret realms, and only had some shallow perceptions. What was certain, however, was that the legendary secret realm was extremely difficult. Which is equivalent to a small world, not only to protect against the dangers from within the secret world. It is equally necessary to guard against the professionals who enter them, and it is not uncommon to kill for treasure when there is great profit to be made. Put away the dim sphere of holy light. Xin Feng's gaze swiveled as he checked his current evolutionary value. Current evolution value, 205,410, 205413. Evolutionary value was his fundamental, and after the 2nd turn, his evolutionary value had gone from 1 point per second in the beginning to 3 points per second now. 3 points per second, that's close to 260,000 evolution points per day. About 4 days to reach the first million. And according to the evolutionary requirements of the Imperial Beasts, it shows 100,000 evolutionary values were needed to evolve a gold level into a renaissance level, and 1,000,000 evolutionary values were needed to evolve an ancient level into a renaissance level. But when it came to the ancient level evolving into stellar level, it still required millions of evolutionary values, and the demand for evolutionary values surprisingly didn't grow? This point made Xin Feng a bit strange. It was reasonable to say that the stellar level was a completely transcendent level, and it was unlikely that it would be so simple to do so. Or Xin Feng tapped on Tongtian Xuanwu's occupation panel. Look to that last introduction. Next evolution requires evolution value, 1 million. The introduction did not clearly state that the next evolution would be stellar. Is it possible that you misunderstood and the next evolution does not mean stellar level? Or what other special materials were needed to evolve the stellar grade besides the millions of evolutionary values? Chapter 43 Cave Watch. Fierce God Ants and Insects. Shaking his head, Xin Feng temporarily dropped the thought. The idea is, after all, just a guess. If you want to verify it specifically, you still need to wait until the evolution value reaches 1 million. But it's not far off. 1,000,000 evolutionary values is just a few days. The main task now should be the Great Qin's meritocracy task. As soon as he thought about it, a message appeared before his eyes. Mission, Exotic Purge Program. Type of mission, exclusive mission of the Great Qin State. Mission description, to kill rats from a foreign land. Mission rewards, 100 merit honors for killing first-turn invaders, 1,000 merit honors for killing second-turn invaders, 10,000 merit honors for killing third-turn invaders, 50,000 merit honors for killing 4th turn invaders. Regarding this mission, Shin Feng had actually had an idea. The invaders who infiltrated into Great Qin would inevitably go through all sorts of forms to change their faces and hide themselves. Whether it's props, or skills, or equipment, there exists the ability to hide oneself. Perhaps the intruder existed among the people who brushed past him on the streets of the city. Some of the high-end concealment techniques are not easy to see through. Unless one relied on a high-level pupil artist, or some special props, one could completely distinguish the intruder. But Shin Feng's gaze flickered slightly. Cave view. Skill effect, you can see through all disguises, concealments, and falsehoods. Under the cave, all disguises are like lights in the night. Shin Feng smiled. Standing up, he lifted his step to the window and took in the flow of people coming and going downstairs. Above his pupils, a wisp of golden light had quietly clouded over. Cave view, launch. Name, Lu Dachuan. Occupation, knight. Level, 2nd turn, 77 levels. Affiliation, Daqin. Power, 4,000. Physique, 10,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 5,000. Combat power, 8,000. Name, Zhou Wen. Occupation, assassin. Level, 3 turns and 95 levels. Affiliation, Daqin. Name, Yama Anakano. Occupation, assassin. Level, 3 turns and 106 levels. Affiliation, Mouth Country. Shin Feng raised his eyebrows. The effect of the Cave Watch skill is quite powerful. All the information is incredibly clear under the cave view. Although he had already expected it, it did surprise him a bit that even his name was directly seen through. Yama Anakano, Kochikuni? Shin Feng whispered. If there was any country among the 10 countries outside of the country that had the heaviest grudge against Great Qin, it was undoubtedly this Cuckoo country. Then let's take you first. The words fell. Mana flowed within the body. An ant bug that was only the size of a section of fingers, had wings on its back, and was pitch black in color, emitting a dangerous aura appeared out of thin air with the fluctuations in space. Fierce God Ants and Bugs. This is a new skill that the War Ant Queen has realized. Compared to the extreme shock of numbers brought about by unlimited reproduction, the effect of this skill looks like it's going to be much more usual. Even the bodies of ants and insects are very small. Shin Feng carefully eyed this ant bug in front of him. The body was slender, only 2 or 3 centimeters, and the eyes were like a tiny red bean, emitting a scarlet luster. Despite its extremely small size, it was filled with an aura of unspeakable danger. Chapter 44, Thrift and Frugality, a traditional virtue of Great Qin. Watch for a while. Shin Feng opened its panel information. The Fierce Ants and Bugs. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 70. Power, 300,000. Physique, 30,000. Agility, 200,000. Spirit, 10,000. Skills, none. Combat power, 300,000. Ancient level? Shin Feng subconsciously exclaimed in shock. How could he not have thought that this fierce god antworm was actually of the ancient grade? You know, the War Ant Queen was only of the ancient grade, and it could actually breed ancient grade bugs? But yeah. Unlimited reproduction, the extreme evil soldier ant of this skill is already at the returning ancestor level. This one, since it's not known for its quantity, seems to make sense for the ancient level. Thinking like this, Shin Feng gradually suppressed the shock in his heart. This fierce god antworm was known for its strength and agility, and with its extremely small size, it was quite suitable for the needs at hand. The time that the fierce god antworm existed was only half an hour, but it was completely enough. With this attribute, not to mention the 3rd turn of the district, even the 5th turn would not have the slightest ability to resist. Wow! Shin Feng opened the window a crack. With a slight movement of his mind, the fierce god antworm flew out as a pitch-black residual shadow. Streets. Yama Anakano stepped on his feet, his eyes observing the surroundings from time to time, in a somewhat irritated mood. Bah! A mouthful of spit was spat at his feet and then crossed over. He came to the Great Qin Kingdom a day ago. According to the directive of the King of the Mouth Kingdom, for every resource that was contested in the Great Qin Kingdom, the Mouth Kingdom would have a certain reward. Not only Cuckoo Country, but also the rest of the countries, all of them have professionals competing for resources within the Great Qin Country. For a long time, the Great Qin Kingdom had never made a move. He is more anxious about his life. After all, the Great Qin country is a dominant ruler. Any country facing alone, there is only one possibility of extinction. Nowadays, although the 10 countries are united, it is impossible to say what Great Qin is thinking. Therefore, he had watched for several years and found that Great Qin, under the pressure of the 10 countries, had long been like a tiger with missing teeth and was no threat before he dared to sneak into the territory of Great Qin. Who would have thought that he had only stepped into the Great Qin Kingdom a day ago, and woke up after a nap, and the sky had directly collapsed. The Great Qin Kingdom directly sealed the country and began to purge them of these invaders. It's simply bad luck. You know, he just came over to take a nap. He hasn't done anything yet. That's a straight-up no-live? Mad Baga. Yama Anakano just wanted to curse. He shook his head, and suddenly, in his afterglow, he saw a small bug land at the base of his neck. In the next second, his eyes went black. The body actually withered in an instant. There was no time to resist, let alone mobilize mana. He had only just seen the bugs when his body's flesh and blood were directly drained, and his consciousness instantly died. All that remained was a dry human skin that snapped above the ground with inertia. You have killed the third turn invader, gained merit, 10,000. On the roof of the building, Qin Feng stood in front of the window, observing the agitated crowd below without much surprise in his expression. For a mere third turn, it would be strange if he could react to the attack of an ancient great fierce god and insect. Above his pupils, golden light flashed. Under, insight, a series of messages reappeared. Qin Feng licked the corner of his mouth. Killing just one was certainly not enough. The half-hour of existence of the fierce god ants and bugs could never be wasted. Diligence and thrift are the traditional virtues of De Qin. Chapter 45, Crazy Slaughter. The leader brings a broken limit. As Qin Feng selected the target again, the fierce god ants and insects began a general massacre in the streets of Mountain and Sea City. You have killed the third turn invader and gained 10,000 merits. You have killed the fourth turn invader, gained 50,000 merit badges. You have killed the third turn invader and gained 10,000 merits. You have killed the second turn invader and gained 1,000 merits. One by one, the intruders fell down as dry corpses. Great Qin had been invaded for many years, and the number of invaders from various countries who had infiltrated Great Qin was definitely not small. Under the attack of the fierce god ants and insects, people were constantly dying in the streets. However, the good thing is that after the death of a professional, the panel will not be able to be hidden and will appear directly in front of everyone. That's what led to there not being too much of a riot. The invaders, on the other hand, were completely flustered as opposed to the people of the Great Qin state. Watching the same invaders as them fall one by one, and not being able to find the enemy at all. The feeling simply terrified them more than death. It was as if a god of death was in the shadows, silently waving his scythe and harvesting one life after another. And soon, it was their turn. The other side. In the middle of the inn, Huang Sandao was sitting with Zhou Fu, and across from them, there was another old man, none other than Lin Yuanzhou. Are you saying that he has harnessed an ancient great imperial beast? Zhou Fu was even more shocked in his heart. According to Lin Yuanzhou's description, what he and Huang Sanjiu had seen was clearly the same person. In other words, this living spirit sovereign had successfully harnessed an ancient great imperial beast? It's just too much. In his opinion, it was no longer possible for the ancient level of the current generation to appear. The materials for gold great imperial beasts to evolve into returning great imperial beasts were all extremely scarce and expensive. I don't know how many fifth-turn imperial beast masters had dumped their families and spent nearly $10 billion in order to evolve their gold-level imperial beasts to the revert level, and they even struggled to succeed. The ancient level was no longer a matter of money, but rather the evolutionary materials would not be able to come together. The Imperial Beastmaster Association had only discovered the relics of the living spirit sovereign from among the ancient ruins for hundreds of years, which speculates that there may be undead ancient great imperial beasts. However, the relics of the living spirit masters were only accessible to the living spirit masters. Likewise, the ancient great imperial beasts among them could only be contracted twice by the living master. Yes, there can be no mistake. Lin Yuanzhou replied affirmatively. That horrific scene gives him the shivers now just thinking about it. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Hearing Lin Yuanzhou's reply, Zhou Fu violently began to laugh maniacally. He had been repressed for too long, and had thought he would be trapped within these 5 turns. Now there's actually a turnaround. He believed that Lin Yuanzhou would definitely not lie to him, even though he hadn't really seen that person yet and wasn't sure if he was really a living spirit sovereign or not. But it didn't matter anymore. What he needed was nothing more than a leader who could break the limit of 5 turns. And one of the reasons that trapped many Imperial Beast Masters, preventing them from turning 6, was the lack of an ancient-level Imperial Beast. When this person reaches the 6th turn and completes that ancient-grade Imperial Beast's restricted quest, the need for ancient-level Imperial Beasts among the rest of the Imperial Beastmaster 6 turns quests would also disappear completely. At that time, there would be several Imperial Beast Masters at the end of their 5th turn who would directly turn 6 and successfully renew their lives. This is the limit-breaking effect of a leader. Breaking down restrictions, the first mover opens the way for those who come after. Chapter 46, Half an hour, over 400,000 merits. Pity. Half an hour passed quickly. With the appearance of a subtle spatial fluctuation, the fierce god antworm quietly disappeared. The golden light above Qin Feng's pupils gradually converged and he sighed softly. In half an hour's time, a full 24 invaders had died under his fierce god antworm. The merit value also soared directly from 10,000 to 433,000. However, the only thing that made him feel a bit of pity was that the experience value generated from killing a professional was really not much. An 89 level, after killing so many occupiers, still hadn't reached level 90. LOL. Qin Feng sighed and opened the Great Qin Treasury. Current merit, 433,000. Looking at the merit value in front of him, Qin Feng's somewhat regretful mood instantly improved. With 400,000 merit badges, tons of things are redeemable. His eyes wandered and he selected an item and tapped it open. Great Qin State Hoon. Type, prop. Available levels, LV1. Description, recharged for 1 month, it can protect the wearer against one certain death damage. Required merit, 100000. Redemption. Qin Feng did not hesitate and directly chose to redeem it. Consumed 100,000 merit honors and successfully exchanged for Great Qin State Honors 1. Current merit value, 333,000. In an instant, with a flash of black aura, a round badge-like item with a pitch-black body appeared directly in Qin Feng's palm. Great Qin Guahun. Qin Feng carefully examined it for a moment, then directly chose to use it and wear it on his body. Although the Qin Guahun belongs to the category of props, it is actually extremely similar to equipment, except that it has no attribute bonuses. After finishing wearing it, Qin Feng continued to look down at the treasures of the Great Qin Treasury. After a few minutes, his gaze suddenly lapsed and he noticed an item. Essence of the Sun. Category, Material. Description, the divine essence from the core of the sun, which is filled with unspeakable fiery energy, can be used to return to 100 levels or more of fire Imperial Beasts to cross over. Required merit, 100,000. Essence of the Sun? Qin Feng froze for a moment. The level of the Imperial Beasts was different from that of a professional, and 100 levels was the limit. And after reaching level 100, if you want to grow again, apart from evolution, it's the tribulation. As far as he knew, only returning ancestor level and above Imperial Beasts were allowed to undergo transits. The returning ancestor level can cross the threshold 3 times, and the ancient level can cross the threshold 9 times. Each time the Imperial Beast transits, all of its attributes will grow significantly. If his current 100-level Tong Tian Xianwu had a combined combat power of 450,000, it was only equivalent to a top-tier 6th turn, or an ordinary 7th turn professional. However, if one were to go through the 9 tribulations, the combat power of the Tong Tian Xuanwu would be directly comparable to that of the top 9 revolutions. At that time, it will be the real strongest creature on Earth. However, the Imperial Beast's transitions were not 100% successful. As the number of transitions increases, the success rate will gradually decrease. Combined with the scarcity of materials as well as the high price, trying to cultivate an ancient grade 9 tribulation Imperial Beast would be an extremely terrifying figure. His gaze skimmed over the essence of the sun, pondered for a moment, and settled on another item. Experience pills. Category, Pharmaceuticals. Available level, LV30. Introduction, an experience elixir made by an alchemist. After using it, you can directly gain 500,000 experience value. Required merit, 1,000. Chapter 47 Opening of the Heavens Remarkable Tower. 1,000 merit values, that's acceptable. Qin Feng muttered to himself and chose to redeem it. He was currently only 1 step away from level 90, and 500,000 experience was just enough to allow him to upgrade directly. Spatial fluctuations came from Qin Feng as he stretched out his palm. Between the flashes of white light, a milky white pill instantly appeared in Qin Feng's palm. Without hesitation, he directly sent the elixir into his mouth. The milky white elixir appeared solidified though, like candy. However, it melted in the mouth and turned into a gas that flowed into Qin Feng's body in an instant. As a burst of milky white light surged forth, several prompt messages appeared. You take the experience pill, experience value plus 500,000. You've upgraded and gained 10 free attribute points. You have risen to level 90, and the third turn quest has been issued. Your level has reached the upper limit of the second turn, and you no longer gain experience value. As the prompt message appeared, Qin Feng opened the quest panel. Current task, the path of the 9 turns of the gods 2. Mission statement, the prestige of the gods. Mission requirement, suppress the Tower of Celestial Pride and give the Celestial Pride a bit of a godly shake. Length of assignment, unlimited. The Tower of Heavenly Pride? Qin Feng looked at the quest panel in front of him. The so-called Heaven's Remarkable Pagoda was a 100-story pagoda within the Great Qin Kingdom. The pagoda is open once a year for 7 days and is open to anyone up to the age of 20. After 7 days, there will be different rewards based on different rankings and thus different rewards. However, it seems that the Tower of Heaven's Remarks hasn't opened yet this year, right? Every time the Heaven's Pride Tower was opened, it would be distributed in the form of quests to all the professionals in the Great Qin Kingdom. In addition to the top 100 prizes, there will be a base participation prize for every participant. Qin Feng remembered his quest panel and this quest did not appear. However, just as his thoughts started, suddenly, the quest panel was flickering. Mission, Heaven's Pride List. Mission type, exclusive mission for the Great Qin State. Mission requirement, go to the Tower of Celestial Pride and compete for the position of Celestial Pride that belongs to you. Speaking of the devil? A momentary stunned look appeared on Qin Feng's face, but it quickly returned to normal. After all, it's a divine quest, so it makes sense to have some precognitive abilities, right? Qin Feng consoled himself and then tapped on the quest details to check out the quest rewards. Mission, Heaven's Pride List. Mission type, exclusive mission for the Great Qin State. Mission requirement, go to the Tower of Celestial Pride and compete for the position of Celestial Pride that belongs to you. Mission base reward, 1,000 merit badges. Mission ranking reward, 50th to 100th place, 20,000 merit badges, and 1 piece of professional gold equipment. 30th to 49th place, awards. 20th through 29th place, awards. 3rd place reward, 200,000 merits, profession exclusive epic set. 2nd place reward, 500,000 merits, profession exclusive epic set, profession exclusive talent skill book. Reward for 1st place, 1 million merits, profession exclusive legendary set, profession exclusive talent skill book, pieces of divine authority. As his line of sight moved downward, Qin Feng's pupils contracted violently. 1st place reward, shard of divine authority. The rest of the rewards were certainly not bad, but compared to the final reward, they were complete accompaniments. Shards of divine authority? Qin Feng whispered to himself with a shocked expression. Chapter 48 Heaven's Pride Tower Reward, Divine Authority Fragment. Enough to stare at the words Divine Authority Fragment at the end of the quest reward for half a day. It was only then that Qin Feng finally came back to his senses and confirmed that he hadn't misread the situation. However, the Divine Authority Fragment? Was this really something that would be taken out by the Heaven's Pride Tower this time? The so-called Divine Authority is said to be a true divine object. Even though it was just a fragment, it was definitely something that any professional would have to go crazy for. Even an 8th turned, or even 9th turned giant could definitely not be an exception. However, on one's own path of the 9 turns of the divine, doesn't this divine authority happen to be prepared for oneself? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth lifted as joy flooded his heart. The Heaven's Pride Tower restricts entry to professionals under the age of 20. Professionals are professionally awakened at the age of 18, and within 20 years of age, which is 2 years of professional awakening. In 2 years' time, even with a top-tier profession and a powerful force behind them to prop it up, the level that could be achieved was still limited. It's time to give them a little bit of God shock. Shanghai City. Top Villa Area, Feng Family. In the middle of the hall, the woman with long, slightly curly, fire-red hair stood in place, looking at the quest panel in front of her, somewhat slightly frozen. This time, the reward for the first place in the Heaven's Pride Tower is actually so exaggerated? Fong Honyu's face was shocked and unbelievable. Oh? Across from Fong Honyu, the middle-aged man sitting on a chair opened his eyes. Hongyu, what kind of reward can make you even feel exaggerated? Fong Jingshan smiled and opened his mouth. The Fong family, as the top family of Shanghai City, had forces spread over several surrounding cities. There were even countless treasures present in the family treasury. As his daughter, Fong Hongyu was even more of a top genius of this generation, and was held up by the power of the family. There were truly not many treasures that could shock her. Divine authority. Fong Hongyu suddenly opened her mouth. Then with a gentle wave of his hand, the quest panel was suddenly displayed directly in front of Fong Jingshan's eyes. Mission, Heaven's Pride List. Mission type, exclusive mission for the Great Qin State. Mission requirement, go to the Tower of Celestial Pride and compete for the position of Celestial Pride that belongs to you. Mission base reward, 1000 merit badges. Mission ranking reward, 50th to 100th place, reward. 30th to 49th place, awards. 20th through 29th place, awards. Third place reward, 200,000 merits, profession exclusive epic set. Second place reward, 500,000 merits, profession exclusive epic set, profession exclusive talent skill book. Reward for first place, 1 million merits, profession exclusive legendary set, profession exclusive talent skill book, pieces of divine authority. Fong Jingshan looked at Fong Hongyu with a puzzled expression. Didn't quite understand what Fong Hongyu meant when she suddenly said divine authority. However, with Fong Hongyu waving her hand, the Heaven's Pride quest panel appeared in front of Fong Jingshan after. His entire face suddenly changed, and he instantly stood up from his chair. God! Divine authority shards? He was startled, not expecting this item to be placed here at all. The first place in the Heaven's Remarks Tower was certainly a top genius with unlimited potential. But potential is only potential, to be able to step into the 8th turn, the 9th turn, which in the past is not a top genius. What a treasure the divine authority was, even he had only heard of it and had never actually seen it. How could it not be the turn of this group of so-called heavenly pride? Fong Jingshan's face changed again and again, and after taking a few deep breaths, he opened his mouth and said, Hongyu, notify down and hold a family meeting. Chapter 49 Chen Sheng Messenger of God. Tenkyo. Some compound. Shards of divine authority? I didn't realize that the Great Qin King actually even took this out. An old man in a grayish-white robe sat at the main seat, his voice low. Grandpa, please don't worry, I'll take the first place this time. On the left side of the chair, a short-haired Chen Sheng suddenly opened his mouth. He was extremely handsome in appearance, his complexion did not change too much, and his tone was filled with unrivaled confidence. Father, whatever the Great Qin King intends to do this time by taking out pieces of divine authority as a reward. With the sacred child here, this time the divine authority will surely be in our hands. At the old man's side, the tall middle-aged man spoke. As Chen Sheng's father, no one knew his child better than him. Yes, with Shenger's strength, none of the current generation's heavenly prides are comparable to him. That's right. Trust the holy child. The rest of the group chimed in. The gray and white-robed old man Chen Xingyue swept a glance at the crowd and shook his head slightly. It's good that sacred child is confident, but I'm afraid that the Heaven's Pride Tower isn't that simple this time. He stood up, his gaze deep. How rare is a divine authority, for the Great Qin King to be able to take out fragments of divine authority as a reward this time. It's likely that he has an internalized candidate. An inside candidate? Tall middle-aged Chun Xiao opened his mouth in surprise. Having an internalized candidate, yet placing the divine authority fragment in the Tower of Heavenly Pride quest as a reward. What is this? Why don't you just give it to him? Was it that the Great Qin King thought that the first place in the Heaven's Remarkable Tower would inevitably be won by this person? So confident in this inner circle? Moreover, the information about Chen Sheng was known to the Great Qin King. Knowing Chen Sheng's information, he still chose to put the divine authority fragment into the Heaven's Remarkable Tower quest as a reward. This was an indication that in the eyes of the Great Qin King, that person was far superior to Chen Sheng, to the point that Chen Sheng was no threat to him at all? How is this possible? Chen Sheng's occupation was a top-tier hidden occupation, the divine messenger. In other words, his power is borrowed from the gods. Together with the Chun family's support behind it, it has even reached the 4th turn level now. He couldn't figure out what kind of person was able to steadily suppress the saint's child before the age of 20, and even more so that the saint's child couldn't produce the slightest threat to him? Impossible, Uncle Yu. How could a profession exist in this world that can completely crush saint's child? Yes, saint's child's profession, divine messenger, is truly a top-tier profession. You must have guessed wrong. Even if the king of Great Qin really did have an internal candidate, it would have to be Shenger. The rest of the people heard Chen Xingyue's line of speculation and spoke out to refute it, completely unable to accept it. Chen Shang's gaze coalesced and he also looked at Chen Xingyue. He was also a little startled by the phrase "the man in the room." In the eyes of the king of Great Qin, that man of the inner circle was in existence to be far superior to him? Since the day of his professional awakening, his career path has been incredibly smooth. At the same level, he could completely crush his way to victory. Even if the other party was also a top-tier combat profession, there was no threat to him at all. He couldn't figure out what kind of person would be able to make the king of Great Qin think so highly of him? Even to the point of being able to completely surpass him as a divine messenger? For the first time, Chen Sheng's heart was shaken by his own strength. Chen Xingyue waved his hand, signaling for silence. To be honest, even he couldn't figure out what person could be even more valued by the Great Qin king than Saint's child. The profession of divine messenger has been a top-tier profession that has been rare for hundreds of years. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for anyone to be stronger than Saint Child. Chapter 50 Imperial Palace. Terrifying old man with white eyebrows. However, he knew in his heart that if his guess was true, then the person who is internalized will never be Saint Child. Although he hadn't been in the Imperial Palace for a long time, if Shenger was valued by the King of Great Qin, he would have sent someone to inform him. Chen Xingyue suddenly got up. It's been a long time since I've seen the King of Great Qin, so it's just a matter of going to see him. On the other hand, Shanghai City. Zhou Fu, Huang Sandao and Lin Yuanzhou were sitting opposite each other. As he watched the original commotion in the street gradually return, the tea on the table dried up and refilled again. Did the boy go to bed in the middle of the day? Zhou Fu waited rather anxiously. He couldn't wait to meet Qin Feng. Forget it, let's not wait, let's just go up and knock on the door, we're not being rude. He rose up with an open mouth. However, he had only just stood up, not waiting for the two of them, Lin Yuanzhou and Huang Sanjiao, to speak. A palm, however, had pressed on his shoulder, followed by a soft, calm voice coming from behind him. No hurry, no hurry. In an instant, Zhou Fu's face changed drastically. He was a 5th Revolution Royal Beast Master, and a person came behind him silently, and he didn't even realize it? Subconsciously, he wanted to mobilize his mana, yet he found that under the pressure of that palm, the flow of mana in his body actually came to a heck of a standstill, completely unable to be mobilized. What kind of tactic is this? Zhou Fu raised his head in horror and looked at the opposite duo of Lin Yuanzhou and Huang Sanjiao. With this kind of means, if he wanted to kill him, it wouldn't even be much more difficult than crushing an ant. Only then had the two men also risen, looking behind him as if they were enemies. Not to mention that Zhou Fu was horrified, the two of them, Huang Sandao and Lin Yuanzhou, were equally horrified. The flow of mana within the two of them also stagnated at the same time, unable to be mobilized. At this point, they were not half as different as an ordinary person. Who are you? Huang Sanjie opened his mouth in horror. Opposite him stood an old man with gray hair. The old man's white eyebrows hung down like two dragon whiskers, connected with a large white beard, and his pale face looked very gentle, a sense of immortalism. Hearing Huang Sanjie's question, he smiled faintly and took out a pitch-black token from his bosom. At the center of the token was engraved the word Emperor in dark gold. The moment they saw that token, the three of them, Huang Sanjie, changed their faces instantly. For no other reason than the fact that the Emperor token represents the Qin Emperor's palace, the person on the Qin King's side. Although Huang Sandagger was the Lord of Mountain and Sea City, he had in fact not seen the people of the Imperial Palace, but only knew of its existence. As for Zhou Fu, the president of the Imperial Beast Master Association, was even more unseen. Greetings, my lord. The three reacted and hurriedly tried to pay their respects. However, under the influence of the white-browed old man's chi, he was unable to kneel and could only arch his hand in obeisance. The white-browed old man waved his hand. Go back, the Imperial Palace took over. What happened to that little friend? The three of them froze and looked at each other, somewhat dumbfounded. Even if that person was a living spirit lord, it shouldn't be so bad that the Imperial Palace would personally send someone, right? The three of them glanced at each other, but they didn't dare to say anything more, and turned around decisively to leave. Wait. The white-browed old man suddenly spoke. Then he looked at Zhou Fu. You are Zhou Fu? The president of the Beastmaster Association? Back to my lord, it's me. Zhou Fu respectfully returned. Well, is the key to the ancient ruins of the living spirit with you? The moment the white-browed old man said this, Zhou Fu instantly realized, and quickly took out a finger-sized silver white disc-shaped key from within his carry-on space, handing it over to the white-browed old man. The white-browed old man nodded. Well, this item is useless to you, you are allowed to choose an item from the Great Qin Treasury, well, depart. Chapter 51, Evolution Value 1 million. Zhou Fu responded, not daring to stay any longer. The three of them quickly left the place. Seeing a few people leave, the white-browed old man asked for another pot of tea and leisurely sat down, with a kind smile on his face gazing at the opposite side of the Guanhai building. Old Huang, why are the people from the Imperial Palace here? The three of them did not stop all the way until they returned to the mountain and see City Lord's mansion, and only then did Zhou Fu open his mouth in some confusion. Even if it's a living spirit lord, it's not so bad that the Imperial Palace would personally send someone, right? Huang Sanjiao also looked puzzled and shook his head. Is there something else we don't know about? The living spirit sovereign and an ancient great imperial beast alone shouldn't have alarmed the Imperial Palace? Lin Yuanzhou also shook his head. That's just it, don't think about it, since there's an Imperial Palace taking over, it's only a matter of time before he reaches the 6th revolutions and completes the breaking of the limit, just wait. Zhou Fu decisively threw away the thoughts in his mind and did not continue to dwell on this. The key to the ancient ruins of the living spirit had also been handed over, there was nothing he needed to continue doing, just wait for the limit to be broken and renewed. Ocean View House, inside the room. Qin Feng leaned back on the soft bed, enjoying the moment of peace. He hadn't rested properly since his professional awakening. A few days of frantic upgrades, barely stopping. Now it's time to relax a little. As for the matter of the Heaven's Pride Tower, there was no hurry. Heaven's Pride Tower is open for a total of 7 days, the rules are occupation system, as long as at the end of the last day, in the corresponding tower layer, can be counted into the ranking, get awards. Therefore, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. In these few days, he would be able to rest for a while, and in the meantime, wait for the evolution value to grow, and try to see if he could evolve his first stellar great imperial beast. The moon rises and sets. 3 days passed quickly. In addition to resting these past few days, Qin Feng did go to a trading house. In the Shin Turtle Bay burst into a lot of things, all sold, by the way, to buy some teleportation scrolls as well as some props to keep as a spare. Returning to the room once more, Qin Feng opened the panel and looked at the evolution value. Current evolution value, 1123003. 1 million evolutionary values is enough. He thought for a moment and opened the panel information of the Tongtian Xuanwu. Current Imperial Beast, Tongtian Xuanwu. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 100. Power, 150,000. Physique, 400,000. Agility, 150,000. Spirit, 200,000. Combat power, 450,000. Skills, Tongtian Boundary, Deep Sea Frenzy, Sanhai Dragon Scroll. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. With the current attributes of the Tongtian Xuanwu, it would allow him to be fearless within 6 turns. Even facing the 7th turn had some ability to defend itself. If the War Ant Queen was also included, he even had the strength to kill an unusual 7th turn. And now that it was even less than 10 days since his career awakening, the battle power increase could be described as rapid. However, live in peace. One's own strength nowadays had certainly increased rapidly, but it was still not enough to face a truly strong person. In the future, one might not necessarily not bump into a top-tier 7th rotation, or even 8th rotation, or 9th rotation giant. He had already attracted the attention of the 10 countries outside the country, and it was bound to be impossible for them to let him develop. Even though Great Qin had currently sealed the country, no one could say whether the other side would have other means of entry. Chapter 52 Abyssal Dragon Python Evolution, Ancient Great Black Dragon King. Still can't let up too much. Qin Feng looked at the attribute panel of the Tongtian Xuanwu and his gaze fell on the last piece of information. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. Although he had 2 ancient great imperial beasts, if he had to choose one to evolve, obviously the Tongtian Xuanwu was the best choice. After all, the only way to have output is to be alive. Begin evolution. He spoke decisively. Although he didn't know if he could evolve to completion, he decided to give it a try. Once he succeeded, a stellar-grade defensive Imperial Beast would allow him to be completely invincible. As the voice fell, a series of messages followed. Evolution failed. The evolution value has been returned. Please choose a 9th Havoc Ancient Great Imperial Beast to evolve again. Current evolution value, 112-3233. Surely not. Qin Feng sighed slightly. Although he had expected it, it still made him a little sad when it actually unfolded in front of him. After all, once the evolution succeeded, then his combat power would soar once again, and he would truly be unafraid of any threat. However, the good thing was that although the evolution had failed, the evolution value had not disappeared, and he was able to evolve another ancient great imperial beast. 2 returning ancestor levels, the abyssal dragon python and the golden crow. After a moment of slight contemplation, Qin Feng decisively chose the abyssal dragon python. The reason why he chose the abyssal dragon python wasn't for any special reason, it was simply because the abyssal dragon python's attributes were more balanced and could resist and fight. With a slight movement of his thoughts, the attribute panel unfolded at once. Abyssal dragon python. Grade, return to the ancestor. Level, LV 75. Power, 54,500. Body mass, 57970. Agility, 49,100. Spirit, 46990. Combat power, 80,000. Skills, Dragon Roar, Devour. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. Begin evolution. The spirits sank into the Imperial Beast space. Qin Feng gazed at the abyssal dragon python in front of him and slowly spoke. Consume 1 million evolutionary values. Evolution begins. As the message appeared, the evolutionary value turned into dots of white light and surged towards the abyssal dragon python. Gradually, the abyssal dragon python was completely wrapped up, forming a huge ball of light. The ball of light hovered in the sky, and with a boom of thunder sounded. The original milky white ball of light began to rapidly deepen in color. From white to gray, and then from gray to black, it gradually transformed into a complete pitch-black sphere. At the same time, large, dark clouds began to converge, blackening the entire sky. Clouds from dragons and wind from tigers. As the sky was completely covered by dark clouds, a loud and clear dragon roar instantly resounded. Roar! The pitch-black sphere began to expand, gradually merging with the dark clouds. Then it began to spread until it completely merged with the dark clouds. Boom! Another thunderous explosion. Between the flashes of lightning, a dragon-shaped creature of unknown length could be seen traveling through the dark clouds. It tumbled and danced and swam in all directions, and then slowly poked out a huge head. The dragon's power filled the air, and its ferocious appearance was obvious. Evolution complete. Abyssal Dragon Python Black Dragon King. Current Imperial Beast, Black Dragon King. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 75. Power, 250,000. Physique, 225,000. Agility, 185,000. Spirit, 180,000. Combat power, 330,000. Skills, Monstrous Dragon Might, World-Destroying Dragon Breath, Endless Black Abyss. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. Chapter 53 Imperial Beasts in the Great Qin Treasury. The Black Dragon King? After the evolution is complete, the skills have changed. Exiting the Royal Beast space, Qin Feng looked at the brand new 3 skills on the Black Dragon King's attribute panel and was instantly in a good mood. Although there was no way to evolve the first stellar grade Imperial Beast, an additional ancient grade would be nice. After all, one couldn't be too hasty and wait for the end of this Heaven's Pride Tower quest to complete the 3rd turn on their own. Instead, you can then proceed to the Imperial Beast calendar. It is estimated that the materials needed by then will be astronomical, and still need to be accumulated slowly. However, the combat power of a single 9th Tribulation Ancient Grade Imperial Beast would already be equivalent to a 9th turn professional. What kind of battle power would a stellar level be? Qin Feng was a bit puzzled. As a matter of fact, although the stellar grade had always been included in the Royal Beast's ranks, no one had ever gone to truly understand the battle power of a stellar grade Royal Beast. Even in the ancient times, there were absolutely no records of stellar grade Imperial Beasts. Everything that humans had learned, everything about the Imperial Beasts, had no stellar level explanation. It is only known that such a class exists, and no one knows the exact combat strength. However, it is written in the ancient books. The ancient class is known as the strongest creature on the surface, so isn't the stellar class beyond the surface? Xin Feng's heart stirred slightly as he looked up and followed the window to the sky. The eyes seemed to penetrate the heavens and look beyond the stars. Countless planet-sized extraterrestrial beings wandered in the cold and dead starry sky, and wherever they passed, planets were devoured and broken. To them, the planet is nothing more than a chocolate ball with a variety of flavors. Shaking his head, he shook off the confused thoughts in his head. Don't want to think too much, when the strength is enough, we can naturally know. Xin Feng returned to his senses. There is still time for the Imperial Beast to contract another one as well. However, what type of Imperial Beast to choose is a problem. Although he could go directly to the middle of a field copy to forcefully enslave a royal beast with the law of the living spirit. But if the unusual category, it doesn't do much for him. The flying Imperial Beasts had the Golden Crow, the balanced class had the Black Dragon King, defense had the Tongtian Xuanwu, and combat had the War Ant Queen. If you choose again, is it possible to choose a gain-type Imperial Beast? Or control-type, hidden type? Xin Feng kept thinking. But where to find this type of Imperial Beast? Doesn't seem to have much of a clue. Suddenly, Xin Feng's expression moved as he thought of something and directly opened the Great Qin treasury. He remembered that he still had quite a bit of merit value left. There should be various types of Imperial Beasts in the Great Qin treasury, right? As his thoughts rose, the Great Qin treasury panel then unfolded. Current merit value, 332,000. 330,000 plus merit badges, perfectly adequate. Xin Feng smiled and directly opened the treasure categorization of the Great Qin treasury and chose the Imperial Beast series. At once, a wide array of various types of Imperial Beasts were displayed in front of Xin Feng. There were all sorts, and even some Imperial Beasts that Xin Feng had never even heard of. With a rough sweep, Xin Feng directly saw at least 3 golden Great Imperial Beasts. In the Great Qin treasury, the Black Iron Great Imperial Beasts were instead the fewest, with only a handful of 2. The price is also extremely low. Xin Feng casually clicked on one of them and glanced at it. Inferno. Grade, Black Iron. Skills, none. Required merit, 100. Chapter 54 Recovering Imperial Beast, Green Lotus. Inferno Demon. Just by listening to the name alone, it should be a fire attribute Imperial Beast. The price was low though, only 100 merit points. But it didn't do much for Xin Feng. He skimmed over this Imperial Beast and continued to look down. Ice Bear. Grade, Silver. Skill, Ice Hammer. Required merit, 2000. Red Python. Grade, Silver. Skill, Red Flame. Required merit, 2000. Earth Cow. Grade, Bronze. Skills, none. Required merit, 500. Xin Feng kept flipping through it. Most of the Imperial Beasts were not what he wanted. Such as that, Earth Bull, it should belong to the defense-oriented Imperial Beasts. But even if one evolved to the ancient level, it would be completely impossible to rival the Tongtian Xuanwu. Chicken Ribs. He shook his head and continued to look downward. Suddenly, an Imperial Beast caught his attention. Green Lotus. Grade, Silver. Skill, Recovery. Required merit, 3000. Recovery? Xin Feng stayed for a moment. This skill, obviously, was a skill that only gain-type Imperial Beasts had. Moreover, an ordinary silver-level Imperial Beast only requires 2000 merits to redeem, but this Qinglian requires 3000 merits? Items in the Great Qin treasure trove were bound to be impossible to increase the price for no reason. Things were precious for their rarity, which was enough to show that this Green Lotus was rare enough. What's more, it was a restorative Imperial Beast, just what he wanted. Xin Feng decisively chose to redeem it. Consume 3000 merit values to redeem the Silver Great Imperial Beast Green Lotus. Redemption successful. Along with the panel information. With a flash of light, a crystal box suddenly appeared in front of Xin Feng. In the middle of the box, a lotus flower emitting an eerie greenish glow was placed in the center. The greenish-colored light filled the area around the lotus flower, and it looked quite nice. Xin Feng pointed out with a finger. Laws of the living spirit is activated. Divine runes converged between heaven and earth, instantly forming a legal decree that emitted golden light. And then, it enveloped the green lotus. As the decree fell, the connection between Qin Feng and Xinglian began to deepen. However, in a few seconds, the green lotus completely disappeared and appeared in the Imperial Beast space. A message popped up on the panel as well. The contract was successful. You have successfully contracted the silver-level Imperial Beast Xinglian. Current Imperial Animal, Green Lotus. Grade, Silver. Level, LV1. Power, 100. Physique, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 2000. Combat Power, 500. Skill, Recovery. Evolution value required for evolution, 20,000. Note, the first evolution will trigger the blast effect. Among the four-dimensional attributes, attack, physique and agility are all only 100, but spirit is as high as 2000? Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Qin Feng sighed with emotion and then clicked on the skills to check them out. Skill, Recovery. Effect, restores the target's wounds to 3 seconds ago, up to a maximum of 50,000 life points. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Target restored to 3 seconds ago? Up to 50,000 life points restored? It's still a very exaggerated skill for a silver-level Imperial Beast to have this skill. One must know that the Lava Secret Realm's boss, the Lava Lord, only had a life value of 100,000. This skill is equivalent to restoring half of your blood directly. Of course, this skill has to face that kind of instant damage to maximize its effect. If it's slowly grinding blood, it's rather limited in its usefulness. Chapter 55 Evolution. The fourth ancient level, the Green Lotus of Creation. Let's see, then, what happens after the evolution. Qin Feng swept his remaining evolution value. Current evolution value, 124190. Silver evolved into gold, requiring 20,000 evolution values, which was perfectly sufficient. Immediately, Qin Feng's consciousness sank into the Imperial Beast space and slowly spoke, "Begin evolution." Consuming 20,000 evolution values, Green Lotus begins to evolve. As the evolution points turned into dots of white light and surged into the Green Lotus. The green aura that permeated the Green Lotus grew more and more prevalent. The lotus petals swayed, and green-colored light escaped towards the surroundings driven by the lotus petals. The greenish-colored light emitted a strong aura of life drifting to various places within the Imperial Beast space. It was different from the previous evolutions of the Imperial Beasts when the rest of the Imperial Beasts dodged. This time, where the green aura spread, all the Imperial Beasts poked out their heads and greedily sucked in the air. It seemed that the greenish glow was some incomparably delicious delicacy and wine to them. Qin Feng could feel the fluttering mood of the Imperial Beasts. They were extraordinarily excited. As the green aura emanated more and more, the entire heaven and earth had been wrapped in green light. Qin Feng looked towards Xinglian. At this time, the Green Lotus was already covered by the dense green light, and it was impossible to see the posture. However, Qin Feng could feel an incomparably strong aura of life emerging under the cover of that greenish glow. Suddenly, a rich green light flashed Shua. Between the heavens and the earth, a huge green lotus silhouette appeared. This green lotus silhouette, which was connected to the heavenly vault and heaven and earth, had an unspeakable vigorous vigor. It was stretching and dancing with the wind, like a fairy dancing, the incomparable raging breath of life pouring down with its movements. Within the royal beast space, the originally barren world, at this moment, grass and trees were actually growing, withered trees blossoming, a scene of exuberant life. As time passed, the greenish glow gradually dissipated. A half-human tall green lotus reappeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes. At the same time, a series of messages emerged. Evolution complete. Green Lotus of Creation. Current Beast, Green Lotus of Creation. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV1. Power, 1000. Physique, 1000. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 500,000. Combat Power, 200,000. Skills, Source of Life, Past Life Creation. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. Ancient level? Qin Feng's eyes widened. It's too European, isn't it? Originally, in his opinion, it would have been nice to have another returning class. I didn't realize that it was actually another ancient class? That does the math. Tongtian Xuanwu, War Ant Queen, Black Dragon King, Green Lotus of Creation. 5 Imperial Beasts in total, 4 ancient grade? After the evolution value accumulated enough again, the Golden Crow would also be able to evolve into the ancient level. By then, with 5 ancient levels in hand, one would be completely unafraid in the face of a seventh turn. Qin Feng continued to look at the attributes of the green lotus of creation. Among the four-dimensional attributes, strength, physique, and agility were all only 1,000, but spirit reached a whopping 500,000. This attribute was even more extreme than his War Ant Queen. However, after all, it was an auxiliary-type imperial beast, and its main role was to heal and recover, which made sense. As for the final fight, it was a bit of a departure. Although combat strength is only a rough rating based on attributes. But how could this green lotus of creation not have the ability to fight, right? Chapter 56, Source of Life, Past Life Creation. Sputtering slightly, Qin Feng's gaze continued to slide down and settled on the skill's location. The original recovery skill is gone. Was replaced with two new skills. Skills, Source of Life, Past Life Creation. One by one, he began to check them out. Skill, Source of Life. Effect, friendly units within range restore 10% of their life value every second for 1 minute. Cooling time, half an hour. Skill, Past Life Creation. Effect, resurrects a target that died within 1 hour and restores it to its best condition. Cooling time, 1 day. Passive effect, Past Life. The death of a beast master will automatically trigger the past life effect, which will reorganize the body and put it into a weakened state. Cooling time, 30 days. Qin Feng breathed a little more sharply. These two skills were one more heaven-defying than the other. First, the Source of Life, which restores 10% of the target's life value per second for 1 minute. In other words, it was equivalent to the fact that under the Source of Life effect, all of his imperial beasts had gained 6 more lives out of thin air. Let's take Tongtian Xuanwu as an example. His Tongtian Xuanwu's current life value was probably close to 10 million. Under the effect of the Source of Life, the life value was equivalent to a direct spike to 60 million. Let's not even talk about Tongtian Xuanwu's already heaven-defying defense. I'm afraid that life value alone could make one's head spin. More importantly, this Source of Life effect was still a ranged effect. The equivalent of all his imperial beasts having 6 extra lives out of nowhere was outrageous. Plus the second skill, Past Life Creation. If the first skill was just shocking, then the second skill was heaven-defying to Qin Feng. Resurrects a target that died within 1 hour and restores it to its optimal condition. It was important to realize that the resurrection skill was already extremely valuable. With an unusual resurrection skill, even after resurrection, it would restore a maximum of 10% of the life value. The equivalent of being resurrected but also almost incapacitated. But this, Past Life Creation, is completely different. Resurrected and restored to optimal condition? What is the best state? Not only is it 100% life value, it also means that the injuries are all gone and the skills are all cooled down. Once resurrected, he could directly fight again in full strength, and the crushing skills he had just released could be released again, which was simply exaggerated to the extreme. What was even more exciting to Qin Feng was not this. Rather, it was the passive effect of Past Life Creation. Passive effect, Past Life. When the host is completely dead, the past life effect will be automatically triggered, randomly selecting a location, reorganizing the body, and falling into a weakened state. It is important to realize that all resurrection skills can only resurrect other targets and cannot be unleashed on yourself. After you have died yourself, you can only hope that others will come to your rescue. And what this skill does is that when you die, no one revives you. After causing you to fall into complete death, your body begins to dissipate with it, after data mining. The passive effect Past Life takes effect. A random location will be chosen to begin the process of reorganizing the body and reviving it again. With this skill in play, it also meant that he could almost not worry about dying at all. While this skill was in effect, he was fearless of any threat. Of course, the specific performance of the weak state after reorganization is not yet known, cannot die naturally, cannot actively seek death. Chapter 57 Life Blessing, Chen Shang's Shock. Against all odds. It's so anticlimactic. After Qin Feng exited the Imperial Beast space, his exuberance was simply uncontrollable. If anything, with the Tongtian Xuanwu, he still had concerns about death. Now then, with this moment of the Green Lotus, evolving into the Green Lotus of Creation, all worries will be swept away. Next, he would be able to show his strength without any fear and enhance his strength at the fastest speed. Even being targeted again is completely fearless. Not to mention that with the 4 ancient great imperial beasts, the person who had set his sights on him didn't have the strength to kill himself. Even if there was, he himself had the past life creation skill as a backing, and was not afraid at all. Tenkyo. The Chen family compound. A new divine power? Chen Shang sat cross-legged on top of the bed, and his eyes snapped open with a flash of cyan divine light sweeping through. He sensed a new kind of divine power, one that was completely different from the remaining four. He lowered his brow and lowered his eyes, carefully feeling the revelation of God conveyed out of his consciousness. In his mind, the sky was covered in green light. It was as if a green fog had risen, boundless. Around him, there were majestic streams of green light emerging, constantly revolving around his body. What a majestic breath of life! A few moments of shock arose in Chen Shang's heart. In the middle of his mind, the boundless green fog began to solidify. As time passed, the green fog gradually transformed into green light, which then transformed into a swaying green lotus. Chen Shang's breathing gradually became more and more rapid. Each breath brought up a wisp of green mist to exhale. Suddenly, Chen Shang opened his eyes, which were completely covered in cyan light. A full minute passed before the green aura gradually converged and the eyes returned to their original state. Breath of life, new divine power. Chen Shang's eyes showed joy. As of today, he had already sensed 5 types of divine power. The power of devouring, the power of divine fire, the power of incarnation, the power of undying, and now the power of life. As long as he comprehended one more, he would be able to complete the 4th turn quest and reach the 5th turn. Each of the 5 divine powers was an incomparably powerful force. Even though he wasn't able to fully utilize his divine power, it was still enough to make him completely invincible within the same rank, and he even had the strength of a 4th turn level to cut down a 5th turn against all odds. Each additional realization of a divine power was a qualitative increase in his strength. Chen Shang stood up and looked at his panel. A new skill sprung up above the panel. Skill, Life Blessing. Effect, for 30 seconds, each time your life value shrinks, 50% of the shrinkage value will be automatically restored. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Chen Shang's gaze trembled, somewhat startled. This skill looks average, but in reality it is extremely exaggerated. Each time the life value shrinks, 50% of the shrinkage will be restored. Assuming a life value of 100, if the opponent's attack inflicts 100, then he will regain 50 again. The opponent continues to deal damage, and he regains half to 25 of his life again as soon as his life value shrinks by 50. This also meant that within 30 seconds, no matter how much the opponent attacked, he would not die. Although his life value would continue to decrease, it would never clear. Although after 30 seconds had passed, his life value would be extremely low. But for the 30 seconds of life blessing, he was a completely immortal existence. An undead skill that lasts 30 seconds? Chen Shang's eyes widened. Chapter 58 The Great Qin King's Inner Circle. Chen Shang's eyes widened. Even with his determination, he couldn't help but get a little excited. Not bad for God's power. If it wasn't for his profession being divine messenger, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to come into contact with such a terrifying skill at the 4th turn of the district. However, Chen Shang came back to his senses and remembered that speculation of his grandfather, Chen Xingyue. Especially since Grandpa had returned from his trip to the Qin King's palace, he had been completely sure of that suspicion. The King of Great Qin does have an internalized candidate. Even with his divine messenger profession, did the King of Great Qin still feel that that person was going to be superior to him? Or even far superior? Why? Even in the first 2 years of his career awakening, he was unable to sense any divine power. With just his basic talent, he had a combat power comparable to that of a top-tier profession, and ever since he first sensed divine power a few days ago, his combat power had grown by leaps and bounds. It can already suppress the top professions. Until recently, with the 5 divine powers added to his body, the gap between the top professions in him was the same as the gap between ordinary professions and top professions. Even the top-tier profession, Thunder Mage, was no match at all in front of him. He possessed the strength to absolutely suppress the top professions. And in the eyes of the King of Qin, is this still not enough? What exactly is the profession that can carry such a high weight in the heart of the King of Great Qin? Chen Shang couldn't figure it out and was completely unable to understand it. His heart was in turmoil, and he looked a little bewildered. Half a minute passed. Chen Shang took a deep breath and suppressed the chaotic emotions within his heart, his eyes regaining their firmness. No matter what kind of heavenly pride it is, the Heaven's Pride Tower will reveal it this time. I hope you won't fail the Great Qin King. And don't. Failed me. Time is like a gap. Noon. Above the sky, the sun was blazing like fire. 7th day. The white-browed old man picked up a cup of tea and gently sent it into his mouth, savoring it and smacking his lips. It still smells like new tea. He looked across the street at the Sea View building and suddenly shook his head. This kid, he's quite composed. Today is already the last day for the opening of the Heaven's Pride Tower. If you don't go, the old man will have to go up and invite you. The white-browed old man spoke slowly, with a bit of helplessness in his expression. His eyes scanned the streets of Shanghai City. Ever since the King of Great Qin released the mission of the Purge plan, the various bugs that had accumulated in the territory of the Great Qin Kingdom had been pretty much cleaned up. Although they were well hidden, the professionals could make most of the intruders invisible by simply grouping a high-level pupil artist profession. At least, at the moment, in this mountain and sea city, he did not see any more traces of invaders. Of course, it's obviously impossible to say that it's completely removed. Naturally, some leaks still exist. And I'm afraid the rest of these leaks won't be waiting peacefully to die. Now, the Heavenly Book Taoist has calculated the details of the Seed of Divinity. The prophets of the 10 kingdoms shouldn't be too far behind, Heavenly Book Taoist. At that time, I'm afraid that these remaining remnants will be used to threaten the divine seed. However, a few moments of killing intent swept through the white-browed old man's gaze. It would be fine if these remaining remnants were honestly hidden. But he wouldn't mind sending the rats straight to meet their god if they dared to show themselves. The white-browed old man swallowed the tea in his mouth, and a wisp of breath rushed into the sky, and the clouds were immediately separated by a huge opening, like a long knife blatantly cutting through the sky. The aura of a 9 revolutions giant was on display. Chapter 59, Going to the Celestial Pride Tower. It's time to go. Xin Feng stretched his back. Today was already the last day of the Heaven's Pride Tower, and it was time to go forward. Shanghai City was an extremely long distance from where the Heaven's Remarkable Tower was located, and it would take quite a bit of time if one were to take the Golden Crow. However, it was fortunate that Mountain and Sea City had a special teleportation array to the Heaven's Pride Tower, so it was possible to use it. Xin Feng walked out of the Sea Viewing building, felt the blazing sunlight in the sky and took a deep breath. Staying at this Sea View Tower for 7 days had cost him a full 14 million alliance coins, a ridiculously high price. However, it was fortunate that he had sold some of the items he had exploded in the Shin Turtle Bay midway through the process, which prevented him from being strapped for cash and being in too much of a predicament. The teleportation array of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower was in the center of Mountain and Sea City, and it wasn't too far away from this Sea Viewing building. Xin Feng stepped on his feet, and on the way, he stopped by to have a simple bite to eat before arriving at the Teleportation Stone Monument. The Teleportation Stone Monument, permeated with an ancient aura, stood on top of a round platform. At this moment, there were still quite a few people who were stepping into the Teleportation Stone Monument and heading to the Heaven's Remarkable Tower. Xin Feng raised his steps and followed the crowd, taking a step in. What surprised him a little was that the Teleportation Stone Monument actually didn't charge for teleportation, it was completely free. One should know that teleportation stone monuments require regular maintenance, and every maintenance consumption is a considerable amount of money. This move, in order to allow every professional to participate in the Tower of Heavenly Pride? The teleportation fee was usually not low, and for some poor professionals, this fee was enough to cut off their minds from wanting to go to the Heaven's Pride ranking. Xin Feng said in his heart. At this moment, spatial fluctuations came, and the teleportation began. Space warps and spins. The surroundings were plunged into darkness. About a minute passed. A shimmering light began to appear in the midst of the dark space, and then grew brighter and brighter. Along with it came a cacophony of noises into the ears. Until the spatial fluctuations completely stopped, Xin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Not far away, a huge tower came into view, with 100 floors and a height of nearly 500 meters. Next to the tall tower, there is a leaderboard. The upper side recorded the information of the professionals on each floor, and the professionals could challenge as they wished. Xin Feng walked up and looked over. 100 levels of the Tower of Heaven's Pride, Wang Long Occupation, Dual Blade Knight, level, 4 turns, 133 levels. 99th floor of the Tower of Celestial Pride, by Lin Occupation, Astrologer, level, 4 turns and 137 levels. 98 levels of the Tower of Heaven's Remarks, Su Wang Occupation, Storm Mage, level, 4 turns and 129 levels. 97th floor of the Tower of Celestial Pride. Xin Feng stood in front of the leaderboard and looked at the ranking information in front of him. Currently, it seemed that the top 5 professionals in the Heaven's Pride Tower were basically all at the level of 4 turns. Professionals of this level were completely without the slightest pressure on him. Only, I don't know if there are still yet to come Heaven's Pride in the current rankings. After all, there should be not a few who shared the same idea as him and plan to come back at the end to fight through the Heaven's Remarks ranking. At this time, the Tianjiao Tower has been surrounded by people, looking at the Tianjiao list discussing. The reward for the first place in the Heaven's Pride ranking this time is too terrifying. It's a fragment of the divine authority. I don't know who will take it. Who is the current number 1 of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower? Wan Long? The one from the Wan family in Qinghe City? Qinghe City is only a 3rd-tier city. If a first Heavenly Pride were to come out, then even the city lord would be honored with it. First Heavenly Pride? But it's just that those few true Heaven's Pride haven't arrived yet. Let's say that Feng Hongyu of the Shanghai Feng family, a Heavenly Fire Mage, is she not comparable to Wan Long? Chapter 60 Thunder Mage, Lei Zhenghao. Skyfire Mage, a true top-tier profession. Not only is she a top-tier profession, not to mention the fact that she has the Feng clan's power behind her to hold her up, but her level has also reached the 4-turn limit. In that case, there's a high probability that this Feng Hongyu will be able to win the top spot in this Heaven's Remarkable ranking. The crowd discussed, and Feng Hongyu was extraordinarily favorable. Just then, a snort filled with disdain suddenly came out. Feng Hongyu? Oh. If it were in the past, she might really be able to take the top spot in this Heaven's Pride ranking, but this time, she's not qualified. Not enough? The crowd turned their heads to look at the man who had spoken. The top profession Skyfire Mage isn't even qualified, so I wonder what profession Your Excellency thinks is qualified. The man shook his head. You guys aren't in Tianjing, so naturally you don't know that Tianjing has produced a truly demonic figure in this generation. The gap between top professions and him is as huge as the gap between ordinary professions and top professions. His voice held a touch of adoration. As the same people of Tianjing, in their generation, the name Chen Shang was a huge mountain that pressed them to death, with no one being able to break it. A demonic figure? The gap between top professions and him is as huge as the gap between ordinary professions and top professions? The crowd froze. But soon enough one man couldn't control his laughter. Put. Ha 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 ha. Dude, please at least think in your head before you brag. The gap between a top-tier profession and him is as huge as the gap between a normal profession and a top-tier profession. How can you say that? You have to have a basis for your words, you can't just make them up. Ha 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 ha. Yes, it scared me. I thought there was really such a profession. Fiercely, I almost believed it. Even if you've taken a basic vocational class, you shouldn't be this delusional, ha ha ha. Listen to the mocking tone of the crowd. The man didn't get angry, instead, a look as if he was looking at an idiot passed through his gaze. Made up? Based on? Ha! I don't know if that's a basis. He stood up straight and shook around. In an instant, majestic mana surged out. The career information panel was displayed unreservedly. Profession, Thunder Mage. Level, 4 turns and 145 levels. The laughter came to an abrupt end. The crowd looked at the man in front of them like they had seen a ghost. Top profession, Thunder Mage? Thunder Mage, Tianjing, are you Lei Zhenghao of the Tianjing Lei clan? Someone recognized the man in front of him. There was an eerie silence. Based on? Lei Zhenghao's identity is the best basis. Thunder Mage and Skyfire Mage are the same top-tier professions. He could say those words, so naturally he couldn't have made them up out of thin air. That is to say, what Lei Zhenghao said is likely to be true. The gap between top professions and him was as huge as the gap between ordinary professions and top professions? Hiss. A career that can surpass the top professions? What's that? It's unimaginable. Perhaps the reason for taking out the divine authority fragment as a reward this time. It's because of that demon that Lei Zhenghao talked about? That first place they wanted to fight for had long been internalized by that demon? Chapter 61 Chen Shang's arrival, the man of the inner circle is not him? Listening to the sounds of discussion around him, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows lightly. A career beyond the top professions? Interesting, don't know exactly how the battle is. While Qin Feng was pondering in his mind, the teleportation monolith not far away flickered, and a figure walked out from it. This person had long, slightly curly, fire-red hair, a delicate face, a tall figure, and a strong aura as she walked. "It's Fong Hongyu." Someone spoke up. Fong Hongyu came along with her and looked at Lei Jianghao, who was standing at the side. "I've heard that a demon has come out of Tianjing, right?" she asked directly, obviously already knowing about it as well. Lei Jianghao snorted. "What? You want to compete with him for this first place? Can't I?" On the path of a professional, if one even loses the will to fight, it would be better to go back and give up before it's too late and go home to raise pigs. Fong Hongyu squinted at Lei Jianghao with a few provocations in her tone. Obviously, it was intended to satirize the kind of cowardice that Lei Jianghao felt when he faced that person. Lei Jianghao's face changed, but it was only for an instant before he returned to normal, not being overly affected by Fong Hongyu's words. "Ignorant people have no fear, Fong Hongyu. If you were to meet him, you would know that there is also a gap between heaven's pride." "Ha! All I know is that there will never be a mountain in front of me that I can't break." Fong Hongyu snorted coldly, no longer continuing to argue, and stepped directly into the Heaven's Pride Tower. With Fong Hongyu having just stepped into the Heaven's Pride Tower, the teleportation monolith shook again. A short-haired man stepped out of it. "Chen Shang." Lei Jianghao's voice lowered as he looked at the man. Chen Shang walked up and looked at Lei Jianghao, nodding to him as a greeting. His mind was occupied at the moment with that so-called inner circle, looking around for that possible inner circle. Lei Jianghao was looking at Chen Shang at this time but let out a cold smile. "Oh. Chen Shang, why do you need to make such trouble? Let the great Qin King place the divine authority fragment in this heaven's remarkable tower quest, so that we can covet it? If I'm not mistaken, the reason why the great Qin King took out this divine authority fragment is because of you, right? In this generation, who will be your Qin Shang's opponent? Doesn't it make you sick to be the one who's inside, pulling this stunt?" Lei Jianghao looked at Chen Shang with a look of contempt. "Divine Messenger, this profession is unlikely to have anyone who is his opponent, and the divine authority fragment directly allows the King of Great Qin to reward him privately. Why bother making a hand as if it's fair game and it's the rest of you who don't have what it takes? Yuck. Disgusting." Just after teleporting over, he was scolded by Lei Jianghao's head, and Chen Shang immediately felt a bit confused. "Inside out?" he murmured a sentence. A moment later, he reacted, Lei Jianghao was treating him as the great Qin King's inner circle? Chen Shang let out a bitter smile and shook his head. "You guessed wrong, it's not me who's the inner circle." "Not you?" Lei Jianghao froze. Who could that be? He knew Chen Shang's character. If Chen Shang was really the one who had been internalized, he would definitely not deny it. After all, internalization represented being valued by the King of Great Qin, which was a supreme honor. As much as he talks about being disgusted, it's only because he's not the one with the inside track. If he was the one who was finalized, I'm afraid he would be happier than anyone else, and the family tree would have to open a single page with him at the head. Chapter 62 Another Hidden Demon? Chen Shang shook his head and looked at the sky with a slight bitterness in his tone, saying, "I don't know. How is that possible?" Lei Jianghao was still somewhat incredulous in his heart. "Who amongst this generation can be a match for you, Chen Shang? If there is another person in the inner circle, who can beat you, Chen Shang, in the Tower of Heaven's remarks? Is it hard to believe that the King of Great Qin wants you to let go of the water? Impossible, there's no way that the King of Great Qin would do such a thing." Lei Jianghao decisively vetoed his idea. What kind of person is the King of De Qin, not to say that it is impossible for the King of De Qin to engage in such underhanded things? Even if it's true and Chen Shang let it go, what about him? With his strength, besides Chen Shang, who else would be able to win steadily against him? Even if it was Fong Hongyu, who was in the same top-tier profession, the two were only indistinguishable from each other, and it was hard to say who was losing and who was winning. Chen Shang didn't reply, he couldn't figure it out just the same. Seeing Chen Shang in this state, Lei Jianghao then did not continue to pursue the matter. "That's just it, the answer will be revealed after today. I'd like to see what kind of character is capable of being even stronger than you, Chen Shang." Lei Jianghao left behind a sentence and walked towards the inside of the Heaven's remarkable tower without looking back. When Lei Jianghao entered, Chen Shang first glanced at the Heaven's remarkable ranking. 100 levels of the Tower of Heaven's Pride, long occupation, dual blade knight, level, 4 turns, 133 levels. 99th floor of the Tower of Celestial Pride, by Lin occupation, astrologer, level, 4 turns and 137 levels. 98 levels of the Tower of Heaven's Remarks, Su Wang Occupation, Storm Mage, level, 4 turns and 129 levels. 97th floor of the Tower of Celestial Pride. Current Tower Breakers, Fong Hongyu, Lei Zhenghao. Tianjiao Tower level 33, Fong Hongyu Occupation, Heavenly Fire Mage, level, 4 turns, 148 levels. Tianjiao Tower level 1, Lei Zhenghao Occupation, Thunder Mage, level, 4 turns, 145 levels. Chen Shang shook his head. The only person who had broken into the tower was Fong Hongyu. The current first place winner was Wang Long, a man he had an impression of, and could not possibly be the inner circle of the great Qin King. As for Fong Hongyu, who was in the process of breaking into the tower, he also knew something about her, and it was equally impossible for her to be an insider. That means the man hasn't arrived yet? Or maybe it's already here, but it didn't start breaking into the tower? Chen Shang pondered in his heart and looked around. His eyes swept over and lingered on Qin Feng for a split second before skimming right over. He then shook his head, not dwelling on it, and headed directly towards the inside of the Heaven's Pride Tower. It's pointless to dwell on it. Occupy the 100th floor first, and you'll see it afterward. After Lei Zhenghao and Chen Shang both entered the Heaven's Remarks Tower, the crowd that had been silent for a long time once again talked. The inner circle? That is to say, this time for the Heaven's Remarkable Tower, the King of Great Qin has long had a candidate who was expected to win the top spot. The Shard of Divine Authority, was it prepared for that man? And that one just now should be the demonic person that Lei Zhenghao was talking about, right? A professional who surpasses the top professions? What profession is that? But he said that the man within is not him? Then who could it be? That means there is someone more powerful than him? Hiss. Really fake ah? This time's Heaven's Remarks Tower is also too exaggerated, right? The usual Heaven's Remarks Tower's top-level occupation is the limit. It's not enough for a demon to come out this time, there's actually a hidden demon? Chapter 63, Beastmaster? Turns out it's a brush with participation awards. The inner circle? A few moments of doubt passed through Qin Feng's gaze. No wonder this time the Heaven's Pride Tower would take out the Divine Authority fragment as a reward, so was that the reason? However, one wonders if the King of Great Qin had counted on the existence of this alien like himself. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth lifted up as he refocused his gaze on the leaderboard of the Heaven's Pride Tower. Current Tower Breakers, Fong Hongyu, Lei Zhenghao, Chen Shang. Tianjiao Tower 41st floor, Fong Hongyu Occupation, Heavenly Fire Mage, level, 4 turns, 148 levels. Tianjiao Tower level 11, Lei Zhenghao Occupation, Thunder Mage, level, 4 turns, 145 levels. The 13th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, Shen Shang Occupation, Messenger of the Gods, level, 4 turns, 150 levels. As his eyes swept over, Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Shen Shang Occupation, Messenger of God. Is this the profession that Lei Zhenghao said surpassed the top professions? Divine Messenger? For some reason, the moment he saw this occupation, Qin Feng suddenly had a strange thought. He opened his quest panel and looked over. Current task, the path of the 9 turns of the gods 2. Mission statement, the prestige of the gods. Mission requirement, suppress the Tower of Celestial Pride and give the Celestial Pride a bit of a godly shake. Length of assignment, unlimited. 9 turns of the path of the divine messenger? Qin Feng murmured in a low voice, chewing on the flavor of it, the strange thoughts in his heart growing stronger. He wouldn't have anything to do with himself in this profession, would he? After all, one is a quest to grow towards godhood, path of godhood, and the other is a profession, messenger of godhood, so it's hard not to let people think the wrong way. Qin Feng had an odd expression on his face and eventually shook his head, waving away the strange thoughts in his mind. This idea is just a bit outrageous and obviously unlikely. Watching the progress of the 3 people on the Heaven's Pride ranking soar, Qin Feng waited for a while longer, after discovering that there was no movement in the teleportation array and that no one continued to enter towards the inside of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower. He then took a step towards the inside of the Heaven's Pride Tower. As Qin Feng stepped inside the Heaven's Pride Tower, information about Qin Feng was also displayed on the leaderboard at the same time. Someone else went in. Which family's heavenly pride is this? Yeah? No? It's not a heavenly pride. Someone saw Qin Feng enter and hurriedly looked towards the Heaven's Pride rankings. Only a new name appeared at the top. Current Tower Breakers, Fong Hongyu, Lei Zhenghao, Chen Shang. Tianjiao Tower, level 43, Feng Hongyu Occupation, Heavenly Fire Mage, level, 4 turns, 148 levels. Tianjiao Tower level 15, Lei Zhenghao Occupation, Thunder Mage, level, 4 turns, 145 levels. Tianjiao Tower level 20, Shensheng Occupation, Divine Emissary, level, 4 turns, 150 levels. Tianjiao Tower level 1, Xin Feng Occupation, Beastmaster, level, 2nd turn level 90. 2nd turn, level 90, Imperial Beastmaster? I thought it was some heavenly pride, but it turned out to be a brush with the participation prize. Even the people on the first floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower are at least at the 3rd turn level, and a 2nd turn Imperial Beastmaster should be coming out soon. It's just that I don't know when that person within the inner circle that Lei Zhenghao just mentioned will appear. I really want to see what kind of profession it is that can be so favored by the great Qin King. Chapter 64, come on! Call out your strongest Imperial Beast. Inside the Heaven's Pride Tower. A series of messages were reflected above a circular mirror that emanated faint water waves. Name, Xin Feng, Occupation, Beastmaster, level, 2nd turn, 90th level. This is the mirror of the primordial, capable of manifesting information about a professional? Xin Feng looked at the mirrors that flowed like water waves on the wall in front of him. However, my current occupation should be, God Living Spirit Master, to be correct. Can this mirror of the original manifest only the professions given by this heaven and earth at the time of the profession's awakening? Xin Feng murmured slightly. Nope, certain professions can be strengthened and changed through special props, yet they will also be revealed by the mirror of the original. Xin Feng pondered as he remembered Wang Long on the 100th floor of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower. As far as he knew, the Twin Blade Knight of that Wang Long on the 100th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower was not the initial occupation. Rather, through special props, by the warrior profession, evolved and strengthened. The profession of Twin Blade Knight has been explained in the career class by a teacher who specifically gave examples. In that case, could it be that it's because of the evolution points that the mirror of the primordial has made its profession reveal itself as Beastmaster? Xin Feng had a judgment in his mind. The change in his occupation was initially caused by the evolution points evolving the first turn quest. His evolution points seemed to be an accidental product that did not belong to this side of the world. However, it was just right to show off with the profession of Beastmaster. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth lifted up as he looked to the steps to the side and took a step up. The first floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower. To the outside world, each layer of the Heaven's Pride Tower was no more than 5 meters in height, and the space was narrow. But once you enter it, you can find that the space here is actually a world of its own. Above his head, it is 10,000 miles high in the sky, although there is no sun or moon, but the sky is bright, as if he has entered another world. At this point, Wang Hao sat on top of the ground in a rather depressed manner. He was originally at the 4th floor of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower, and although he was at the bottom as usual, at least he wasn't completely at the bottom of the last place. It wasn't as if a Heaven's Pride came and directly pushed him out of the Heaven's Pride Tower. Who knew that just now, 3 Heaven's Pride in succession had broken into the tower, ing him directly from the 4th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower to the 1st floor. In case there was another Heaven's Pride, then I'm afraid that he would have to be squeezed out of the Heaven's Pride Tower, completely without any rewards. Wang Hao was depressed to the core and looked at the blue swirling mass of light not far away. However, just then, only the light cluster suddenly flickered, and a man clad in a black cloak suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Hao's heart thumped and he quickly stood up. No way, right after that? Feeling a little numb, he looked to the watery mirror next to the entrance to the blue vortex. Challenger, Xin Feng, Occupation, Beastmaster, Level 2, Level 90. A 2nd turn, 90 level Imperial Beastmaster? Wang Hao was dumbfounded and instantly relieved. Good guy, scared him, thought his luck was so backward, 3 heavenly prides in a row wasn't enough. There was going to be another one to push him right out of the Tower of Heaven's Pride. Luckily it's just a mixed participation prize. The Beastmaster profession relied on Imperial beasts to fight, and although it held an advantage amongst ordinary professions, the advantage wasn't so obvious when facing a heavenly pride like them. Especially since his rank was much higher than his opponents. Even if the other party harnessed a gold-level Imperial beast, there was absolutely no possibility of winning against him. Of course, to win him, it wasn't completely out of the question. It could be done if the other party possessed a returning Imperial beast. But how could this be possible? How many Imperial Beast Masters in this world had harnessed returned ancestor-level Imperial beasts in total? The amount of money that would be consumed trying to evolve a gold-level Imperial Beast to the returning ancestor level would even be able to pile up a 6th-turn Big Brother. Moreover, more importantly, the evolution of a gold-grade Imperial Beast into the returning ancestor grade had to be opened by a professional reaching the 4th turn in order for the evolution to be opened. In other words, less than 4 turns, even if you got together the evolution materials, you couldn't evolve the Imperial Beast. Of course, there was another way to go if you wanted to have a returned Imperial Beast before the 4th turn. That was to directly contract a returning grade Imperial Beast without going through evolution. However, not to mention that there hadn't been an initial returning grade Imperial Beast appearing in this world for 100 years. Even if you have monstrous luck and you do encounter it, the success rate of contracting a returning ancestor grade Imperial Beast with the strength of a 2nd turn was also less than 1 in 100,000. Not to say it's a fool's errand, but it could be considered as hard as hell. Wang Hao shook his head and looked at Qin Feng, waiting for him to withdraw. The rules of the Tower of Heavenly Pride: as long as you enter the challenge area, it is considered participation. You can consider whether to fight or not, depending on your strength. If you feel you are underpowered and simply withdraw, you can also collect the base participation prize. Wang Hao's gaze lingered on Qin Feng for a moment before he was ready to sit down directly. His profession was heavy sword fighter, not a top-tier profession, but it was still considered a superior profession. Moreover, his level had also reached the 3rd turning 112 levels. According to his thoughts, Qin Feng should have simply given up and quit the Heaven's Pride Tower. However, in the next second, his brows were slightly furrowed, only to see Qin Feng actually walking slowly towards him. Wang Hao's eyes showed surprise and frowned. "Aren't you going to quit? You should be able to see the difference between the two of us." Qin Feng walked to stand in front of Wang Hao and raised an eyebrow. "The gap between you and I? I can indeed see that." He affirmed Wang Hao's words, but the meaning was very different. "And you? Oh. I see." Wang Hao's words turned as if he had figured something out and said, "You are trying to hone your combat skills by fighting me, aren't you? After all, other than the Tower of Heaven's Pride, it's hard to find professionals whose combat power completely surpasses one's own and doesn't pose a life-threatening threat to one's own life for battle honing. Oh, then you will be satisfied." When he finished, his body shook with a sudden shock. A thick flow of mana and a wide, heavy sword suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. He slightly sidestepped, holding his sword in both hands, and the intense pressure from a 3rd-turn professional filled the space. "Don't worry, I won't let go. As a sign of respect, I will go all out and make you fully feel the gap between you and me." Wang Hao gazed at Qin Feng, his aura rising. As a heavy sword fighter, the moment he held his sword in both hands, he was accumulating power. Just waiting for the opponent to get close, then chopping out a strike that contained unrivaled power. This sword was a sword that no ordinary 4th turn would dare to take. Wang Hao's voice was loud and fierce. "Come on. Call forth your royal beast. Call forth your strongest Imperial Beast." Chapter 65. I bet on the number 1 in the Heaven's Pride ranking, 100 floors. "Come on. Call forth your royal beast. Call forth your strongest Imperial Beast." As the bellowing voice entered his ears, Qin Feng could not help but be slightly stunned as he felt the ever-condensing aura of Wang Hao's body. With that, he suppressed the intention within his heart that was originally prepared to call out the Golden Crow. Looking at Wang Hao with a somewhat odd expression, he asked, "The strongest Imperial Beast, are you sure?" "Naturally sure." Wang Hao didn't hesitate to open his mouth. He was slightly dissatisfied in his heart. Could it be that the other party was still planning to hold back in the face of himself? For a 2nd turn to face a 3rd turn and still harbor such a mindset was simply foolish. If the two were life and death rivals, the other party would undoubtedly be asking for death. "Okay." Receiving Wang Hao's affirmation, Qin Feng instantly stopped hesitating and slightly raised his palm. Boom! The sun gives birth to thunder. Next moment. Sky, it's dark. Dark clouds swept across the sky, between flashes of thunder. A dragon-shaped creature that covered the sky appeared in the sky, its huge head poking out from the dark clouds and gazing indifferently at Wang Hao. Terrifying dragon might filled the air, and a great ferocious aura swept across the sky. Snap! The heavy sword that Wang Hao had been condensing for a long time and had been building up momentum fell uncontrollably on top of the ground. The aura of his body was pouring out. Clueless. He was utterly confused. His body couldn't stop trembling under the gaze of the enormous creature. The monstrous dragon's might mixed with a terrifyingly ferocious aura caused his sweaty hairs to stand on end, his skin to tingle, and his scalp to explode. He swore. He had never seen such a terrifying creature before, not even the world boss gave him such a powerful sense of oppression. This feeling was as if one's life and death were no longer within one's grasp, and with just a gentle opening of its mouth, one would fall completely. Is this thing that guy's imperial beast? Wang Hao's neck stiffened as he craned his head to look at Qin Feng, who was not far away. Really? I'm not dreaming, am I? Wang Hao pinched the flesh of his arm and pinched hard. A clear pain came over him, making sure he wasn't dreaming. Nima. This thing, what level imperial beast is it? A homecoming class? No. This aura was by no means the aura that a returning imperial beast should have. Then, a terrifying thought flashed through Wang Hao's mind, and cold sweat instantly broke out. Ancient grade? Ancient level imperial beasts? A second turn imperial beast master harnessing an ancient grade imperial beast? This. How is that possible? Are you kidding me? This kind of thing was so unbelievable that even though it happened in front of him, it was a little hard for him to believe. But even if he had a hard time accepting it, the huge creature that covered the sky in front of him, as well as the terrifying aura of ferocious might that filled the air, could not be faked. More importantly, there was this attribute panel that floated in front of him. Current Imperial Beast, Black Dragon King. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 75. Power, 250,000. Physique, 225,000. Agility, 185,000. Spirit, 180,000. Combat power, 330,000. Ancient grade Black Dragon King with over 300,000 combat power. How the do you fight? Wang Hao looked at Qin Feng and squeezed out a smile worse than tears on his face. I surrender. Please take the avatar. Wang Hao's voice was trembling a little. He suddenly understood why Qin Feng had repeated those two sentences. I do see the gap between you and me. The strongest imperial beast, are you sure? Since you mean that there is a huge gap between me and you. Nima. If I had told you that you harnessed an ancient level imperial beast, I would have just quit. Why do you need to go to such lengths? Even the ancient grade imperial beasts were summoned. What can I do? Wang Hao's eyes suddenly had a few more points of grudges in them as he looked at Qin Feng, and his entire body broke a bit of defense. Seeing that Wang Hao had already surrendered, Qin Feng no longer hesitated and gently waved his hand. The Black Dragon King was instantly retrieved within the imperial beast space. At the same time, a ray of light dispelled the darkness. As the dark clouds gradually dispersed, the sky suddenly regained its light once again. The sense of oppression brought about by the Black Dragon King disappeared, and Wang Hao's strongly held aura dispersed, completely losing control of his body. He fell to the ground with a plop, his legs weak, his body already drenched in cold sweat. His face was pale and he was panting heavily, looking at Qin Feng as if he had seen a ghost. A full minute passed before he finally slowed down and slowly braced himself to stand. He looked at Qin Feng, the undissolved panic still in his eyes, his lips pale, hesitated and asked, "May I ask, is that really an ancient great imperial beast?" Even though he had already decided in his mind, he still wanted to get the exact answer from Qin Feng's mouth. Qin Feng looked at him and nodded. That's right, ancient great imperial beast, Black Dragon King. He did not deny it, and since he had already summoned it, Qin Feng had no intention of continuing to deliberately hide it. Upon hearing Qin Feng's reply, Wang Hao tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a dry smile as he clasped his fists at Qin Feng and decisively left the Heaven's Pride Tower. He knew in his heart that it wouldn't be long before all the Heaven's Pride Pagoda's prides would be shocked by this beast royal master. Outside the Celestial Pride Tower. It's coming out, someone's coming out. Someone with sharp eyes was the first to see the figure that was walking out of the Heaven's Pride Tower. It's that Imperial Beast Master, right? After all, it's only the second turn, it's just mixing a participation prize, it's normal to come out. No. It's not that Royal Beast Master, it's Wang Hao from the first tier of the Heaven's Pride ranking. When Wang Hao completely stepped out of the Heaven's Remarks Tower, his figure clearly appeared in front of the crowd. Someone's eyes widened and they shrieked out in shock. What? Wang Hao? What the hell? How could it be Wang Hao? He's a third turn level 112, heavy sword fighter. How could he be squeezed out of the Heaven's Pride Tower by a mere second turn Royal Beast Master? Yeah, what's going on? Even if that Royal Beast Master contracted 2 gold grade Royal Beasts, there's no way they'd be a match for Wang Hao, right? The onlookers looked at each other in disbelief. It's not going to be a letdown, is it? The other party is someone from some big power that promised Wang Hao favors? It feels possible, otherwise it doesn't make sense. The crowd murmured. Until Wang Hao walked in front of him, one person suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Wang Hao, what benefits did the other party promise you? To actually make you willing to give up the Heaven's Pride ranking? It was important to know that the Heaven's Pride Tower rankings were not only a quest reward, but also honor. The top 100 of the young generation's Heavenly Pride, with this reputation, it was not difficult to join certain forces. From this, it could be seen that the benefits promised by the other party were bound to be enormous. Benefits? However, upon hearing the question, Wang Hao, whose face was still a bit pale, was slightly stunned. But soon, it also reacted. Is this a suspicion that he let go of the water? Oh. He couldn't help but lose his smile as he looked at the list ranking of the Heaven's Pride Tower and suddenly said, how about we make a bet? A bet? What's the bet? The man who asked didn't react, and the onlookers were similarly puzzled. Wang Hao reached out and pointed to the leaderboard list of the Heaven's Pride Tower. Didn't you guys suspect me of letting it go? Let's bet on this Imperial Beast Master, to be able to break through to the first few floors. The man who asked the question finally understood. So it's this bet, good. I wonder what you, Wang Hao, mean? Seeing that he agreed, a smile appeared on Wang Hao's face and he slowly extended a finger. I bet, first in the Tower of Heavenly Pride. 100 floors. Chapter 66, I'm sorry to make you spend so much money. I bet, first in the Tower of Heavenly Pride. 100 floors. The moment Wang Hao said this, the entire room instantly fell into a deathly silence. The onlookers looked at each other, and the way they looked at Wang Hao was like they were looking at a little cutie. Like 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Put. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter came first, and the scene was plunged into an uproar of laughter. Ha 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 ha. What did he just say? Did I hear you right? First in the Tower of Heaven's remarks, 100 floors? Ha 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 ha. A second turn Imperial Beast Master who dares to presume to be number 1 in the Heaven's Pride Tower? This is treating us like little cuties. Is that so? Not to mention the 100th floor, I don't think he'll be able to break through the second floor. That's right, the person occupying the second floor is Su Bin. He has the most rigid character, it's absolutely impossible for him to be bribed. Yeah, Wang Hao wouldn't think that other people would be like him, letting go for a little bit of immediate gain, would he? The sound of mockery entered his ears, but Wang Hao was as if he hadn't heard it, and the smile at the corners of his mouth instead grew brighter, and even his pale color gradually faded. Since you guys are so confident, how about we play a big game? Oh? I wonder how much you, Wang Hao, can afford to pay? In the crowd, a young man with a black mole on his chin walked out, his tone carrying a bit of arrogance. His name was Li Shan, and he was the one who first questioned Wang Hao's water release. Wang Hao's eyebrows gently raised and his heart was slightly happy that the fish had taken the bait. He slowly stretched out a finger, 10 million. 10 million alliance coins, I'll bet on the 100th floor of his Heaven's Pride Tower. Although I, Wang Hao, am not a person of top power, but I have saved up some money at the moment, so I will play with you guys, how about it? Hearing this, Li Shan let out a pft of a laugh. 10 million league coins? Wang Hao, you call this playing a big game? What's the point of this money? 100 million, if you ask me. How about 100 million? You, Wang Hao, shouldn't be so bad that you can't take it out, right? Li Shan's words were filled with provocation. According to his estimation, 100 million should be Wang Hao's limit. Even if they could come up with it, it would definitely be a number to shed skin. He and Wang Hao belonged to the same secondary city, and had not dealt with each other since they were young, and he naturally would not let go of the opportunity to pickpocket a layer of Wang Hao's skin, not to mention the fact that Wang Hao himself had sent it up to let himself pickpocket it. As expected, Li Shan's words came out. Wang Hao immediately revealed a flash of hesitation, his face struggling. Seeing this, Li Shan took the opportunity to add fire again. What? You, Wang Hao, wouldn't even be able to take this out, would you? In that case, I think it's better for you Wang Hao to get back while you still can, tuck your tail between your legs, and don't come out to disgrace yourself. Li Shan's words fell. Wang Hao instantly raised his head and looked at him with an angry face. You! Li Shan, who says I can't take it out? Okay, 100 million is 100 million, bet it. His face flushed red with an annoyed look, but in reality, his heart was already happy. Only he knew clearly how terrifying that so-called second-turn Imperial Beast Master was. Yes. Li Shan decisively clapped his hands, as if he was afraid that Wang Hao would back out. Just then, the onlookers were also up in arms at the sight. Don't, what's the point of just the two of you playing, let us place a bet too. Yeah, we're in. I'll bet $5 million that Beast Master can't exceed the 20th floor, or else it's my loss. 20 floors? I'll bet $10 million on 10 floors, and I'll lose if it's more than 10 floors. I think you two are still too conservative, $50 million, I'll bet on the 5th floor, and I'll lose if I go beyond the 5th floor. Listening to the words of the crowd, Wang Hao was so ecstatic in his heart that he almost laughed out loud, but on the surface, he made a struggling appearance. A moment later, Fong clenched his teeth. Good. Wang Hao, take it. What a spirit. Li Shan laughed. In order to avoid anyone from cheating, I'll personally offer a contract scroll, so let's all sign the contract. After saying that, he raised his hand and made a move. A scroll with a blue glow then appeared in the palm of his hand. This was an extremely usual contract scroll that could write the contents of the contract on its own and perform multiple contracts at the same time. Once a contract is signed of one's own accord, it cannot be broken, or else it will be sanctioned by the heavenly Tao. As Li Shan finished writing the contents of the contract, the people signed the contract of their own accord. Wang Hao didn't hesitate either and decisively completed the signing. In the next moment, the contract scrolls automatically crumbled and turned into dots of blue light that merged into the body of each person who signed the contract. Ha, the contract has been finalized, Wang Hao, I'm afraid I'll have to break your bank this time. Li Shan laughed out loud, incomparably happy. $100 million, even for him, was definitely a lot of money. What's more, with the bets placed by the others, it worked out to be at least 200 million alliance dollars. Wang Hao not only shed layers of skin, I'm afraid to use the power of the family to pay off. He walked up to Wang Hao, wanting to pat Wang Hao's shoulder and look at Wang Hao's forlorn, angry expression. However, just as he stopped, he saw Wang Hao look up at him. In his eyes, however, there was not half a bit of despondency and annoyance, but instead, he was full of sarcasm. The feeling was like watching a jumping clown jumping up and down. A clown? Li Shan froze, and with it came a strong sense of disbelief. Why is he looking at me like that? Why is he looking at me like that? He should be feeling angry and annoyed. What do you mean by that look? Li Shan opened his mouth and asked. Nothing? Wang Hao laughed and instead raised his hand to pat Li Shan's shoulder. Mostly, I'm weirdly embarrassed to have broken your bank. Broke? You're saying I'm broke? Li Shan was almost laughed out of breath. You don't really think that this Imperial Beast Master will be able to rush to the 100th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower, do you? Wang Hao spread his hands and said with a disinterested face, then just watch. Ha! Li Shan sneered. I hope you'll still be so mouthy later. After saying this, he turned his head decisively and once again placed his gaze on the Heaven's Pride ranking. And it was at this moment that his pupils suddenly shrunk, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Only on the list of Heaven's Pride, it was clearly displayed. Current Tower Breakers, Fang Hongyu, Lei Zhenghao, Chen Sheng, Xin Feng. 57th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, Fang Hongyu Occupation, Heavenly Fire Mage, level, 4 turns, 148 levels. Tianjiao Tower level 35, Lei Zhenghao Occupation, Thunder Mage, level, 4 turns, 145 levels. Tianjiao Tower level 32, Chen Sheng Occupation, Divine Emissary, level, 4 turns and 150 levels. Tianjiao Tower, 11th floor, Xin Feng Occupation, Beast Master, level, 2nd turn, 90th level. Chapter 67 Ancient Great Evil, is it not just talk? What the hell? Am I blind? He. When did he rush to the 11th floor? No? Old Zhao, quickly help me see if my eyes are broken? A 2nd turn Imperial Beast Master? The 11th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower? These words combined together, why can't I read them anymore? Old Zhao, you're crazy, what are you doing chopping me with a sword? Ah. It's okay, I'll try to see if I'm dreaming. It doesn't seem like it should be a dream now. The onlookers were completely stunned and doubted their eyes. They hadn't looked at it for just a moment, and this beast master had already rushed to the 11th floor? Really? It's outrageous. While the crowd was still in shock, suddenly, one person yelled and cried out. Naya! My money! He was the one who bet $10 million on the 10th floor, originally wanting to make some money and purchase equipment. Who knew it had only just begun and he'd already lost? His own occupation is ordinary, and now he is only at the second turn. $10 million is already his entire fortune. Now, it can be said that it is a night back to liberation. How can you not cry? Just as he wiped his tears, a man tapped him on the shoulder, his face expressionless. Brother, don't cry, you've only lost $10 million, but I've lost all $50 million. $30 million of that is still money I borrowed and was going to use for my daughter-in-law. I have ordinary talent. My old husband wanted me to put up $50 million in dowry before he would marry his daughter to me, and now it's all gone. His voice was calm, with no rise or fall. The man stopped crying instantly when he heard that. Brother, you are a man of great fortitude. How do you take out a loan to marry your wife and be so calm now that the money is gone? It's nothing. When people die, their hearts are still. His eyes were lifeless, and when he finished, he walked in a daze towards a river in the distance. Calm down, brother. A few people shook their heads and stopped the man seeking death with a sigh, continuing to focus on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Luckily I bet on the 50th floor and didn't panic at all. Yeah, being able to break into the 10th floor should be the limit. Hey, it's a good thing I didn't try to be brave and press below the 100th floor. I pressed 20 floors, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. By the way, how many floors are we up to now? Saying that, he looked toward the Heaven's Pride ranking again, and his body suddenly shook, only to see that it clearly showed. Tianjiao Tower 23rd floor, Qin Feng occupation, Beastmaster, level, second turn 90. Me. He was also dumbfounded. Li Shan's face was gloomy as he looked towards Wang Hao, who was sitting leisurely and cozy. The smile on his face, the look of relief deeply irritated his nerves. Don't get too happy. Wang Hao, I know why you're so convinced that a second-turn Imperial Beast Master can become number 1 on the Heaven's Pride ranking. If I'm not mistaken, he should have contracted a returning ancestor-class Imperial Beast by some unknown means, right? It's unbelievable, but not entirely impossible. Top-tier encounters, coupled with top-tier luck, it is indeed possible for a second-turn Imperial Beast Master to successfully harness a returning ancestor-grade Imperial Beast. His voice was low, and his words turned. Unfortunately, you don't realize that there is a professional who has surpassed the top-tier professions appearing in the Heaven's Pride Tower this time around. The returning ancestor-level Imperial Beasts are certainly strong, but the second-turn level, which is not yet able to perform Imperial Beast transits, is not the top returning ancestor level. Granted, even so, he still has a chance of winning against a top combat profession at the 4th turn level. But, saying that, his gaze went to the name on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Shen Shang, occupation, Messenger of the Gods, level, 4 turns and 150 levels. Compared to this person, even at the returning ancestor level, there is only one defeat. He looked at Wang Hao, his voice decisive and his gaze full of confidence. However, the change in Wang Hao's face that he had imagined did not appear. He just yawned and reached out to pull his fingers out of his ears. Finished? Wang Hao skimmed his mouth, not half panicking, and his eyes didn't even glance toward the Heaven's remarkable list. Are you kidding me? He did not know though that among the professionals this time around, a profession that surpassed the top professionals had appeared. But what does that matter? No matter what your profession is, in front of the Black Dragon King, there is only one result: kneel down obediently. Ancient level great evil, is it not just talk? Li Shan's fists were clenched tightly. Wang Hao's demeanor gave him the feeling that he had punched his fist on cotton, and he was completely unable to use any force. No matter what he said, the other party didn't care at all, and seemed to be flat out certain that Imperial Beast Master would win. Li Shan was extremely angry, his eyes staring at Wang Hao with a deadly glare. When you see the end, you'll realize how naive you were. At that time, he would ruthlessly humiliate Wang Hao and rub his face on the ground thoroughly. A little bit of time passes. Within the Skyline Tower, the 97th floor. After another opponent had conceded defeat, Qin Feng stood at the same spot. The Heaven's remarkable tower had automatically restored his body to its optimal state. Within this Heaven's Pride Tower, in order to guarantee fairness, there is an extremely strong characteristic set within it. At the end of each battle, the Tower of Heavenly Pride will automatically restore both sides to the best condition to facilitate the next battle. This optimal state does not only refer to physical strength, but all aspects including skill cooldowns. Under this characteristic, in every battle, both sides could fight to the best of their abilities without the need to hold back. When a party's life value is 0, a healing effect is automatically applied to him and the Tower of Heaven's Pride and intervention is made to end the battle. However, these 90 or so layers, Qin Feng was completely devoid of the exhilaration of fighting. As long as he summoned the Black Dragon King, his opponent would automatically admit defeat without exception. It was an uninteresting process, but it saved him a lot of work. After all, these so-called Heaven's Pride, even if they fought, there was absolutely no way to make him serious. With one breath, Black Dragon King can directly blow a piece of the population to death. The next level, who will it be? He whispered softly to himself, remembering the 3 in the outside world. Qin Feng had read the list of Heaven's Pride and remembered their names. Feng Hongyu Occupation, Heavenly Fire Mage, level, 4 turns and 148 levels. Lei Zhenghao Occupation, Thunder Mage, level, 4 turns and 145 levels. Shen Sheng Occupation, Messenger of the Gods, level, 4 turns and 150 levels. Unsurprisingly, it shouldn't be that Chen Sheng. As for which one of Feng Hongyu or Lei Zhenghao it is, we will have to see to find out. Gently smiling, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance and lifted his steps to step in. Chapter 68, I'm not in the habit of keeping my hands off, so be careful. Outside the Celestial Pride Tower. The professionals who were always watching the Heaven's Pride ranking had long since widened their eyes and breathed in sharply. At the moment, the money they lost had long been put behind them. They stared tightly at the Heaven's Pride list, shock written all over their faces. On the Heaven's Pride list, clear rankings came into view. The 100th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, Shen Sheng Occupation, Messenger of the Gods, level, 4th turn, level 150. 99th floor of the Tower of Heaven's Remarks, Feng Hongyu Occupation, Heavenly Fire Mage, level, 4 turns, 148 levels. Tianjia Tower level 98, Lei Zhenghao Occupation, Thunder Mage, level, 4 turns, 145 levels. Current Tower Breaker, Qin Feng. 97th floor of the Tower of Celestial Pride, Qin Feng Occupation, Beastmaster, level, 2nd turn, 90th level. 97 floors. He actually broke through to the 97th floor? What's the situation? A 2nd turn Imperial Beastmaster has this kind of combat power? Are you sure the Heaven's Remarkable Tower list shows no errors? At this moment, there was no longer anyone who questioned that Qin Feng had relied on benefits to get to the Heaven's Pride Tower. Kidding aside, to buy all the Heavenly Pride with money, what astronomical amount would it have to be? What's more, not all Heavenly Prides can be bought by money, among them certain great power Heavenly Prides. Which one is the one who lacks money? Could it be, is it really like what Li Shan said, that this Imperial Beast Master has contracted a returning ancestor Great Imperial Beast? What kind of adverse weather luck is this? On the next level, it's Lei Zhenghao of the Tianjing Lei clan, a top 4-turn Thunder Mage. I wonder how he'll fare against this Imperial Beast Master. A 4th turn 145 level Thunder Mage, a top tier profession that mainly kills and destroys, and the level is also close to the 4th turn limit. I'm afraid that the real combat power is not as weak as some 5th turn professionals. However, if it's really a returning ancestor Great Imperial Beast, I'm afraid it's really hard to tell, and it's possible for either of the two to win. The crowd looked at the leaderboard list and talked about it. At this moment, Li Shan also spoke. Thunder Mages have the strongest power to kill, plus Lei Zhenghao comes from the Tianjing Lei family, and since the day of his professional awakening, he would be arranged by the family elders to have all sorts of battles honed. The returning ancestor Great Imperial Beast is certainly strong, but in my opinion, Lei Zhenghao has a better chance of winning. It makes sense, Lei Zhenghao's own combat power is not inferior, coupled with his rich combat experience, the chances of winning are at least 70%. Awesome, Brother Li's analysis is on point. The onlookers chimed in, recognizing what Li Shan had said. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction appeared on Li Shan's face. Although he was pressing for the final Chen Shang, he naturally wouldn't let go of being able to put some eyeballs on Wang Hao before that. However, their words just fell. A disdainful snorting voice, however, came over at this moment. Analyzing the situation, why don't you take a good look at the Heaven's Pride ranking first? Wang Hao's voice was lazy and his tone was filled with mockery. The Heaven's Pride list? Li Shan froze. With that, the crowd stopped their discussion and looked over. Tianjiao Tower, 97th floor, Lei Zhenghao, profession Thunder Mage, level, 4 turns, 145 levels. Current Tower Breaker, Xin Feng. Heaven's Pride Tower level 98, Xin Feng, profession Beastmaster, level, 2nd turn level 90. The 98th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower is up? How long has this been going on? 1 minute? Lei Zhenghao, a 4th turn top tier Thunder Mage, lost in 1 minute? This is too much of an exaggeration, isn't it? The crowd had been completely confused. Originally, in their opinion, the battle between the two was at least evenly matched. Even if Lei Zhenghao was to lose, it would be at least half an hour later, which would have thought that the fight would be over in just 1 minute? That Imperial Beast Master, he wouldn't have harnessed 2 rejuvenation level Imperial Beasts, right? Suddenly, one person's tone trembled as he uttered an extremely bold guess. 2 re-entry levels? This. Someone wanted to retort, but after opening his mouth, he couldn't say anything. One must know that the only Imperial Beastmaster in the world who had harnessed 2 returning ancestor-grade Imperial Beasts at the same time was the president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, Zhou Fu. Some 5th turn level Imperial Beastmasters were still going through a lot of trouble for the first returning ancestor level. Now, you're saying that a mere 2nd turn Imperial Beastmaster actually has 2 returning levels at the same time? How is that to be believed? But if one didn't believe it, how should one explain the ability to resolve a top-tier 4th turn Thunder Mage in this minute in front of one's eyes? 1 return level is already a top-tier chirography child, too. Is this the difference between people? The crowd laughed bitterly and lamented in their hearts. Such as Lei Zhenghao, Feng Hongyu, and Shen Shang, they were not jealous. The top professions, that was pure and simple talent, they had no way to be jealous. But this Imperial Beast Master in front of them, who was at a similar level to them, but at the 2nd turn, caused a hint of jealousy to rise in their hearts. To be able to harness 2 returning ancestor-level Imperial Beasts in the 2nd turn, this wasn't talent, this was pure luck. 2 re-entry levels? Li Shan slightly twisted his head to glance at Wang Hao. No wonder you have such confidence, is this your backbone? It's a pity. That Shen Shang also has the strength to crush Lei Zhenghao, and the 2 rejuvenation levels may not be invincible. After saying that, Li Shan didn't say anything more and quietly looked at the Heaven's remarkable ranking, waiting for the results. Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head as he listened to the speculations of the crowd. 2 returning ancestor classes was indeed the limit of what they could think of. Unfortunately, they still underestimated that person. 98 floors of the Heaven's Pride Tower. Lei Zhenghao frowned lightly as he looked at the man who took a step towards him. 2nd turn, level 90, Imperial Beastmaster? He murmured slightly, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. To be able to walk here, is he a person of great fortune? Harnessing a returning ancestor-grade Imperial Beast? In just a moment, he had a guess. Spinning around, the corners of his mouth lifted. It's somewhat interesting, although there are Imperial Beastmasters among the battles arranged by the family elders, the gold level is already the limit, and the revert level is the first time I've faced it. As it happens, I also have a handful of lightning transformation skills, so how about I try it out with you? Come. Don't let me down. As the tone fell, Lei Zhenghao suddenly pointed a finger to the sky. Boom! The mana in his body surged, and in an instant, it turned into purple thunderbolts that rushed up into the sky. Without the need for chanting, a huge thunder python glittering with purple lightning appeared in the sky. This was a skill he had used countless times and had long since perfected the ability to instantly fire. Lei Zhenghao stepped on top of the thunder python's head and slowly approached Qin Feng, the corners of his mouth grinning. How about this thunder python of mine? Come on, summon your returning ancestor-level Imperial Beast, don't let me down. Homecoming level? Qin Feng shook his head and lost his smile. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. When these words came out, Lei Zhenghao was dumbfounded, thinking, could it be that he had guessed wrong? But how can you break in here without a return level? He frowned slightly, a little puzzled. Just as he was about to ask again, he saw Qin Feng casually raise his hand. A voice drifted in with it. But the ancient level should be to your liking as well, right? Next moment. Heaven and earth changed color. Boom! Black clouds cover the sky, obscuring all light. Between the flashes of lightning, a huge dragon head slowly poked out from among the clouds. A pair of vertical pupils emanating cold emotions came closer to Lei Python and gazed at Lei Zhenghao. Shasta! Lei Zhenghao's face changed wildly, shocked to the extreme. Compared to this huge dragon head poking out from the black clouds, the thunder python under his feet was simply like an earthworm. Moreover, at this moment, the thunder python under his feet was actually trembling, and the thunder and lightning condensed figure was faintly showing signs of collapsing. Bit press? Lei Zhanghao's mouth was open and his body was vaguely trembling. Ancient level, Black Dragon King? A monster has come to the Tower of Heaven's Pride this time. I, for one, concede defeat. A dry voice came out of Lei Zhanghao's mouth. Qin Feng nodded his head and retrieved the Black Dragon King. The black cloud cleared and the light returned. The thunder dragon under Lei Zhanghao's feet also collapsed, and his body shook a few times as he slowly sat on top of the ground. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, he actually propped his hands on the ground and let out a wild laugh. Qin Feng frowned, unsure, but he saw Lei Zhanghao laughing with incomparable joy. I got it, ha 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 ha. That internalized person is indeed not you Qin Shang ha 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 ha. This time, I'll also let you, Qin Shang, feel what it's like to fail, to feel what it's like to fall from the clouds. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He kept laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes, but he still wouldn't stop. Until a failure alert came from within the Tower of Heaven's Pride. A flash of streaming light flashed by, teleporting Lei Zhanghao from the 98th floor wrapped up to the 97th floor before the laughter disappeared from Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng shook his head and did not look deeper into the reasons for this as he moved his feet and stepped into the next layer. 99 floors of the Heaven's Pride Tower. Qin Feng stood peacefully, and in front of him was Fang Hongyu with long fiery red hair. Ha! Fang Hongyu's beautiful eyes turned, revealing a flash of surprise. Second turn 90 level, Imperial Beast Master? Did you actually defeat Lei Zhanghao? She was astonished in her heart as she moved her long legs towards Qin Feng. I'm a little curious, how did you beat Lei Zhanghao? Even if it's me, it's extremely difficult to defeat Lei Zhanghao, and there's even a risk of failure. Even if you harness a returning ancestor great Imperial Beast, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to defeat him. As she spoke, Fang Hongyu had already arrived at Qin Feng's side. She stayed close to Qin Feng and looked at him with a strong curiosity in her eyes. As Fang Hongyu's body approached, Qin Feng clearly felt a fragrance haunting the tip of his nose. He subconsciously wanted to take half a step back, yet Fang Hongyu moved her feet and stuck closer. Lei Zhanghao and I are of equal strength. If you can defeat him, you should be able to defeat me. I'm not in the habit of keeping my hands to myself, though. Be careful. The last 3 words just came out. Suddenly, Qin Feng's face changed slightly. Only to see that Fang Hongyu, who was originally close to herself and exhaling like an orchid, suddenly erupted with intense flames all over her body, followed by a palm that printed on Qin Feng. Chapter 69, Silent Heavenly Flame, Damage -1? Boom! Terrifying flames raged, directly covering Qin Feng. At the same time, Fang Hongyu's figure quickly retreated and began chanting under her breath. 3 seconds later, a huge fireball appeared in the sky. Fang Hongyu reached out and pointed, and the huge fireball instantly smashed towards Qin Feng. Boom boom boom. Like a meteorite falling. Explosions spread in fire reflected the sky and the earth. Qin Feng's figure was completely submerged in the flames. Can't even call out the Imperial Beasts? A hint of doubt appeared in Fang Hongyu's beautiful eyes. Although she had the element of sneak attack and possessed a head start, but if it was a royal beast master with some strength, it wouldn't be so bad that she wouldn't even be able to conjure up a royal beast when she unleashed her second skill. How did Lei Zhanghao lose to such an imperial beast master? Without summoning the imperial beasts, take it hard with your physical body. A mere second turn, even with the defense reduction of the imperial beasts and the damage transfer skill, this strike is enough to bring his life to 0. Fang Hongyu was extremely confident that without summoning the imperial beasts, the personal attributes of an imperial beast master were very weak. Just, why hadn't the Tower of Heaven's Pride sent out the message that the battle was over? Did. Fang Hongyu frowned and looked at that location. The flames slowly dissipated, and a figure slowly stepped out from it. Qin Feng's face was as normal as he stepped out. Not bad, some level. He exclaimed in admiration, deliberately approaching through questioning and then making a sneak attack really surprised him a bit. Although this was not a bright tactic, within this Heaven's Pride Tower, the two were enemies. Preach light means to your enemy, then your enemy will show you what darkness is. With this strike, but any other Imperial Beast Master, even if they were of the same 4th turn, I'm afraid that they would be in deep trouble. It's just a shame that she met herself. Skill, Symbiosis. Introduction. Passive skill, 100% of the injuries sustained by the Master of the Living Spirit will be transferred to the Imperial Beast. Under Symbiosis, one was fearless of any sneak attacks. How can you be? How can you be okay? Fong Hongyu froze, completely unable to understand. Not to mention Qin Feng, a second-turn Imperial Beast Master, or a fourth-turn Knight who was known for his defense. In the case of receiving 2 of her skills, it would be impossible to remain unharmed. There's no rush. Qin Feng waved his hand and did not explain. The skill just now shouldn't be your strongest skill yet. I can give you another chance. I know that the stronger the mage, the longer the skill will take to chant. I'll give you time. Within 3 minutes, feel free to attack as you please, and if you can hurt me, I'll lose. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Fong Hongyu with a calm gaze. Although Fong Hongyu's sneak attack did not injure him, it did make him slightly upset. Moreover, he also wanted to see to which extent the strongest attack of a fourth-turn top professional could go. The fourth-turn 148 level Heavenly Fire Mage's damage was not weaker than some fifth-turn professionals, so I wondered if it could break through the Heavenly Xuanwu's defense. You underestimate me? A few moments of anger flowed from Fong Hongyu's pretty face as her silver teeth clenched. Even if you harnessed a top defense lineage returning ancestor grade Imperial Beast, you are not qualified to be so arrogant in front of me. Flames floated in her beautiful eyes. Although I don't know how you just did it, right now, you will definitely regret your arrogance. As the words fell, Fong Hongyu's arms stretched out and a low chanting sound rang out from her mouth. Shasta. The air is dry. The moisture in heaven and earth seemed to be vaporized. The free fire element in the air gradually surfaced. Countless burning flame elements floated between heaven and earth. The stars were endless, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to be on fire. In the next moment, the endless flames that covered heaven and earth seemed to have been summoned by something and converged towards Fong Hongyu, then attached themselves to Fong Hongyu's body. As more and more flame elements attached to Fong Honyu's body, only to hear a boom sound, her body suddenly burned up a blazing fire, turning her whole body into a huge fireman. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Body magic type magic? That's rare. Usually, the mage's spells were long-distance battles that tried to avoid close contact. After all, the mage's body did not hold an advantage over other professions. But this body magic class magic was the opposite, attaching the magic to itself. Each attack was like a powerful magic release. The fact that Fong Hongyu, a woman, could actually cast such a magic actually surprised him a bit. Between the jumps in thought, Fong Hongyu had already finished her chant. Her pupils were covered in flames as she looked at Qin Feng, her vermilion lips lightly opening. Bust you. As the words fell, she slammed her foot down. The earth looked like it had been struck by a meteorite, instantly collapsing into a deep pit of burning flames. At the same time, Fong Hongyu's burning flame figure instantly flew out and slammed a fist on top of Qin Feng's face. Boom! This punch was powerful and heavy, mixed with ferocious flames. However, when it landed on Qin Feng's face, it only caused him to be slightly skewed, not even leaving a single bruise. Fong Hongyu's pupils were slightly shocked in disbelief. However, she did not think carefully and turned around to whip another leg at Qin Feng. Boom! 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 The successive attacks rained down like a raging storm. Each strike was no weaker than a strike from an unusual fifth-turn professional. However, the more she fought, the more frightened she became. Under her constant attacks, Qin Feng's figure was pleasantly unmoving, and he didn't even call out the royal beasts. Standing there, she was like an immortal shield. No matter what attack could not hurt her in the slightest. How is it possible? How is it possible? Fong Hongyu took a few steps back, panting slightly. The shock in his eyes was practically overflowing. Not to mention that Qin Feng was a royal beast master, she even suspected that Qin Feng was a fifth-turn knight. Even a fifth-turn knight would have difficulty achieving Qin Feng's current performance. This was a real hard resistance to all her attacks. This was a bit too terrifying. I don't believe I can't beat you. The firelight on Fong Hongyu's body gradually dissipated, and she stared at her beautiful eyes as she chanted once again. Complex chanting sounds rang out from her mouth. A little bit of time passed, and her chant this time was even longer compared to the previous 2 times. The sky was red, as if something was about to come to this world from beyond the heavens. Fong Hongyu's chanting voice gradually became more urgent, and even her face gradually paled. After a full minute had passed, the chanting sound from her mouth finally stopped. The corners of her mouth quirked up in a tired smile. Skill, silent heavenly fire. Next. Boom. The sky was completely ablaze. A dark purple dragon-shaped flame appeared in the sky. The entire sky was lit up by the purple fire, and space seemed to be distorted, unable to withstand the blazing heat. Shinfeng looked at it with interest, a look of surprise on his face. This strike was already no weaker than the Golden Crow's flame, and it was even superior. This time, I don't believe I can't still beat you. Feng Hongyu's voice rang out. At that instant, the purple dragon in the sky swooped down towards Qin Feng with a terrifying might and smashed straight onto him. Boom 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 boom. The explosions were unrelenting. The purple dragon fell, and wherever the purple fire stained, it burned everywhere. The blazing heat had a tendency to burn open the space. Under the explosion, this kind of damage was even inflicted even with the terrifying defense of the Tong Tian Xianwu. While Qin Feng was surprised, Feng Hongyu was even more surprised. This was already the strongest skill she could perform, and it took a full minute of chanting to complete it. And now that this silent heavenly flame landed on Qin Feng, it did strike, but this damage value left her completely dumbfounded. 1. -1? Feng Hongyu opened her mouth wide, almost doubting her eyes. A full minute of preparing the ultimate magic, and now you're telling me that it only did a little damage? What? Sure this isn't a joke? What kind of monster is the other side? Feng Hongyu people were dumbfounded. This kind of heaven-defying defense, how is this going to be fought? The key was that silent heavenly flame wasn't a one-time damage. However, on the opposite side of the body but only a moment of the explosion caused a little damage. The subsequent damage cannot break the defense at all. No more fighting. Feng Hongyu completely gave up and sat on her, but as her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Feng, there were 3 parts curiosity, 3 parts surprise and a few parts disbelief in his eyes. How the hell did you do that? She opened her mouth. Chapter 70 Heavenly Xuanwu, Mayfly shakes the tree. Amidst the burning purple fire, Qin Feng slowly walked out from it. The hem of his coat fluttered, his expression was relaxed, and he didn't even have dust on his body. Not bad, to be able to break through the defense. I'm afraid that this strike is no weaker than the full force of a 5th-turn professional. But you're clearly only a 2nd turn. Feng Hongyu looked at Qin Feng, who had stepped out of the flames, and said in disbelief. A 2nd turn? You're right. Qin Feng nodded. But you should be clear that rank is not the main factor that affects the combat power of Imperial Beastmasters. Feng Hongyu frowned. The combat power of an Imperial Beastmaster comes from the Imperial Beasts, and while that's true, even if the one you're harnessing is a defense system returning ancestor-grade Imperial Beast, there's no way you can do it to such an extent. Hearing this, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth lifted up as he looked towards Feng Hongyu and slowly opened his mouth. But when did I say that I was harnessing a returned Imperial Beast? Boom! When these words came out, Feng Hongyu only felt as if there was a heavenly thunderclap in her mind. She instantly twisted her head and looked at Qin Feng with her mouth wide open. What did you say? Qin Feng didn't reply, but just held a smile at the corner of his mouth as he lightly said, Come. Wow! First a clear sound of waves from nowhere entered his ears. Immediately after that, the air began to become humid, and the purple fire that was originally burning was extinguished as much as possible at that moment. An unspeakable pressure infused her body, and at this moment, Feng Hongyu only felt as if she was in the ocean. The thick sea water pounded against her body, making it a little difficult to breathe, and she could even hear the wildly roaring waves in her ears. Horror showed in her eyes. Was the pressure alone already making it difficult for her to move? Boom! Immediately afterward, not waiting for the shock in her eyes to disappear, accompanied by a loud bang. An incomparably huge behemoth, tens of thousands of meters in size, had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It looked like a turtle, its limbs were crouching on the ground, each giant foot was like a giant pillar holding up the sky, with the power of the heavens, and its metaphysical back armor was emitting an immortal luster. On top of the back armor, a giant black snake twisted and climbed, its pupil filled with a thick and vicious aura, gazing at Feng Hongyu from above and below. Tong Tian Xuanwu. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 100. Power, 150,000. Physique, 400,000. Agility, 150,000. Spirit, 200,000. Combat power, 450,000. Skills, Tongtian Boundary, Deep Sea Frenzy, Sunhai Dragon Scroll. Ancient level. Tong Tian Xuanwu? Fang Hongyu's red lips slightly opened and her petite body lightly trembled as the horrifying data was displayed in front of her. Under the gaze of two pairs of huge eyes, she felt as small as an ant. Those 4 sky-supporting pillars could directly take her little life with just one kick. Under the shadow formed by the Tong Tian Xuanwu's huge body, Fang Hongyu turned her head stiffly and looked at the figure in the distance. In the back of his mind, his behavior kept flipping through like a slideshow. No wonder Lei Zhanghao lost. She smiled bitterly, and suddenly a term came to mind: mayfly. I, for one, concede defeat. Outside the Celestial Pride Tower, the list of Heaven's Pride has changed. The 100th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, Shen Shang Occupation, Messenger of the Gods, level, 4 turns, 150 levels. 98 levels of the Tower of Heaven's Remarks, Fang Hongyu Occupation, Heavenly Fire Mage, level, 4 turns, 148 levels. Tianjia Tower, 97th floor, Lei Zhanghao Occupation, Thunder Mage, level, 4 turns, 145 levels. Current Tower Breaker, Xin Feng. 99th floor of the Tower of Celestial Pride, Xin Feng Occupation, Beast Master, level, 2nd turn, level 90. Fang Hongyu has fallen to the 98th floor. That Imperial Beast Master, is he going to step onto the 100th floor? Simply unbelievable, this time's Heaven's Pride Tower is truly wonderful. It would be really big news if a 2nd turn Imperial Beast Master topped the 100th floor of the Celestial Pride Tower and suppressed a bunch of Celestial Pride. 100 layers? The 99 layers now, 2nd in the Heaven's Remarks ranking, would already be enough to become big news. However, it shouldn't be possible for him to occupy the 100th floor of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower either. That Qin Shang isn't a bit stronger compared to Lei Zhanghao and Fang Hongyu. That's right, he can't possibly be Qin Shang's opponent. Li Shan gazed at the list of Heaven's Pride and slowly opened his mouth. If I was just guessing before, then now, I can already be certain that he is definitely not a match for Qin Shang. At those words, the people around came to be interested. Why is Brotherly so sure, but he won over Lei Zhanghao in less than a minute, there isn't much difference compared to Qin Shang. Yes, when the other two challenged Qin Shang within the Heaven's Remarks Tower, they only lost in about a minute, the gap between the two wasn't that big. Oh. A minute or so to fall? I wonder if you all have noticed how long that Imperial Beast Master took on the 99th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower. Li Shan opened his mouth, and without waiting for the crowd to answer, he stretched out 5 fingers. At least 5 minutes, compared to facing Lei Zhanghao, the time difference is more than 5 times. And is there a big gap between Lei Zhanghao and Fang Hongyu's strength? Not much, the two can be said to be on par with each other, with only a slight difference. But it is this slight difference that produces a full 5 times the time difference, why do you all think? As soon as his words came out, the crowd of onlookers were stunned. Right, the difference between Lei Zhanghao and Fang Hongyu's fighting strength isn't that big, how could there be such a noticeable difference in time? Yes, when both of them faced Qin Shang, they were both defeated in a minute, but now there is such a difference, why is this? Is it hard to believe that Lei Zhanghao has let go of the water? Someone voiced a guess, but it was quickly rejected outright by one person. How could that be? Lei Zhanghao is extremely proud of himself. With his arrogance as a Heaven's Pride, it is absolutely impossible for him to let go of the water. Brotherly, I wonder what you think. Someone asked to Li Shan. Li Shan raised his head, revealing a look as if he had long since glimpsed the reason for it, and said, "That brother just said it right, with Lei Zhanghao's character, it's absolutely impossible to make him let go." However, although Lei Zhanghao won't let go of the water, he will be in a careless mood because of the rank of the Imperial Beast Master. Imagine facing a 2nd turn with a top 4 turn, it's inevitable that carelessness will arise. That Imperial Beast Master utilized this, taking advantage of Lei Zhanghao's unpreparedness and summoning a returning ancestor-level Imperial Beast to make a sneak attack, only then was he able to defeat Lei Zhanghao in less than a minute. And when he faced Fang Hongyu, Lei Zhanghao's defeat made Fang Hongyu wary, which made that Imperial Beast Master take even longer to win. When Li Shan finished speaking, all the people around him exuded a look of understanding. It's a slightly far-fetched argument, but it does seem like a relatively reasonable explanation. I see, Brother Li's analysis is on point. In that case, even if that Imperial Beast Master really harnessed 2 returning ancestor-grade Imperial Beasts and was able to outperform Lei Zhanghao and Fang Hongyu, his actual combat power is still inferior to Qin Shang. That's right, so all of you don't need to worry, those who bet on the 100th floor will definitely not lose. Thank you, Brother Li, although I don't really care about this amount of money, it's naturally good to earn some. Chapter 71. If you see the gods, why don't you worship them? A few miles away from the Heaven's Pride Tower, by the side of a stream, an old man wearing a white robe with two white eyebrows hanging down like dragon whiskers was holding a fishing rod and quietly fishing. The stream is clear and there are fish hovering around the lure under the calm water, watching. The white-browed old man's demeanor was peaceful as he watched the fish's movements. Suddenly, the line jerked. A meter-long fish no longer hesitated and bit down on top of the bait, caught dead in the mouth by the hook. Seeing this, the white-browed old man smiled, but his gaze glanced above the clouds. Fish, bite. As the words fell, he exerted a slight force, and the meter-long fish instantly flew into the bucket of water at his feet. Not bad, still a big fish. The 100th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower. Chen Shang's demeanor was calm as he gazed at the entrance. He had been waiting for the one who would be able to be seen by the king of Great Qin as the one who had been internally determined. The minutes ticked by. Suddenly, as a fluctuation came from the blue vortex at the entrance, Chen Shang's eyes condensed as he looked over. Qin Feng slowly stepped out of it and met Chen Shang's gaze. The two made eye contact and sized each other up, neither speaking at first. As time passed, Chen Shang's brows gradually furrowed. Second turn, Beastmaster? Qin Feng's information was clearly displayed on the challenger information of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower. A slight shock flooded his mind. The district's second turn Imperial Beastmaster, but why? From him I feel a kind of fear, and an unspeakable sense of familiarity? Chen Shang frowned deeper and deeper, unable to understand. On the other hand, Qin Feng's heart similarly rose with a hint of surprise, but unlike Chen Shang, the surprise in his heart came from the mission panel. Just now, the moment he made eye contact with Chen Shang, a quest suddenly appeared in his quest panel. Trigger mission, Devotee of the Gods. Mission description: as a god, you must have your own faithful followers, please obtain your first believer. Mission requirements: demonstrate God's power and harvest believers. If you see God, why don't you worship him? Length of assignment: unlimited. A follower of the gods? Harvesting your first believer? Qin Feng blinked his eyes. This task really made him a bit confused. He looked at Chen Shang across from him, looking up and down. The believer of that god that the quest panel was referring to was him? This mission has come a little too far. Qin Feng secretly spat in his heart. Chen Shang's face became increasingly ugly. Within his heart, that unexplained fear of Qin Feng was still deepening, and he even already had a feeling that it was difficult to make a move. It was a feeling he had never felt before. Never even in the face of his uncles had he felt such a deep sense of fear. It was as if one was not dealing with a human being, but the true God, the heavens. Once one strikes out at him, he is committing a crime from below, and the ants are turning over the sky. The feeling was too much for him to take in, and his body trembled lightly. Finally, Chen Shang took a step forward, and then he was ready to take the lead in speaking. And it was also at this moment that Qin Feng's voice was the first to ring out. If you see God, why don't you worship? The cold voice was like a god's decree, drilling into Chen Shang's ears with extreme violence. Boom! The moment. Chen Shang's body trembled tremendously, completely frozen. He raised his head violently, his pupils trembling violently as he looked at Qin Feng with disbelief in his eyes. If you see the gods, why don't you worship them? This sentence was almost as if it had directly pierced through his flesh and crashed on top of his soul. He froze in place, his heart was like a raging storm that was difficult to calm. Did it work? Qin Feng's gaze slightly condensed as he once again looked at the quest panel. Mission requirements: demonstrate God's power and harvest believers. If you see God, why don't you worship him? Demonstrate God's power and harvest believers? Is it to make a show of strength? Qin Feng understood in his heart and looked at Chen Shang's shocked face, so he did not hesitate any longer. His gaze slightly condensed as the mana in his body began to surge wildly. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Boom! The clouds are dark and the sky is dark. Between the flashes of lightning, a huge black dragon poked its head out of the dark clouds, exuding a cold aura. Wow! It was as if the world had fallen into the middle of the sea, with the wind and waves howling in his ears. A behemoth tens of thousands of meters in size landed with a bang, its legs like pillars in the sky and its back against the heavens. New B. A flash of fire suddenly ignited in the dark cloudy sky. Immediately afterward, the fire cloud spread rapidly and took over one side. A flame giant bird with a length of 100 meters hovered in the sky, just like a big sun rising in the sky. Giggle. On the ground, the earth-colored aura shook out. The earth shook crazily, and an unspeakably ferocious aura filled the air. In an instant, a giant ant with a length of 100 meters and a huge stomach that emitted a terrifyingly ferocious aura appeared on the ground. Buzz. Space fluctuated, and a ray of green light appeared. Wherever the green light passes, the stone cracks blossom and the deadwood springs to life. Between heaven and earth, as if the god of life had swept by, flowers and plants bloomed in a peaceful manner. As the green light coalesced, a green lotus slowly appeared. It swayed like a fairy dancing, emitting a strong breath of life. Black Dragon King. Tong Tian Xuanwu. Golden Crow. War Queen. Green Lotus of Creation. At this moment, the 5 great imperial beasts came out in unison. This was the first time Qin Feng had summoned the 5 great imperial beasts at the same time. The sense of oppression brought about by a returning ancestor class, coupled with 4 ancient classes, was extremely strong, and the Heaven's Pride Tower was vaguely shaking, and the space even had cracks already. And all of this in front of Qin Sheng's eyes. It was even more like 5 thunderbolts, his palms sweating, and his pupils trembling wildly. Devouring power. Unbreakable power. The power of divine fire. Incarnate power. Life force. He finally realized where that familiar feeling had come from in the beginning. The 5 imperial beasts correspond to the 5 divine powers. So, the one standing across from you is the god who gave you power? If you see God, why don't you worship? The phrase kept echoing in his mind. Qin Sheng smiled bitterly, swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty, his face turned pale, his body trembled, as if he had lost all his strength, and with a plop he fell to his knees and bowed down towards Qin Feng. Chapter 72 Number 1 on the Heavens Remarkable Ranking. Qin Feng walked slowly to Qin Sheng. Behind him, the 5 great imperial beasts were each entrenched, covering the sky and emitting a terrifying aura. Qin Sheng knelt down and slowly raised his head, his gaze as if he was seeing a god. Outside the celestial Pride Tower. 10 minutes. That imperial beast master actually lasted 10 minutes under Saint Chen's hand? Unbelievable, he's not going to beat Qin Sheng again, is he? It's hard to say. It might not be impossible to harness 2 returning ancestor great imperial beasts and outsmart Qin Sheng. The crowd was talking. Li Shan's face had also become progressively ugly. According to his thoughts, that imperial beast master was going to lose in front of Qin Sheng in just 2 minutes, and he wouldn't last more than 5 minutes at most. But now, a full 10 minutes had passed. 10 minutes was enough to show that the battle power between the two was already extremely close, if not comparable. He clenched his fists, cold sweat already seeping from his palms. He had pressed 100 million alliance coins, and once Qin Sheng lost, it would definitely be a great loss for him. Li Shan gazed nervously at the Heaven's Pride ranking, waiting for the results. It was at this moment that the Heaven's Pride ranking finally changed. The faces of the onlookers were tense, and their eyes converged on it. The 100th floor of the Tower of Celestial Pride, Qin Feng Occupation, Beast Master, Level, Second Turn 90. 99th floor of the Tower of Heaven's Remarks, Qin Sheng Occupation, Messenger of the Gods, Level, 4 turns, 150 levels. 98 levels of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, Feng Hongyu Occupation, Heavenly Fire Mage, Level, 4 turns and 148 levels. Tianjia Tower, 97th floor, Lei Zhenghao Occupation, Thunder Mage, Level, 4 turns, 145 levels. The rankings were updated and clear data was presented to the crowd. For a moment, the scene was plunged into an unprecedented silence. The crowd looked at each other with shocked eyes. Although there had been some previous speculation, when this result really appeared in front of them, it was still a bit hard for them to believe. The 100th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower. That Imperial Beast Master actually did break through to the 100th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower. Even Qin Sheng isn't a match for him? No way. How can it be? Li Shan was in a state of madness, falling to the ground, his eyes red. Why can't I? Wang Hao stepped forward with a smile and looked down on Li Shan with a condescending look, saying, "A mere 100 million alliance coins, you Li Shan wouldn't be unable to afford to lose, would you?" "You!" Li Shan stared deathly at Wang Hao, his teeth clenched. "Wang Hao, don't be too happy, the time is not up yet, the list has not been finalized yet, I haven't lost yet." "Oh? Is that so? You think someone else will break into the tower and rush to the 100th floor?" Wang Hao shook his head and lost his smile. "Exactly." Li Shan opened his mouth as if he had grabbed a life-saving plant once again. A person of inner determination. There is another person of inner determination. When that person of inner determination arrives, he will definitely be able to suppress the Heaven's Pride Tower and occupy the 100th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower. The inner circle? Hearing this, Wang Hao frowned slightly, unsure. The onlookers also looked like they had suddenly thought of something and opened their mouths. Yeah, and there's also that inner circle person that Lei Zhenghao was talking about. That's right, how could we have forgotten him? Chen Sheng himself said that the one who was inside is not him, so that means there is someone else, and the one who is inside has not yet arrived. Now there are still 6 hours before the list is set at 12 o'clock, it seems that this Imperial Beast Master can't sit at the top of this Heaven's Pride Tower after all. The luster reappeared in Li Shan's eyes. Wang Hao, waiting for that inner circle to arrive, I'm bound to make you bow your head and admit defeat. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows and did not respond. He had ample self-confidence in Qin Feng. With an ancient grade, Black Dragon King, he even had the strength to cross over the 6th revolutions, and no one could do anything to Qin Feng without the 7th revolutions. However, he also wanted to know if there really was that person within the inner circle that Li Shan had said. He has all the time in the world to wait. A little bit of time passed, and the sky grew dark. Wang Hao stood on the side and never said anything. Li Shan, on the other hand, was a bit unable to stand up, and his face began to become a bit flustered as he kept looking at the time. 5 hours. 4 hours. 3 hours. Li Shan's face was as black as charcoal and he was in an agitated mood. 1 hour. Only the last hour left. Why hasn't the man of the hour arrived yet? He paced back and forth, trying to ease the feeling of anxiety within him. The onlookers also fell into skepticism. No, it's the last hour, huh? Does that inner circle really exist? With Lei Zhenghao's status, he shouldn't be able to make up lies, right? Yes? Moreover, Chen Sheng's words at that time seemed to confirm the existence of a person who was internally determined, so it shouldn't be a false statement. But the time is less than an hour, and even if the inner circle comes here, an hour is too late, isn't it? The crowd murmured. It was at this moment that one man said tentatively. Could it be that our guesses are going in the wrong direction? Guess the direction? What do you mean? The crowd looked to him. What I mean is it possible that the person who is internally determined does exist, but is already within the Heaven's Pride Tower? Already within the Heaven's Pride Tower? The crowd was dumbfounded. Yes, we mean, is there a possibility that the Beastmaster is the so-called person of the inner circle? The crowd was dumbfounded by this statement. Yeah, is it possible that the Beastmaster is the one inside? How could they have overlooked this Imperial Beastmaster? Being able to beat Chen Shang, doesn't it show that this Beastmaster is the one who is determined? Hearing this speculation, Li Shan was also completely dumbfounded. He had made thousands of calculations, but he had never counted on the fact that the Imperial Beastmaster, who was at the second turn level of the district, would be the one who had been internally determined. Time passes, until the time of 12 o'clock comes, Tianzhou list fixed list, all the dust settled, Li Shan heart only remaining flute completely empty. In an instant, his face turned pale and his mood was like a roller coaster, going from hell to heaven and back again, completely falling into despair. Above the clouds, a man was hidden in the void, gazing indifferently at the crowd below. His breath was internalized, like a viper hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Until, a silhouette slowly stepped out from within the Heaven's Pride Tower, and his gaze flickered as he found his target. The Heaven's Pride ranking reward, it should be ready to be claimed, right? Qin Feng walked out of the Tower of Heaven's Pride, opened the quest panel, and looked over. Mission, Heaven's Pride list. Type of mission, exclusive mission of the Great Qin State. Mission requirement, go to the Tower of Celestial Pride and compete for the position of Celestial Pride that belongs to you. Mission base reward, 1,000 merits. Mission ranking reward, 50th to 100th place, reward. 30th to 49th place, awards. 20th through 29th place, awards. Third place reward, 200,000 merits, profession exclusive epic set. Second place reward, 500,000 merits, profession exclusive epic set, profession exclusive talent skill book. Reward for first place, 1 million merits, profession exclusive legendary set, profession exclusive talent skill book, pieces of divine authority. You have obtained the first place in the Heaven's Pride list, the task has been completed, do you submit it? Chapter 73 7 Turns, Frenzied Poison Assassin. Looking at the first place reward, Xin Feng's heart was on fire. Millions of merits, profession-exclusive legendary sets, profession-exclusive talent skill books, and the final fragment of divine authority. Each and every one of these was extremely attractive to him, enough to increase his strength drastically. Submit the mission. Qin Feng spoke decisively. Successful submission of task, Heaven's Pride list. Your ranking is number 1 on the Heaven's Pride list. You receive a reward, merit plus 1 million. You get rewards, legendary meteorite gold, legendary meteorite wood, legendary meteorite water, legendary meteorite fire, legendary meteorite earth, legendary meteorite wind, and legendary meteorite thunder. You receive a reward, the Imperial Beastmaster Random Talent Skill Book. You receive a reward, Shards of Divine Authority. With the assignment submitted, a large number of rewards were instantly deposited into the carry-on space, putting Qin Feng in a great mood. He opened his carry space and checked his equipment first. Starfall Gold. Category, Weapons. Grade, Legendary. Applicable Occupation, Beastmaster. Available Level, LV 90. Attributes, Spirit plus 10,000, Physique plus 10,000. Special Effect, attacks are accompanied by a piercing effect. Special Effect, worn by the Imperial Beastmaster, increases the damage of the Imperial Beast by 20%. Incidental Skill, Meteor. Set Effect, Starfall Set, Imperial Beast attacks will generate an additional 10% true damage. Starfall Wood. Category, Armor. Grade, Legendary. Applicable Occupation, Beastmaster. Available Level, LV 90. Attributes, Spirit plus 10,000, Physique plus 10,000. Special Effect, attacks are accompanied by a blood-sucking effect. Special Effect, worn by the Imperial Beastmaster, increases the life of the Imperial Beast by 20%. Incidental Skill, Meteor. Set Effect, Starfall Set, Imperial Beast attacks will generate an additional 10% true damage. Starfall Water. Category, Pants. Grade, Legendary. Applicable Occupation, Beastmaster. Available Level, LV 90. Attributes, Spirit plus 10,000, Physique plus 10,000. Special Effect, attack with erosion effect. Special Effect, when worn by the Imperial Beastmaster, the cooldown of the Imperial Beast skill is reduced by 20%. Incidental Skill, Meteor. Set Effect, Starfall Set, Imperial Beast attacks will generate an additional 10% true damage. Starfall Fire. Category, Necklaces. Grade, Legendary. Applicable Occupation, Beastmaster. Available Level, LV 90. Attributes, Spirit plus 10,000, Physique plus 10,000. Special Effect, attacks are accompanied by a bludgeoning effect. Special Effect, worn by the Imperial Beastmaster, increases the Imperial Beast Blitz by 20%. Incidental Skill, Meteor. Set Effect, Starfall Set, Imperial Beast attacks will generate an additional 10% true damage. This attribute, it's worthy of being a legendary set. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. This trip was indeed very rewarding, making him impatient to go back as soon as possible to collect the other mission rewards. After all, it wasn't just the rewards from the Heaven's Pride ranking, there was also the third turn quest that had been completed, along with that, God's Believer, quest. However, it was a pity that the teleportation stone could only be used for one-way teleportation, and it was impossible to return to Mountain and Sea City through the teleportation stone, so one could only find another method. Without hesitation, Qin Feng's mind moved slightly. Spatial fluctuations came from the sky, which was immediately illuminated by flames. A huge golden crow with a length of 100 meters appeared out of nowhere, stretching across the sky. Qin Feng's figure floated up and landed on top of the golden crow's head under the pull of the blazing breath. Next moment. In the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes, the golden crow lifted its wings and flames cut across the sky. Inside the Tower of Heaven's Pride, Fan Hongyu, Lei Zhanghao, Chen Shang and the others also walked out one after another. Looking at the figure that disappeared in the sky, his face was complicated. The golden crow was extremely fast and disappeared within the range of the Heaven's remarkable tower in an instant. Morning Mountain. 100 miles away from the Heaven's Pride Tower. The mountains here were stacked up and huge trees towered over them, filling the area with a scene of primitive forest. The golden crow let out a cry and stopped. The reason why he had stopped was not because Qin Feng had done so intentionally, but because a figure had appeared in front of the golden crow. The man was hidden in the night, hanging in mid-air, with an eerie aura all over his body. Qin Feng? The man spoke indifferently, as if in confirmation. At those words, Qin Feng was instantly on guard. He could feel the hostility on the other party and called out his name in one breath, obviously coming at him. He didn't answer, but his eyes stared up, a layer of golden light quietly covering his pupils. Cave view, open. Hidden soldier. Profession, berserker assassin. Level, 7 turns, 223. Combat power, 650,000. Country, storm country. Clear data panels appear in front of you. Qin Feng's face changed slightly. A 7th turn mad poison assassin with a combat power of 650,000? Invaders from the storm country? But why would the other side be onto him? Is it for the hunt for heaven's pride? Or is it something else? Just as Qin Feng was puzzled, Hidden Soldier nodded slightly. The panel information is hidden, but the scent is unmistakable, it's you. His voice was calm as he looked at Qin Feng. As soon as the words fell, his entire person instantly disappeared. In an instant, Qin Feng clearly felt a strong sense of crisis coming on. It was too late to even react before he was stabbed in the torso with a knife. The damage value surfaced instantly. 125,000. You have entered the poisoning effect, loss of life value per second, 12,500. Damage transfer has taken effect, and the damage you have suffered is automatically transferred to the Imperial Beast, Tong Tian Xuanwu. A series of messages appear simultaneously on the panel. Qin Feng frowned deeply. This strike had confirmed to Qin Feng that the other party had come with the intention of killing him for sure. 7 revolutions, that's really looking down on yourself. Under this kind of strength, I'm afraid that the Imperial Beasts will have to come out in full force in order to have a chance of survival. However, Qin Feng was a bit puzzled as to why he was so cared for by these people. First the Celestial Cave, then the 7 revolutions, all for the purpose of killing himself? Chapter 74, Space Blockade, Demigod Artifact Heavenly Tablet Suppression. In the dark. Just as Qin Feng was puzzled in his mind, the other party had already retreated with a single blow and stepped on the void, watching Qin Feng with interest. A mere second turn strength, taking a blow from me but not dying, worthy of being a divine seed. No wonder Lord God Emperor must kill you. If you grow up, Great Qin might actually be able to pacify the 10 kingdoms, said the hidden soldier, shaking his head gently. Unfortunately, you will definitely be buried here today. Yeah? At those words, Qin Feng's gaze coalesced slightly. From the other party's words, the doubts in his mind were explained in a few ways. Divine seed? Was it because of his own quest of 9 turns of the path of the gods? The so-called divine messenger refers to a certain professional from outside the country who has the power of prophecy? A top-notch prophet, predicting the peculiarities of his profession, to wipe himself out in advance? No wonder. With the doubts in his mind cleared, he looked at the hidden soldier, his gaze calm, and suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you so confident that you can kill me?" If it was before, he might have been nervous, but now, with the triple safeguard of Great Qin National Honors, Resurrection Scroll, Symbiosis, coupled with the terrifying defense of the Tong Tian Xuanwu, and the assistance of the Yi Green Lotus of Creation, it would take a lot of effort to kill him even at the 7th turn. Taking a step back, even if he really couldn't carry it off, he still had the past life creation of the Green Lotus of Creation as a way back. It was just that he wasn't willing to easily expose his bottom card. The hidden soldier raised his head as if he had heard something ridiculous. Is it hard to believe that you think you have a chance to escape? A mere second turn, even if you have heavenly means, you are still dead. The corners of his mouth lifted into a morose smile as he suddenly said, "Is your reliance on your Imperial Beast? How about, I'll give you a chance, you can try to summon your Imperial Beast." Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression moved slightly. Although he didn't know what trick the other party was up to, he didn't hesitate, and as the mana in his body began to flow, he directly drank. Come. Buzz. As the words fell, space shook. However, to Qin Feng's surprise, the imagined Imperial Beast did not appear. This heaven and earth seemed to be restricted by something, and the spatial vibrations soon stopped and fell into calm. Space is locked up and you can't call out the Imperial Beasts? Qin Feng's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked across at the hidden soldiers. How about? In the void, hidden soldier stood with his arms wrapped around him and sneered. In the next instant, the space in front of him twisted slightly, and a stone tablet appeared out of nowhere, suspended in the void and slowly rotating. The stone monument was only the size of the palm of his hand, black in color, with the word Jin engraved on the monument. As the stone monument rotated, the surrounding space looked like it was inflicted with a pitch-black barrier that could not be broken. Originally, you district's second turn, I do not care to use this kind of means, but the God Envoy Lord accounted for it, you imperial beasts extraordinarily esteemed, there is no way, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I can only do as I am told. Now, do you still think you can leave alive? Hidden Soldier looked sarcastic and stood confidently. It's just that there's no point in talking more. Great Qin has sealed off the country for a few days, and I've long since grown tired of hiding in the east, so if I behead you, the Lord God Emperor will use his divine artifacts to break through the blockade and recall me. Rest in peace. After finishing the last sentence, he raised his palm and was about to strike. And just as he was about to make a move, he saw Qin Feng sigh slightly. A 7th turn professional, yet you still have to block off space to restrict me from summoning the imperial beasts, you've really gone to great lengths in order to kill me. Qin Feng shook his head slightly. However, I have another method that should be no less important than the imperial beast. This is the first time I've tried it, and I don't know how well it works, but it's never a sitting duck. As the words fell, Qin Feng's eyes looked towards his skill panel. Quadripartite control. Skill description, all living beings in all directions are for my use, and I can forcibly drive a hostile free living being within a 5,000 meter radius for 1 minute. Cooling time, 20 days. As he leveled up, the skill changed slightly. The cooldown was reduced and the range was increased from the initial 1,000 meters to 5,000 meters. Qin Feng's gaze drooped as he didn't rush to cast it. As he said, the skill, for directions control, was the first time he had used it, and he didn't know the exact effect. Space had been blocked off to summon the imperial beasts, and he only had one chance to do so, so he had to maximize the effect of this skill. He raised his hand and gripped it lightly, and a staff that shimmered with a glittering light appeared in his palm in a matter of moments. Starfall Gold. Category, Weapons. Grade, Legendary. Applicable Occupation, Beastmaster. Available Level, LV 90. Attributes, Spirit plus 10,000, Physique plus 10,000. Special Effect, attacks are accompanied by a piercing effect. Special Effect, worn by the Imperial Beastmaster, increases the damage of the Imperial Beast by 20%. Incidental Skill, Meteor. Set Effect, Starfall Set, Imperial Beast attacks will generate an additional 10% true damage. With the appearance of Starfall Gold. At the same time, the rest of the several pieces of Starfall equipment were all put on his body. The legendary grade Starfall set was added, and a series of bonuses instantly covered his panel. Gold, attacks gain a penetration effect, and Imperial Beast damage is increased by 20%. Wood, attacks gain a blood-sucking effect, increasing the life of the Imperial Beast by 20%. Water, attacks gain an erosion effect, and the cooldown of Imperial Beast skills is reduced by 20%. Fire, attacks gain a burning effect, and Imperial Beast strike increases by 20%. Earth, attacks gain a slowing effect, and the defense of the Imperial Beasts is increased by 20%. Wind, attacks gain a knockback effect, and the speed of the Imperial Beasts increases by 20%. Thunder, attacks gain a paralyzing effect, and the defense of the Imperial Beasts is increased by 20%. Starfall set, Imperial Beast attacks deal 10% true damage. Looking at the panel, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth lifted as surging mana began to flow within his body. He raised his head and slowly spoke, for directions control. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth shook violently. One moment. Roar! 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 Countless sounds of loud roars resounded through the sky. All the living beings in the 500-meter area around Lamentation Mountain were awakening. It was as if countless pairs of large, invisible hands had appeared out of nowhere, ruthlessly grabbing all living beings within a 500-meter radius. In the darkness of the night, it was only 200 meters away from where Qin Feng and his duo were. The white-browed old man stood in the air and looked at the two of them indifferently. He was not in a hurry. With his strength, he was fully capable of stepping in to save Qin Feng when he suffered a life-and-death crisis. He did not intend to make a move when it was not life-threatening, and the divine seed needed to go through the experience as well. No true gods can grow in a greenhouse. 7 turns, this should be the highest-ranked invader within the Great Qin Kingdom. He spoke languidly. In any country, 8 turns and 9 turns are the backbone of the force, and will not go out easily, and 7 turns are probable to be the limit. In order to kill the divine seed, 7 revolutions weren't enough, even the demigod artifact heaven-suppressing tablet was brought. Is that so prudent? The white-browed old man laughed. Unfortunately, Great Qin's blockade could not block the transmission of items. Item teleportation was a rule that originated from this heaven and earth, and no one could stop it. Otherwise, Great Qin would certainly not have allowed the heaven-suppressing tablet to appear here. The Imperial Beast space is locked, and with only one golden crow, it's impossible to have the divine seed honed in battle. The white-browed old man sighed. After all, he was a royal beast master, and not being able to conjure up a royal beast shrunk his strength by more than half. He hesitated, his feet lifting, contemplating whether or not to strike. And it was at this moment that Qin Feng's voice came with him. I have another method that should be no less than the Imperial Beast. The white-browed old man was stunned, and his footsteps stopped. No less than the law of the Sentinel? He was puzzled and continued to look. The Starfall suit? Is he going to fight with all his might? A fight without the help of the Imperial Beasts? He couldn't understand it. The skills of a beast master were all related to the Imperial Beasts, and very rarely would there be separate skills, and even if there were, the effects were not outstanding. The white-browed old man's eyes were puzzled, and the mana in his body had already begun to mobilize, ready to strike at any time. And at that moment, Qin Feng's voice sounded once again. 4 Directions Control. Chapter 75, Control of the 4 Directions, all living things in the 4 directions, all for my use. 4 Directions Control. The moment this voice came out, it was as if it had touched some rule of heaven and earth. The heavens and earth shook madly. Immediately after. Roar! 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 One loud roar after another came out from the range of Morning Firmament Mountain. At this moment, all the living beings within a 5,000-meter radius of Lamentation Mountain were awakening, as if they had been summoned by something. Countless pairs of ghostly green eyes lit up in the dark night, from near to far, one terrifying aura after another surging out. The earth shook and the giant trees shook. What was even more terrifying was that the white-browed old man clearly felt it. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a big invisible hand clutching his soul, trying to forcefully drive him to its use. The feeling was extremely alarming, and the moment that hand clenched down, he felt as if he had become a puppet on strings, unable to control himself. It's hard to describe that state. It was as if he had become a royal beast harnessed by some royal beast master. All behavior is controlled by him. The white-browed old man's face changed wildly. It was simply unimaginable. If not for the lack of strength of that big hand, even he would be under its control? What kind of counterintuitive skill is this? His eyes widened, his 2 white eyebrows like dragon's whiskers swaying in the wind, no longer able to maintain his bland demeanor. The hidden soldier's face had already changed wildly at this point, and his expression was filled with panic. After the sound of 4 Directions Control fell, he clearly felt that everything around him seemed to have changed drastically. Even this heaven and earth seemed to be repulsed by him, and countless pairs of eyes within the confines of Morning Firmament Mountain looked at him with intense hostility. Bonsai Wood Spirit. Level, LV 150. Combat Power, 130,000. Storm Hawk. Level, LV 200. Combat Power, 330,000. Panchon Dragon Python. Level, LV 230. Combat Power, 470,000. Moving Monkey. Level, LV 270. Combat Power, 600,000. Lamentable Mountain was an extremely terrifying location for a wild copy. Each and every one of these living beings had extremely terrifying fighting strength. With a pair of ghostly green eyes, he simply swept his eyes wide, and countless panels of information were reflected in his eyes. The lowest fighting strength among them was even 130,000. The highest mountain-moving ape even reached a terrifying $600,000. With this kind of battle power, coupled with this kind of quantity, he could be said to be completely irresistible. Are you kidding me? The Tibetan soldier's sweaty hair stood on end, and his entire body was dumbfounded. In the Morning Mountain region, all living beings are neutral beings, so as long as they don't take the initiative to attack, they shouldn't cause hostility. Why now? Did it feel like these beings were going to rush up and completely tear themselves apart the next second? His face twitched as he looked at Qin Feng. You! What the hell kind of tactic is that? These beings were clearly targeting him and seemed to be completely oblivious to Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng was similarly not feeling well. For Directions Control, this skill is too much pressure on the spirit. as opposed to harnessing the imperial beasts for just a few. The number of simultaneous manipulations of this skill is at least in the tens of thousands. And, the more powerful the being, the greater the mental pressure on him would be. Although the skill description of, for directions control, is to drive away living beings for a minute. But he estimated that in 30 seconds at most, several beings would be out of control. And that was still the effect of wearing the legendary, Starfall, set. If there was no, Starfall, set, I'm afraid it would be out of control in 10 seconds at most. In fact, at the very beginning of the skill, he had sensed the presence of an extremely powerful being within a range of 5,000 meters. This living being even completely surpassed the sum of all the living beings he was currently driving. Its terror was several times stronger than any living being he had ever seen. He had tried to control this being through, for directions control. But with a mere struggle, the other party easily broke free of his control, making it impossible for him to maneuver. Otherwise, there wasn't even a need for this Morning Mountain 5,000-meter range of living beings. With this single being alone, even if it could only maneuver for a second, it would be enough to kill the 7th-turn professional in front of him. Morning Mountain, there is a great terror. Xin Feng's gaze was slightly condensed, although not being able to drive that strongest living being made him a bit regretful, it did not affect the outcome. The living beings in the range of the Morning Firmament Mountain alone were already enough to tear apart the intruder in front of them. He looked up. The hidden soldier was currently staring at him with a deadly stare, his eyes red with blood spreading. How is it possible? How could you possibly have such an ability? The God Emperor's information was wrong. You are by no means a second turn. Unusual Imperial Beast Masters, it's impossible for them to have this kind of ability. How did you do it? He hissed in disbelief. This kind of greatness that drove tens of thousands of living beings was something he had never seen before. No. Not to mention seeing, not even hearing about it. This kind of power was too counterintuitive. It shouldn't be a power that belonged to a professional. Dead people don't need to know that much. Xin Feng's gaze was icy cold and he did not answer the hidden soldier's question. Now that 10 seconds had passed, he was no longer able to release, for directions control, again. There is not much time to waste. Kill. With Xin Feng's words. The gazes of tens of thousands of living beings in Lamentable Mountain had locked onto the hidden soldier. The hidden soldier's face immediately changed drastically, and just as he was about to vanish directly, several branches were already wrapped around his body. Immediately after that, the LD-270 mountain-moving ape was the first to leap up and slammed his fist like a small mountain, slamming Zhang Bing directly into the Morning Mountain with a single punch. Countless living beings hissed and frantically pounced on them. Chapter 76, 50 Heavenly Diffractions, transporting one of them. Storm Country. Within the Great Hall, a short, fine-faced old man stood with his hands folded. In the void in front of him, a small piece of deep, dark starry sky scenery formed. Several stars shimmered with different luster, connected by a ray of light that intertwined with each other. At this very moment, suddenly, a star flickered a few times, then directly went out and disappeared into the astral image. Looking at this scene, the old man's face changed slightly as he said, "The hidden soldier is dead?" Hearing this, beside him, a man in imperial robes frowned slightly. The hidden soldier is already at the 7th turn, and there's even a Jintian monument blocking off the imperial beast space. Is this not enough to kill that divine seed? The old man gazed at the astrological sign in front of him, his heart similarly somewhat puzzled. The astrological sign showed that divine seed rank has indeed not yet turned 3, and with the heaven-suppressing tablet blocking off the imperial beast space, he should have no chance of winning. What went wrong? The divine seed, is there a power I haven't counted on? The old man looked at the stars and flipped his hands through them in an attempt to gain more information, but came up empty-handed. As a 9th revolutionary, divine messenger of the Ascendant, there were very few times when his calculations were wrong. Could it be that someone else is out there? The emperor-robed man inquired. No. According to the information, hidden soldier did die at the hands of the divine seed. The old man shook his head, dismissing the speculation. It's really troublesome. At those words, the emperor-robed man flicked his sleeve. Now that our 10 countries are united, there are dozens of 9 revolutions. Could it be that this divine seed really has the power to turn the world upside down? The national war is about to start. If we don't kill this person, we have no chance of winning? The old man looked at the emperor-robed man and sighed softly. 50 heavenly diffractions, one of which has disappeared. If there is no divine seed, and the national war begins, Great Qin will surely be overthrown, but nothing is inevitable, and there is a silver lining. And the divine seed is one of those recluse, the only chance of survival for Great Qin. The old man's gaze was deep as he reached out and stirred the stars, and a moment later, a star with intense light suddenly appeared in front of him. Fortunately, there is still a backhand available this time. The divine seed will not survive. The means left over from 100 years ago by the Mouth Kingdom can come in handy. Morning Mountain. On top of the Golden Crow, Qin Feng sat calmly. 60 seconds had passed, the hidden soldier had fallen, and peace had returned below. He finally relaxed inside. The power of, for directions control, was beyond his imagination, forcibly driving living beings to be used by him. This ability was truly overbearing. However, it was also clear in his mind that being in this Morning Mountain region this time gave him an advantage. I'm afraid it would have been difficult to achieve this effect in a different place. He gathered his spirit and slightly spread out his palm, and a pitch-black stone tablet the size of his palm had already appeared in his palm. Zhentian Monument. Category, Treasure. Rank, 9th. Available level, LV1. Slightly sweeping his eyes, Qin Feng 100 years decisively put it into his carry-on space first. When everything was over, Qin Feng looked around and roughly confirmed the direction of Shanghai City before preparing to leave. And it was at this moment that a voice suddenly came leisurely from behind him. Reversing the second turn to kill the 7th turn, it really opened my eyes. Qin Feng was startled and quickly turned around, only to see a long-browed old man with white hair standing in front of him. His face changed drastically, completely unaware of when this old man had appeared. Moreover, at this time, the old man was standing on the back of the Golden Crow, and even the Golden Crow was oblivious. More importantly, although the old man's breath was introverted, Qin Feng could feel the terrifying power lurking within his body. Without the slightest hesitation, his eyes were instantly covered in a layer of golden light. Cave view, opens directly. Hakushu. Occupation, Mana Bladesman. Level, 9 turns and 283 degrees. Combat power, 6,311,000. Country of affiliation, Great Qin. A series of information surfaced directly in front of Qin Feng, causing his heart to shake. 283 9-turn giants? There were only a few 9 revolutions in the entire Great Qin, and now there was actually one standing in front of him? A full 6,310,000 battle power, how terrifying! With this kind of strength, if he were to turn against him, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the power to put up half a fight. Even if he was able to unleash the four directions control, again, it would be the same as a mayfly shaking a tree. There's no need to be nervous, little friend. The white-browed old man smiled and opened his mouth. I have come by order of the king of Great Qin, and I mean no harm. At those words, Qin Feng froze. The order of the king of Great Qin? The white-browed old man gently stroked his white beard and said, That's right, the heavenly book Taoist had a prophecy that the seed of the gods would descend upon Great Qin. I've come here, apart from the trip to the heaven's remarkable tower to protect your safety, there's another matter, and that is to bring you to meet the king of Qin. An audience with the king of Qin? The white-browed old man's words, combined with the words of the seventh-turned intruder just now, finally allowed Qin Feng to roughly understand. The special nature of his occupation had long been calculated by that heavenly book Taoist, who regarded him as a divine seed. Not only that heavenly book Taoist, including the 10 countries outside the country, there were also people of prophecy who had calculated his existence and wanted to obliterate him in advance. For example, the 7-turn invader just now was from the Stormwind Kingdom. However, this 9 revolutions giant in front of me just said, the trip to the Tower of Heaven's remarks to protect my safety? Then that means that he has been hiding by his side since he came to this Heaven's Pride Tower? Qin Feng's heart stirred and he suddenly thought of the extremely terrifying being that he had detected when he used the 4 directions control. He had tried to manipulate that being, but failed. Now that I think about it, the aura of that being actually bore some resemblance to this 9 revolutions giant in front of me? No way? Qin Feng's face instantly became a bit odd. The being he had just tried to control was him? That is to say, one had just actually been trying to manipulate a 9 revolutions giant? It's outrageous. Qin Feng's mind fluttered and his gaze flickered slightly. After a moment, he waved away the distractions in his mind, gazed at the white-browed old man across from him, and nodded his head in agreement. Can I, now? The white-browed old man smiled and opened his mouth. It's not urgent, you can go to Tianjing first, and then go forward after the dawn. Little friend can retrieve the imperial beasts and I'll lead little friend there. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and complied. With a thought, the golden crow instantly disappeared and retracted into the imperial beast space. Next moment. Only to see the white-browed old man reach out and flick his hand, the void in front of him instantly opened up, and was actually directly torn open, forming a spatial rift. Subsequently, amidst Qin Feng's shocked gaze, the white-browed old man had already pulled him, stepping into it with one foot. Chapter 77, Deadland, Dry Bones Awakening. As the duo stepped in, the spatial rift instantly closed. There was no imagined feeling of pain, and as soon as he stepped into the spatial crack, Qinfeng only felt that his body seemed to be completely weightless. The sense of time disappeared, and days seemed to pass, and then again only an instant. Arrived. The white-browed old man's pale voice came out. At the same time, a cacophony of voices entered his ears and Qinfeng opened his eyes. Flashing neon lights reflected in the eyes, and even though it was late at night, the streets were still filled with professionals coming and going, almost as if it were daytime. Compared to the extravagance of Shanghai City, Tianjin's buildings were mostly characterized by an aura of antiquity. Most of the buildings were speckled with patterns that seemed to have been weathered for a long time, filling them with an unspeakably thick and heavy aura. The white-browed old man led Qinfeng into a building that towered straight up into the clouds at an unknown height. Qinfeng looked up and saw several large characters written above the building. Qi Tianlu. What a big mouth. Qinfeng couldn't help but sigh mentally. Arriving at the building, the white-browed old man walked to the front desk and pulled out a black card and handed it over. Heavenly rooms, 2 of them. The attendant was shocked to see the black card. Not daring to slow down in the slightest, he quickly took out 2 room cards and handed them over. Your room card, turn left next to it, top floor room Sky 8 Sky 6. The waiter bowed his head and lowered his eyes in a respectful manner. There were very few black card users of Qi Tianlu, and every one of them was a truly top-notch big shot, never something they could offend. Aha! The white-browed old man nodded his head and accepted the room card, leading Qinfeng to a side of the portal marked with the word, Heaven. The room card was swiped lightly, the portal opened, and a teleportation array instantly came into view. Qinfeng's gaze was slightly startled as he stepped up. In just 3 seconds, the environment changed and the two stepped out of the teleportation array. The Sky, number 8 is opposite the Sky, number 6 room. The white-browed old man handed the room card to Qinfeng and smiled. You may rest here first, and after dawn, I will bring you to meet the king of Qin. Qinfeng nodded his head in response and then entered the room. After taking a slight break, Qinfeng sat in his room and combed through his recent gains. In addition to the gains from the trip to the Heaven's Pride Tower, his evolution points had also reached 1 million once again. He opened the panel and looked over. Current evolution points, 118,8566. The remaining 4 Imperial Beasts have all reached the ancient level, leaving only the Golden Crow still at the returning ancestor level. Next, let's finish evolving the Golden Crow first. Qinfeng whispered softly to himself. The Imperial Beast was his main source of combat power, and evolving the Golden Crow first was the first priority. He lowered his eyebrows and lowered his eyes as his consciousness sank into the Imperial Beast space and opened the attribute panel of the Golden Crow. Current Imperial Beast, Golden Crow. Grade, returning to the ancestors. Level, LV81. Power, 60,900. Physique, 52100. Agility, 60,500. Spirit, 56,000. Combat power, 90,000. Skills, Heavenly Fire Meteor, Flame of the Golden Crow. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. Looking at the panel in front of him, Qinfeng slowly spoke, start evolving. Consuming 1 million evolution points, the Golden Crow begins to evolve. As the words fell, the millions of evolution points transformed into white light and merged into the Golden Crow's body as much as they could. In an instant, as the white light merged into the Golden Crow's body, its body seemed to instantly expand a little. Immediately after that, the flames all over his body began to burn crazily. It was as if there was a constant stream of fiery flames that were being released continuously from the inside out. New bee. The Golden Crow let out a cry and instantly flew high. The body hovered in mid-air, and the blazing fire had completely wrapped it, completely unable to see its original appearance. At this moment, the Golden Crow was completely transformed into a huge fireball. The fireball is still expanding and the sky is beginning to burn. A strong fiery red color covered the sky, reflecting the Imperial Beast space into a kingdom of flames. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the fireball seemed to have finally swelled to its limit. The huge fireball that enveloped the sky and the earth at this moment boom burst apart. At the same time, a red-colored being with an incomparably intense light and burning divine fire appeared in front of Qin Feng. Evolution complete. Golden Crow, Great Day, Golden Crow. Current Imperial Beast, the Golden Crow of the Great Sun. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 81. Power, 300,000. Body mass, 185,000. Agility, 305,000. Spirit, 250,000. Combat power, 400,000. Skills, Great Sunfall, Scorching Heavenly Fire. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. 5 ancient levels, all completed. Qin Feng took a deep breath. The next step is to focus on one of them and reach the stellar evolution condition as soon as possible. As long as he obtained the first stellar grade, he could be completely fearless even if he faced a 9 revolutions giant. At this point, the land of the dead. The smell of decay filled the area. The trees were dry, the vitality was cut off, and an air of ruin permeated everywhere. Gah, gah. Evil crows fluttered about, letting out a few shrill chirps that added to the deadly color of the area. A burial mound sits here, with dry branches scattered across it. The grave soil had been completely polluted by the abyssal aura of this place, taking on a tainted black color. Suddenly, the mound, which had existed for an unknown period of time, suddenly shook a few times. Immediately after, giggling sound, a dry arm violently out of it. This arm was densely covered with greenish-black corpse stains, and there were ragged strips of sleeve cloth that had not yet decayed, staining the arm and creating an extremely creepy, swindler-like feeling. In the next moment, the arm moved, and it pressed one hand on top of the grave bag in an extremely strange position. A hard brace followed. A shriveled, skin and bones figure slowly stood up from the middle of the grave bag. Its body was bloodless, its skin was dry, and it was covered in corpse spots, looking nothing like a living person. However, it actually walks. The head was slightly raised, and a wisp of ghostly green fire gradually ignited in the hollow eye sockets. Finally, it's time to do we. Wake me. It opened its mouth with difficulty, its words breaking off, as if it was adjusting to this dry body that had been silent for 100 years. It paused, feeling the information conveyed in its mind. The ghostly green fire in his eyes danced gently as the message became clearer. God, Ming, Seed, Great, Qin. Sorted, out. A broken sound came out as it lifted on dry legs. With a crunching sound, slowly walked toward the outside. Chapter 78, Memory, I'm waiting for you. Inside the room. Qin Feng's consciousness exited the Imperial Beast space and let out a long breath before opening the quest panel. Current task, the Path of the 9 Turns of the Gods 2. Mission statement, the Prestige of the Gods. Mission requirement, suppress the Tower of Celestial Pride and give the Celestial Pride a bit of a godly shake. Length of assignment, unlimited. Mission status, completed. Is it submitted? Submit the mission. Qin Feng opened his mouth. As his voice fell, Qin Feng's body immediately emitted a flashy light around him, and a divine power began to surge from within his body. Successful submission of quest, 9 Turns of the Path of the Gods 2. Current status updated. Occupation, pseudo-god. Level, 3 turns and 90 levels. Power, 15,000. Physique, 85,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 110,000. Combat power, 50,000. Passive skills, invisibility, symbiosis, absolute control. Skills, insight, law of the living spirit, lifelock, for directions control. Imperial beasts, Black Dragon King, Golden Crow of the Great Sun, War Ant Queen, Tongtian Xuanwu, Green Lotus of Creation. Evolution points, 189,887, 189891. Evolution points are growing again, from 3 points per second to 4 points per second. And the occupation has changed? Pseudo-gods? Qin Feng's gaze was slightly condensed. The increase in evolution points was expected of him and wasn't worth caring too much about. However, the occupation of false god caused him to be slightly stunned. Since the awakening of his profession, although his profession would change every time he changed professions, this false god profession had clearly exceeded the scope of regular professions. Is the title pseudo-god already shifting toward godhood? Pseudo-gods? So what's the next transfer? Gods? Shinfeng murmured faintly, a few moments of anticipation rising in his heart. In addition to the increase in attributes this time around, there was another extremely bizarre thing about this transfer. That is, with the completion of the transfer, a jumble of memories was suddenly and extremely violently shoved into his mind. This strand of memory was like a complex line that had been randomly kneaded together in a mess that was difficult to sort out. Shinfeng hesitated a little, and with a slight movement of his mind, he attempted to touch this part of his memory. However, the moment his consciousness came into contact with this part of his memory, the huge and complex memory instantly burst into flames like a blazing fire within his mind. Hiss! An unspeakably intense pain filled his brain, causing Shinfeng's pupils to instantly dilate, and he cried out in uncontrollable pain. This flame spread extremely quickly, and even began to follow his consciousness, spreading towards his original memories, wanting to burn everything. Even though he had already collected his consciousness at the first opportunity, the pain still lasted for a full minute before it gradually subsided. Huffing. Shinfeng lay on his back, his pupils contracting as he gasped for air. This memory was just too complex and huge, and once he came into contact with it, it was like a blazing fire, even to the point of consuming his original consciousness. If he hadn't cut off his connection with that memory in time, at this moment, he might even have turned into a little cutie straight away. Shinfeng gasped for air, his heart terrified. However, his contact was not for naught, and within that memory, he spied a phrase. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you? Shinfeng slowly sat up, his brows slightly furrowed as he murmured softly, chewing on the meaning of these words. After a minute, he shook his head gently, giving up on the idea of continuing to explore this memory. With only 4 words, the information was too little to be understood at all. It was better to wait until one was able to fully absorb this part of the memory before carefully exploring it. Shinfeng's gaze slightly lowered as he looked at his own skill panel. The skills have changed a bit with this transfer. Absolute control. Skill effect passive, you have complete control over your imperial beast, unable to be influenced by any power, every word and thought is an oracle. Absolute control? Shinfeng looked at the skill introduction. Every word and thought is an oracle? The summoning skill disappeared, which meant that one didn't need to summon. Could one directly call out the imperial beasts with just a word, or a thought? At the same time, does the inability to be affected by any power mean that an ability such as the heaven-suppressing tablet can no longer lock down the imperial beast space? Shinfeng pondered in his mind and understood the meaning. Locking up the imperial beast space was really a bit troublesome, and this skill was to his liking. Taking a breath, Shinfeng opened his carry-on space. This time, the reward for the Heaven's Pride Tower quest, in addition to the millions of merits as well as the legendary grade set, there were 2 items that he had yet to check out. With a slight movement of his mind, a skill book that shimmered with a faint light appeared in front of him. Talented skill books. Occupation, Beast Master. Available level, LV1. Introduction, after using it, there is a 50% probability of randomly comprehending a talent skill. Randomly comprehend a natural skill? Shinfeng looked at the skill introduction and chanted. Talented skill is an extremely rare skill. At the time of professional awakening at the age of 18, there is only a 1 in a million probability that there is a possibility of comprehending a talented skill. Every professional who was able to comprehend a natural skill had a combat power that could not be underestimated. Even though his profession is ordinary, he can still have strength comparable to top professions with his natural skills. Usually, the talent skill can only be realized at the time of the initial professional awakening. Once the professional awakening is completed, there is no longer any possibility of comprehending the natural skill on one's own, but only through the assistance of external forces. And the Book of Natural Skills is this external force. However, talent skill books were extremely rare, and despite only having a 50% probability, the market price was still ridiculously high. With a light grip on his palm, Shinfeng didn't hesitate in the slightest and decisively chose to use it. The talent skill book instantly melted and seeped into Shinfeng's body like a puddle of water. Soon, a series of messages surfaced in his panel. You used the Book of Talents. Your luck is bursting. Congratulations on your realization of the natural skill, limit breaking. Gifted skill, limit breaking. Skill effect, you have broken the barrier restriction of professionals, you can learn the skills of other professions. Looking at the skill introduction, Shinfeng was first slightly stunned, but quickly understood. Ability to learn skills from other professions. At first glance, this skill seems to be a bit of a chicken, but if you think about it, it's actually quite useful. As an Imperial Beast Master, he didn't need to engage in head-on battles with others though. However, it is possible to use this talent to learn the skills of a certain line of auxiliary professions to perform status increases for Imperial Beasts. Or learn the Assassin Sneak skill to hide yourself, which is also a good choice. Chapter 79, Descent, Is She Female? With the natural skill comprehension completed, Xin Feng reopened his carry-on space and took out the last item. It was a prismatic fragment the size of a hand. The fragments emitted 7 colored divine light and were filled with a divine aura. Pieces of divine authority. Category, Artifacts. Available levels, LV1. Description, fragments produced by the shattering of a god's authority, which contains terrifying divine power. Xin Feng frowned slightly. This divine authority fragment, however, currently could not see a specific function and did not know how to use it. Or does it require multiple pieces to make the divine authority complete before it can be utilized? He pondered slightly in his mind and finally decided that he could inquire about it when he met with the king of Great Qin after dawn. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Xin Feng stretched his body and then prepared to rest. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him that there was one more thing. Opening the quest panel, a quest surfaced. Mission, Devotee of the Gods. Mission description, as a god, you must have your own faithful followers, please obtain your first believer. Mission requirements, demonstrate God's power and harvest believers. If you see God, why don't you worship him? Duration of mission, unlimited. Mission status, completed. Is it submitted? This quest was suddenly triggered on the 100th floor of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower, when he met with Chen Shang. At that time, when his 5 great imperial beasts came out and Chen Shang knelt down, this task was completed, but it was never submitted. Gazing at the quest panel, Xin Feng lightly said, "Submit." As the words fell, a series of messages crossed the panel. Successful submission of mission, Devotee of the Gods. Mission accomplished. Successfully harvested believers, you have activated the skill, Faith. You have activated the skill, Descent. Skill, Faith. Skill effect, you can harvest the faith of believers, and the faith value can be used to shape the Godhead. Faith, shaping the Godhead? Xin Feng murmured, these words were somewhat unfamiliar, but they were not difficult to understand. According to his guess, the follow-up of the 9 turns of the Path of the Gods might be of use. He continued to check the introduction of the skill, Descent. Skill, Descent. Skill effect, you can check the status of a believer at any time, and can borrow the body of a believer and descend for a short period of time. The ability to check the status of a believer at any time and to briefly descend in the body of a believer? Xin Feng repeated. Thinking about it a little, I'm going to give it a try. Immediately, he closed his eyes and moved his mind slightly. Descent's observation ability is in effect. In an instant, Xin Feng perceived that he seemed to have entered a void space. It was as if his consciousness had detached from his body, rising higher and higher into an unnamable space. In this space, time and space no longer existed, and with one step, he could reach 10,000 miles away in an instant. A glance of the eye can also view all things in the world. What a divine feeling! Xin Feng marveled in his heart. Around him surrounded several tiny stars. Only most of them, all of them are dimly lit, without half a bit of light. There was only one, and at this time, there was a faint light shining, emitting a glittering light. Xin Feng raised his finger and lightly touched it. At once, clear images appeared in his consciousness. A hazy mist of water rose up. In the middle of the hot spring bath, a slim, white calf was the first to step in. Then a bare naked body also gently lay down and soaked into the bath. Female? This scene had just surfaced when Xin Feng was instantly startled. His consciousness was so disorganized that he couldn't hold on to his mind, and he directly exited the descent observation state uncontrollably. What the hell? How come it's a female? Xin Feng could hardly believe his eyes. He clearly remembered that Chen Shang was a man, right? How did he suddenly become a woman? It caused him to lose control and just explode. His heart was beating violently and his whole body was still a bit confused. That's a little bit outrageous, isn't it? The other side. The Chen family compound. Inside the room. The water misted and filled the room. Inside the large hot spring bath, Chen Shang stripped off his clothes and stepped in. The entire naked body was buried in the water, leaving only the head above the surface. She hung her head and clasped her arms, her eyes calm, unsure of what she was thinking. Suddenly, Chen Shang's brows furrowed slightly as he jerked his head up. Who? She sensed something. It was an extremely subtle sensation, but she was still aware of it. What a familiar scent, is it him? Chen Shang was puzzled in his heart. She then shook her head slightly. The Chen family compound, where almost no one could sneak in, she should have been too nervous. The night faded and it was light. Xin Feng followed the white-browed old man out of the Qi Tian building. The imperial palace was not far from the Qi Tian building. Soon, Xin Feng was led by the white-browed old man to an extremely ancient, heavy palace. The words, Emperor Palace, were like divine text, emitting an extremely majestic aura. The two of them walked into it, and along the way, the pavilions, mountains and water systems made Xin Feng quite shocked. Not long after, the footsteps stopped. Arrived. The white-browed old man said softly. Before his eyes, the words, Qin Wang Palace, came into view. Coming? Come in. Without waiting for the two to speak, a gentle voice was already the first to come out from it. Yes. The white-browed old man had a solemn expression on his face, and with a slight bow, he led Xin Feng to step into it. Walking into the hall, Xin Feng looked up. He only saw an old man wearing a black dragon robe and an imperial crown with a majestic face sitting on top of the dragon chair, looking at him with a smile on his face. Greetings, King Qin. Xin Feng's heart slightly skipped a beat, his face showed respect, and he arched his hand in obeisance. This was the first time he had met the king of Great Qin, the supreme ruler of the Great Qin kingdom. It was naturally impossible to say that the heart was not excited. No need to be polite, take your seat. The king of Great Qin laughed, his face charitable. Yes. Seeing this, Xin Feng nodded in response. Coming to one side and sitting down, the white-browed old man similarly sat on one side. Is it inconvenient to ask you to come here this time out of the blue? The Great Qin king's voice was gentle as he looked at Xin Feng charitably. No inconvenience, don't worry King Qin. Xin Feng opened his mouth. Oh, that's good. You should already know the purpose of this invitation to come here, right? Have you any doubts to ask? If you have, ask boldly. The Great Qin king looked at Xin Feng and asked softly. Xin Feng hesitated for a moment, then spoke directly. Back to the Qin king, I do have a question. But there's no harm in saying it. Chapter 89 turns corpse demon. Xin Feng organized his thoughts and opened his mouth to ask, this time, the first place in the Celestial Pride Tower is rewarded with a fragment of divine authority. I have examined the shard, but have no idea how to use it. Upon hearing this, Great Qin King Wintian smiled faintly and explained. There is some divine power remaining within the fragments of the divine authority, so you can sink your consciousness into it for enlightenment. However, this kind of realization is not a momentary effort, it needs to be carried out over a long period of time, do not be greedy for speed. Consciousness sinks into the senses? Xin Feng murmured, understanding a little. The Great Qin King nodded, then continued, this is one of them. The second is that the divine authority fragment needs to rely on the power of the gods to repair it, but I don't know much about this part, so I'm afraid you need to test it yourself. The divine authority is supposed to be an item belonging to the gods, and even though it's only a fragment, it can only be useful in your hands, and you need to learn more about it on your own. Hearing this, Xin Feng nodded slightly. Thank you, King of Qin. In his mind, he thought of the person who was inside the Heavens Remarks Tower, the one that Lei Zhanghao had guessed. The fact that the Qin King would take out the divine authority fragment was obviously prepared for him. The Great Qin King lightly waved his sleeve robe and said, there is no need for that, your growth is also good for Great Qin. With 10 countries outside the country eyeing us, Great Qin is running out of time. Only if you can grow up as quickly as possible will Great Qin have a chance of survival when the national war opens. War of Nations? Xin Feng murmured. That's right, your growth speed has exceeded my expectations, and you can already play a decisive role at the time of the national war, and you don't even need to reach the 5th turn, so Great Qin will be able to renew its national fortune again. If you can really break the limits of professionals in the future and step onto the path of a god, then Great Qin may be able to renew the brilliant glory of the first emperor's time. A few moments of yearning passed above the pale and decaying face of the Great Qin King. His ancestor, the first emperor, had pacified all the kingdoms and built the Great Wall of the Starry Sky to stop the extraterrestrial heavenly devils, and after 10,000 years, in his generation, he had actually fallen into such a state. How could he be willing to do so? Xin Feng nodded with determination in his eyes. The White Lodge will arrange a place for you to stay within the heavenly capital, and you can live there if you wish. If there's anything you need, you can contact Hakushu and he'll arrange it. The king of Great Qin said. Many thanks to King Qin. Qin Feng arched his hand and bowed slightly. The white-browed old man Baishu also bowed slightly before leading Qin Feng out of the imperial palace. Tianjing, Yunwan Villa area. Villa 1. The villa is extremely large, with mountains and rivers and water systems, making it the top villa area in Tianjing. The two of them stepped into it, and Qin Feng took a deep breath. An incomparably soothing feeling instantly surged into his heart, and he felt as if his spirit had been restored. Obviously, there is a spiritual recovery spell formation here, or a strange stone prop. Baisu handed over the key to Qin Feng, and at the same time took out a silver white disc-like item and handed it over to Qin Feng along with it, saying, "This is the key to the ancient ruins of the living spirit. It is a relic that was created after the death of the living spirit sovereign in the ancient times. There is a possibility that there is an ancient great imperial beast remaining in it. It should be of some use to you." Qin Feng sniffed and looked away as information surfaced in his eyes. Key to the ancient ruins of the living spirit. Description: can be used to enter the ancient ruins of the living spirit, in which there may be ancient great imperial beasts. Available level, LV1. Ancient great imperial beasts may exist among them? Qin Feng was slightly shocked in his heart and thanked him before accepting the item. With the skill, Life Spirit Dharma Decree, in place, this Life Spirit Ancient Ruins could be quite useful to him. Well, I will leave, if I need. Baijiu nodded his head and was just about to leave when he suddenly felt a shock in his heart and his face changed drastically, sensing an unusual aura. It was an incomparably strong aura that made him slightly fearful. 9 turns of a giant? Who? He snapped his head up and stormed out in a stern voice. With the 9 revolutions chi in full swing, an incomparably sharp aura shot straight up into the sky, like a wild sword unsheathing. Qin Feng's face similarly changed. He also detected that aura, extremely dangerous, never something he could resist. Breath. Right. Is him now. Broken words came from the air. In the next second, amidst Qin Feng's shocked expression, a shriveled, withered figure suddenly and slowly stepped out of the air in front of him. The figure was extremely bizarre, covered in rotting clothes, with only a few pieces stuck to its body. The exposed skin had large patches of greenish-black corpse spots, and the cheeks were so dry that the dark gray bones in them could already be seen. Within the empty eye sockets, 2 green ghostly flames danced slowly, like a long-dead corpse. An incomparably dense death aura spread out, filling the entire space. Dots of golden light flooded Qin Feng's eyes. Cave view opens directly. Name, Murakiri. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 9 turns of 290 levels. Combat power, 7.5 million. Affiliation, Mouth Country. The 9 turns of the Corpse Demon? 7.5 million combatants? Qin Feng's gaze sank slightly, his heart appalled. Compared to Qin Feng, the shock in Baiju's heart was even greater. How could a 9 revolutions Corpse Demon appear within the Great Qin Kingdom? In a sealed state, it was unlikely that the 10 countries outside of the country would have the ability to send a 9 turns into Great Qin without Great Qin realizing it. Baiju's face was heavy, and he had already, in the first instance, transmitted the information to the Great Qin King. This strength was by no means something he could match anymore. Even with equal combat power, he didn't have the slightest confidence that he would be able to defeat the Corpse Demon. What's more, the other party's combat power was 1,000,000 times higher than his. This can already be presented as crushing. Go! Baiju's gaze was dead set on the opposite Corpse Demon as he reached out and a pitch-black spatial rift appeared in front of him. Afterward, he exerted force with his palms, and then he wanted to push Qin Feng directly into the spatial rift and teleport away from this place. However, he had only just made a move. In the next moment, the intense death aura had however instantly surged in. The spatial rift instantly disintegrated under the shroud of that intense grey death aura. At the same time, Qin Feng felt that his body had stiffened and was completely unable to move. Mana, blood, and even the heart began to stop. Not only him, even Baiju was not much better at this time. As the main object of erosion of the intense death chi, his body was even more stagnant, and the blade chi in his body continued to burst out in an attempt to cut off the control of the death chi, but to no avail at all. The gods, the seed. The shriveled corpse demon spoke again. The ghostly green flames in its eye sockets rapidly pulsed as it walked towards Qin Feng. Chapter 81, The Seed of the Gods is dead, I will choose a country to be buried with it. Seeing this, Baijiu's entire body began to struggle violently. His body's blade qi trembled continuously as he tried to break through the dead qi. The divine seed was a matter of great importance, and it was absolutely impermissible for anything to happen. His body trembled, and the raging white light around him was as brilliant as stars, blazing out. In an instant, a piercing divine aura erupted within his eyes, and in an instant, he actually broke free from the control of the death aura. In the air, violet white light blossomed, turning into a long sky-charging blade that tore through the deathly aura and rose up into the sky. Baijiu reached out and held his hand as if he were holding a supreme heavenly sword, and strove to chop it down. Space was torn apart by the approaching light of the heavenly sword. The ghostly green fire in the eyes of the shriveled corpse demon, however, only gently pulsed a few times. Immediately after that, it raised its withered claws, its grey death chi condensing, and gently gripped at the blade light. Pang! The heavenly and earthly blade light instantly disintegrated. In the next instant, a dry, thin, withered claw instantly pulled out from Baijiu's chest and pinched his heart. Pang! Heart burst. Baixi's body went limp and he fell down uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, intense flames instantly surged up in Qin Feng's chest as his eyes stared at this dry corpse with a deadly gaze. Only, even with his 5 ancient great imperial beasts in hand, facing the 9 revolutions was still like a mantis with no chance of victory. His body was completely unable to move and his consciousness was fading. The knot. Tied up. Disjointed words floated out from the corpse demon's mouth. Ghostly green flames danced in its empty eye sockets as it stretched out its dry handclaws to make a slight grab at Qin Feng. Under the huge gap in strength, without the slightest hindrance, Qin Feng's life value was directly zeroed out. In that instant, Qin Feng decisively gave up the damage transfer effect of symbiosis. The damage of 9 turns was no longer something that Tong Tian Xianwu could withstand. Even if one were to gamble on all of the imperial beasts, it would still be a complete moth to the flame, so it would be better to give up on this ridiculous intention and go straight to death. He still had one last safeguard: the past life creation effect of the green lotus of creation would allow him to be reborn. As he was dying, Qin Feng gazed calmly at the shriveled and dried corpse. The body slowly turned into a mass of mud and sand, blown away by the wind. Within the space of the imperial beast, the green lotus of creation emitted an eerie green light, and the 9-petaled lotus quickly withered. The dense green light rose up and enveloped the entire imperial beast space. Pang! In the next moment, the imperial beast space disintegrated. Under the wrapping of the green light, the imperial beasts disappeared as much as they could. Boom! Heaven and earth changed color. The moment Qin Feng's consciousness dissipated, a voice that suppressed infinite anger and was incomparably majestic rang out openly. Rats! The words fell. A pale and monumental figure wearing a black dragon robe and an emperor's crown slowly surfaced in front of the corpse demon. Occupation: Emperor. Level: 9 turns and 300 levels. Combat power: 20 million. The incomparably terrifying attributes made the corpse demon tremble in fear. It didn't occur to me that there would actually be a 9-turned corpse demon within the Great Qin Kingdom. It was my miscalculation that gave you the opportunity. The Great Qin King's voice was low, anger spreading in his heart. Mouth and mouth country? Humph. His voice was gloomy in the extreme as he gazed at the shriveled corpse demon. I don't know how long you've been lurking in Great Qin territory, and since you're not willing to live on, let's hit the road. As the Great Qin King's voice fell, the ghostly green flames in the corpse demon's empty eye sockets pulsed violently, and with a single movement of his body, he wanted to disappear into the current space. However, the Great Qin King only gently raised his hand and grabbed it. The corpse demon's body then instantly froze, followed by a slight force from the Great Qin King's palm. Boom! The sound of the corpse demon's body instantly burst apart and disappeared into smoke. Mouth country. The diminutive old man gazed at the stars before him. Among the stars that were intertwined and connected by light, a star that was originally extremely bright suddenly became dim. Then the light dissipated, completely transforming into an ebony stone block. Seeing this scene, the old man was instantly overjoyed. It worked! As his voice exited, the several people wearing crowns standing beside him all wore happy faces. Is the seed of God finally dead? It is not easy, even out of the hidden 100 years of the 9 turns, before succeeding. Where is Village Kill, ready to use the boundary breaker cone to open the border restrictions and allow him to return? The king of the Mouth Kingdom spoke decisively. The old man nodded in response and reached out to stir the stars. Immediately afterward, a lighted star was flipped out. However, in just a moment, this star that was originally emitting light was instantly extinguished, completely transforming into a black stone. The short old man was stunned. Murasaki is dead? Dead? The king of the Mouth Kingdom stayed for a moment. Was it done by the king of Great Sheen? Within the Great Sheen Kingdom, excluding the 9 revolutions that guarded the stars, the only one who could have the ability to kill the village slayers should be the Great Sheen King. It's just a matter of being able to kill the god seed, it's all worth it. The king of the Mouth Kingdom brushed his sleeve slightly and said no more. With the death of the necromancer, the Great Sheen King reached out and waved a ray of ethereal light. Where the light covers, everything revives. Baijo's heart healed again, and a new heart slowly beat in the middle of his chest. Blood began to flow throughout his body, and vitality revived once again. Soon, half a minute passed. Ah! Baijo let out a sharp cry of surprise and stood up, his saber aura surged once again, and just as he was about to release it, he noticed the Great Sheen King on the side. King Sheen, the divine seed? Baeksu made a hasty bow and subconsciously inquired. The Great Sheen King's brows were furrowed, and a strong anger was suppressed within his body. The ghostly light had covered almost all of this side of space, but it was still completely useless. This wisp of ethereal light could completely resurrect any living being that died within a day, but at this moment it actually had no effect at all. This would mean that the divine seed was completely dead. 9 revolutions against 3, the necromancer wore out the soul of the divine seed completely, just to avoid being reanimated. 10 kingdoms. The king of Great Sheen raised his head up and looked into the distance, his gaze seeming to be able to penetrate endless distances and press straight into the 10 countries beyond the borders. The white host's heart also rose with a monstrous hatred, his eyes were glazed over, and the blade chi in his body was vaguely out of control. He knew the importance of the divine seed. As soon as the divine seed died, it meant that Great Sheen would be in the midst of a national war, already completely hopeless, and would surely suffer a siege from 10 countries, completely collapsing. A dead silence fell around them. After a minute had passed, the Great Sheen King slowly withdrew his gaze. Hakushu. King Sheen. Hearing the voice, Hakushu quickly answered. Recall the 2 beyond the stars. As the divine seed is dead, I will choose a country to be buried with it. The Great Sheen King's voice was calm, and he could no longer hear any semblance of emotion. However, the touch of violence hidden between his pale, monumental eyes was unnerving. Recall the star people? Upon hearing these words, Baiju instantly looked up, his face slightly changing. But soon, he stopped hesitating and responded decisively. Yes, King Sheen. Chapter 82, The Sheen King, this time, wants to destroy the country. The Chen family compound. Shen Shang was dressed in white and frowned slightly. Just now, the 5 major divine powers within her body had simultaneously generated a strange movement in an instant. Immediately afterward, the originally surging divine power actually weakened a lot out of nowhere. What's going on? Her face changed slightly, and there were a few moments of incomprehension in her gaze. This weakening of the divine power did not come from a weakening of her control over it, but rather an abnormality had arisen in the divine power itself. An upright figure suddenly flashed through Chen Shang's mind. She then rose suddenly, a few moments of unease sweeping across her eyes. It was at this moment that he saw Chen Xingyue walk out from the side with a grave expression on his face. Grandpa? Chen Shang opened his mouth. Shenger, notify down the line and call for a family meeting. Chen Xingyue said in a deep voice. Not much longer. Chen family compound, council chamber. After everyone has arrived. Chen Xingyue sat in the main seat, his face somber as he slowly said, the king of Qin has ordered me to enter the palace. This time when I go to the palace, the time is hard to determine. During my absence, the Chen family will be held by Qin Xiao. Do you have any objections? Into the palace? When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other as if they were a bit surprised. They didn't have a problem with Qin Xiao holding the Qin clan in his stead. Qin Xiao was Qin Shang's father, and was himself an 8th-turn powerhouse. No one was more qualified to hold the Qin clan in his stead than him. However, Chen Xingyue's entry into the palace this time was a bit puzzling to them. After a long time, a tall middle-aged man spoke. Uncle Yu, we have no objection to the matter of substitution, only that the king of Qin has suddenly summoned you to the palace this time. Is there something big happening? Chen Xiao also frowned and inquired, "Father, is there something going on in the palace this time?" Chen Xingyue swept his gaze across the crowd and slowly spoke. The king of Qin was enraged by the death of the divine seed, and this time when he returned to the palace, he was going to go and face the 10 kingdoms head-on. Death of the divine seed? The crowd looked puzzled. Chen Shang, on the other hand, raised her head violently and looked at Chen Xingyue, her heart beating uncontrollably, as violently as a beating drum. Feeling Chen Shang's gaze, Chen Xingyue gently nodded and said, "The divine seed is the one who is internally determined for this heaven's remarkable tower." The Taoist of the heavenly book had calculated that in this national war, without the seed of the gods, the great Qin kingdom might be in danger of toppling over. Now that the national war is about to begin, but the divine seeds have been attacked and killed, the king of Qin has been enraged, and not just me, but all the 9 turns will be recalled. Without the divine seed, the great Qin kingdom will be in danger of toppling over in the midst of a national war? When these words came out, the crowd was shocked and realized the seriousness of the matter. Chen Xiao's gaze was grave as he looked toward Chen Xingyue. "Father, is the king of Qin going forward to ask for punishment this time? There's no point in asking questions." Chen Xingyue gently shook his head and slowly said, "The national war has not yet begun, and the 10 countries are not ironclad. The king of Qin, this time, wants to destroy the country." The meeting ended and Chen Xingyue headed directly towards the imperial palace. Chen Shang walked out of the council chamber and tilted his head up, gazing at the sky. Chen Xiao walked forward, looked at Chen Shang, and opened his mouth to inquire, "Does Shanger have something to say?" He had long since noticed the difference in Chen Shang's demeanor, and she seemed to have other opinions on the matter of divine seeds. Upon hearing this, Chen Shang withdrew his gaze and turned to Chen Xiao. After a moment of silence, her gaze was calm and she spoke softly, "He's still alive, he'll never die." Shanghai City, Fang family. The king of Qin summoned the order? Fang Dingshan looked at his father with astonishment on his face. Fan Lu nodded his head gently, and although his body was old, there was a strong battle spirit bursting out. The 10 kingdoms are pulling teeth from the tiger's mouth, and Great Qin has to show something since. This aged body of mine, if I can do something for Great Qin again, I will have no regrets even if I die. The Great Wall of Stars. The 2 great figures stood indifferently, their gazes cold, and their bodies exuding a terrifying aura. On the far side of them were endless extraterrestrial beings separated by the Great Wall of Stars, watching from afar and not daring to step in. Suddenly, the 2 of them moved slightly and received a recall message at the same time. Seeing this, the 2 of them looked at each other. Immediately, without the slightest hesitation, with a single movement of his body, he directly disappeared above the starry sky Great Wall. Chapter 83, As long as there is a bloodstain, the gods will kill him as well. Mouth Country. Inside the Great Hall. It's not right. It's not right. The short-built old man furrowed his brows, gazing at the astrological chart in the void in front of him, murmuring under his breath. Above the star image in the void, there were 8 stars, emitting intense light, emerging uncontrollably from the star image. As these 8 stars shining with intense light emerged, the entire astral image vaguely began to tremble. What happened, God Emperor? The king of the Mouth Kingdom, Miyamoto Ishinobu, saw this scene and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. The remaining few kings also looked shocked and gazed at the old man. Astrological anomalies, showing that there are 8-9 revolutions approaching? The short old man's face was grave as he suddenly opened his mouth. There was a flash of light in his narrowed eyes. What? 8-9 revolutions? Where would there be so many 9 revolutions giants? Miyamoto Shirshian was startled, and his face instantly became grave, knowing that there were only 4 9 revolutions giants in the Cuckoo country, altogether. Without hesitation, he opened the Protectorate formation at the first opportunity. The country of Cuckoo is not very large, like a giant island in the sea. If they didn't respond in the first place, and the 8-9 revolutions descended, the Cuckoo kingdom would even be at risk of extinction. The remaining few kings were also in shock. Yes, 8-9 revolutions giants are too unbelievable. Could it be that the king of Great Qin has come here to ask for punishment? But how many 9 revolutions are there in the entire Great Qin? Not counting those who guard the stars, even if we add the Great Qin king, 7 is already the limit. Could there be a mistake? The short old man's eyes narrowed, the same doubt in his heart. The star image in front of him buzzed and trembled, and the light above the 8 stars grew brighter and brighter, even a bit blinding. His withered arm stretched out, wanting to stir the stars to obtain detailed information. And it was the moment his arm was outstretched. Boom! The sound of a terrifying explosion rang out. The Great Hall shook violently, and the entire astral image was affected, instantly collapsing. The entire Cuckoo Country was like an earthquake, and the ground even had the appearance of cracking. Miyamoto Szechuan's face changed wildly. At the sound of this violent explosion, he sensed that the Protectorate formation had actually ruptured directly. One blow to break the Protectorate formation? He didn't dare to hesitate, his body swayed and directly disappeared into the Grand Hall. The remaining few kings all had a huge change of color and a shocked look on their faces as they simultaneously dashed and rushed out of the Great Hall. At this time in the Cuckoo Country, a huge collapse had been produced in the country's city. With one strike, not only did it pierce through the Protectorate formation of Cuckoo Country, but an unknown number of professionals died directly. Countless professionals trembled and cried, staring with fear at the terrifying figures in the sky. What's happening? Is it an enemy attack? 9-turn giant. It's a 9-turn giant. How could there be a 9th Revolution's giant here? Where's the king? Report the king. Why can't you be revived? The resurrection scroll can't take effect, and even your soul is directly shattered. Run, they're running to kill, run. There's no escape, we have to unite and guard the Cuckoo Kingdom together. A mere 9th turn giant, as long as we have a bloodstain, we'll kill even the gods for him. Good point, you go first. I'm not on. Baka. In the middle of the city, fear was spreading in every corner, and the cries of one after another were constantly heard. The void. 8 terrifying figures stood in the air, their eyes showing a cold light, exuding cold and stern emotions as they gazed at the crying and running professionals below. The king of Great Sheen was dressed in a black dragon robe, his pale and monumental face was devoid of joy and sadness, and his eyes were calm. He was about to strike again, but suddenly, he sensed something and looked into the void in front of him. Only the void suddenly distorted. Miyamoto Ishinobu, who was full of anger, stepped out from one of them. Immediately after that, 9 figures wearing different emperor robes walked out one after another. King of Great Sheen. Miyamoto Szechuan had a face of violent anger, scanning the collapsed buildings below. With the dead people, it was as if there was a flame burning in his heart. The remaining kings of the 9 countries also had shocked faces, completely not expecting the king of Great Sheen to come here directly to make a move. Even if there are 8-9 revolutions, so what? Their 10 countries are united, and they have dozens of 9 revolutions. Is the king of Great Sheen fearless? Wen Tian, what are you doing? Miyamoto Szechuan's voice was shocked and furious as his 9 revolutions chi instantly erupted, glaring angrily at the Great Sheen king. With the 10 countries united, he is not afraid of Great Sheen. I have come here for one thing only, to destroy the country. The Great Sheen king's eyes swept over the kings of the 10 kingdoms one by one, and his black dragon robe was windless as he opened his mouth and said, "You may choose a country on your own to accompany the seeds of the gods." Chapter 84, Great Sheen's first founder, Su Fu. You may choose a country of your own to be buried with the seed of the gods. The moment these words came out, the kings of the 10 kingdoms were completely furious. How rampant and arrogant is this statement? Simply treat them like nothing. Miyamoto Szechuan swept his gaze over the 7 people behind the Great Sheen king. Just as he was about to open his mouth, suddenly, his entire body shook as he saw a man with a head full of pale hair standing behind the Great Sheen king. You! Zhou Zhan? Instantly, Miyamoto Szechuan's face changed wildly, as if he had seen a ghost. Once he said this, the other 9 kings all reacted and looked behind the Great Sheen king. The corners of the mouth of the man with the full head of pale hair widened into a smile. At his side stood a tall man with a face like a diamond, also grinning and looking at them. Zhou Chop? Feng Xiangong? Instantly, their pupils dilated and they looked at the Great Sheen king with disbelief on their faces. These 2 people they knew only too well were the people of the Great Sheen kingdom who were guarding the starry sky. Great Sheen king, you've actually withdrawn the people guarding the starry sky? Is this move of yours to bring about the complete destruction of Great Sheen? Once the extraterrestrial beings invaded, it would be an extremely terrifying disaster. Great Sheen will be the first to be destroyed, and then they will be destroyed as well. Winning Sky, although the divine seed is dead, but the national war is open, Great Sheen only has the risk of the country's destiny being overturned. It can still choose to rely on us, it's not the destruction of the country. And by acting like this, are you trying to bring about the complete demise of the entire Earth star once the extraterrestrial beings invade? The kings of the 10 kingdoms were terrified to the core. They just want to swallow up Great Sheen's 10,000 years of national fortune through a national war. They are not trying to break up with Great Sheen. The Great Qin's fortunes tumbled, and the result was nothing more than the inability of all professions to upgrade, and a decline in lifespan and battle prowess. But it is possible to live on by clinging to them. And the king of the Qin now behavior, but really is the death of the country. The Great Qin king's eyes were calm as he spoke. The Great Wall of Stars can block 1 hour, you and others elect a country, the country is destroyed, I will leave. There was not the slightest emotion in his voice, but it had an undeniable sense of majesty. You. The kings of the 10 kingdoms looked extremely ugly. It was completely unexpected that the king of Great Qin would be so crazy. Either a country is elected or we are all buried together. I will give you a minute to choose. Great Qin has no habit of attaching itself to other countries, burying one country. The 9 countries cannot eat up Great Qin's fortune in the national war. Great Qin still has a chance to survive. If all 10 kingdoms survive, then Great Qin will drag the 10 kingdoms back with it. Ergo, choose. The Great Qin king's words were like containing heavenly authority, and his black dragon robe made a hunting sound. The crowd was in a rage, but there was nothing they could do. After a long silence, they simultaneously looked towards the king of the Cuckoo Kingdom, Miyamoto Ishinobu. It's not that they together want the Cuckoo Country to be destroyed, but they just happen to be in the middle of the Cuckoo Country right now. Plus the one who killed the Great Qin divine seed was the 9 revolutions of the Cuckoo Kingdom. Therefore, the first reaction was to look at the king of the Mouth Kingdom. Baka! Miyamoto Shishuan's face flushed red with incomparable anger. What do you mean? Without a word, the king of the 9 kingdoms moved his gaze and looked at the king of Great Qin again. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying aura blossomed around the Great Qin king. Eyes downcast, his palm probed out with a slight flip. Boom! As if the might of heaven had descended. The terrifying power seemed like the heavens smashing down, and the city below was reduced to rubble in an instant. Under one strike, countless professionals fell to their deaths, and one side of the city was razed to the ground. Miyamoto Ishinobu was trembling and his eyes were red. At the same time, the 7 people behind the Great Qin king also struck out. Baijiu's 2 long eyebrows like dragon's whiskers swung in the wind, and his body's saber aura shot straight up into the clouds, condensing into a terrifying heavenly saber. He reached out and slashed angrily. This blade was unreservedly sharp. Boom! Without the protection of the Protectorate formation, the giant island that the Cuckoo Kingdom was situated on was nearly chopped right off under this blade. Blade chi swept through the city, a city was completely flattened, and all living beings were annihilated. Immediately after. Boom 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 boom. Several terrifying forces fell, a city in the Cuckoo Kingdom, constantly being shattered, endless living beings fell. Miyamoto Shishuan gritted his teeth, but did not dare to have the slightest action. The Great Qin king gazed at the living beings that kept dying below, no half change in his eyes. It is true that there may be many innocent people in this country, but it is their destiny to be born in this country. The king of Great Qin looked down at the last remaining city in the Mouth Kingdom. Miyamoto Shishuan's face had stiffened, his face was as white as paper, and his lips were trembling slightly. It's over. The king of Great Qin opened his mouth indifferently. Then he probed his palm again and flicked it over. In an instant, the heavenly might came again. Boom! Like the sky pouring down, the invisible force covered and pressed down. It was about to wipe out the Cuckoo Country completely. However, right at this moment, a radiance rose brightly below, gradually forming an illusory silhouette. This silhouette was extremely huge and raised one hand. With a loud boom, the force of the heavenly tilt was actually directly blocked. Stop! The illusory silhouette spoke, his gaze fixed on the Great Qin king. Ancestor? Seeing the virtual shadow, Miyamoto Shishuan was instantly overjoyed. Excited with old tears, he directly kneeled down. The Great Qin king's face changed slightly, frowning gently as he looked toward the illusory silhouette. He recognized the silhouette. His ancestor, the first emperor, had left a portrait, truly belonging to the ancient period. The first founder of Great Qin, Su Fu. Chapter 85, Su Fu. Loan, to see you. Su Fu? You are indeed not dead. The Great Qin king's eyes blossomed as he spoke in a deep voice. At the end of the 9 revolutions, lifespan is not more than 10,000 years, you have indeed found the immortality pill. At those words, the gigantic figure, however, shook its head slightly, with a slight hint of regret in its expression. Everlasting life, how remote, I just live some more days, compared to the first emperor's later means, I can only be considered inferior method. Kid, back off here and I'll save your life. You have already reached the end of the 9 revolutions and glimpsed the tip of the 10 revolutions. You should know clearly that even if it is just a projection, the power I possess today is by no means something you can resist. The great Qin King Songru's face was solemn as he looked towards Su Fu's silhouette and droned. If I can try the greatness of the 10 revolutions, I will have no regrets even if I die. The words fell. His black dragon robe trembled violently, his palm guided in vain, and a terrifying fluctuation was born between heaven and earth, as if a calamity was about to descend. Boom! In the next moment, 1,000 feet of huge waves instantly rose above the sea. Thunder also flickered in the sky, and millions of purple thunderbolts continued to erupt, producing a roar. The great Qin King's eyes slightly condensed as he flipped his palm and pressed down. 1,000-foot giant wave smashed down towards Su Fu's silhouette in a matter of moments. The purple thunderbolts in the sky also bombarded down crazily like raindrops, as if the end was coming. However, in the face of such a horrifying scene, Su Fu, however, did not have the slightest change in color and spoke blandly, "It's as small as dust." He slowly raised his hand and made a gesture of holding up the sky. Boom, boom, boom. With the loud sound, no matter how the giant waves and heavenly thunder bombarded him, they were completely unable to hurt him in the slightest. "Since you want to seek death, I will fulfill you." Su Fu snorted coldly. Immediately, he reached out remotely. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, space continued to distort, and a pitch-black colored spatial crack continued to emerge. The great Qin King clearly detected an incomparably dangerous aura coming towards him. There's no way to avoid it, there's no way to hide from it. Boom! In the next instant, the space in front of him suddenly opened up. Like a rag being torn right through, a pitch-black spatial crack was revealed. This spatial crack extended extremely far, spreading directly over his body. An indescribable aura suddenly descended, and the space cracked in an attempt to tear his body apart. King of Great Qin! King Qin! Several cries of alarm sounded at the same time. And in the face of such a terrifying force, the pale and decrepit face of the great Qin King slowly revealed a touch of sneer. Clank! A loud and clear sword roar like a dragon's roar suddenly resounded. At the great Qin King's chest, a sword emitting intense golden light appeared out of thin air, directly blocking the strike for him. But despite this, it still left a terrifying wound above the great Qin King's body that almost cut him in two. Excalibur Taie. Seeing this scene, Su Fu murmured, and a few moments of reminiscence appeared in his gaze. The Taia sword itself was a divine weapon, plus it had been following the first emperor for a long time, and was tainted with the first emperor's aura, so it wasn't surprising that it blocked his strike. However, it was only one blow. He wanted to strike again, but at that moment, a sneering voice came from the mouth of the great Qin King. Su Fu, do you know that the first emperor is still looking for you? Above Taie, there is a remnant of the first emperor's aura. The first emperor has sensed you. As the words fell, the figure of the great Qin King was already moving away at great speed, and the other 7-9 revolutions giants followed closely behind, disappearing in an instant. At this point, somewhere in space, a tall figure in a black robe with a majestic face stood. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and looked up suddenly. Taia sword, Su Fu? He opened his mouth and gazed up. The gaze seemed as if it could cross space and reach millions of miles away. In an instant, a shadow was as if it was directly reflected in his pupils, causing his complexion to move slightly. After a long time, he spoke indifferently. Su Fu. Loan, to see you. At this point, as the great Qin King's words entered his ears, Su Fu's face had already changed wildly as he suddenly raised his head, and in his gaze, he seemed to see a tall figure wearing a black robe with a majestic aura viewing towards him. This glance pierced through space, like facing the first emperor directly. Su Fu only felt his body's sweaty hairs explode, and his entire body was terrified to the extreme. Even though he hadn't seen him for 10,000 years, feeling the first emperor's breath again still gave him a feeling like he was facing the heavens. His virtual shadow suddenly and violently dispersed. A deserted place. Su Fu's main body that was sitting on the ground instantly jumped up. At the same time, a voice also entered his mind at this moment. Su Fu. Loan, to see you. These words were like a divine decree, majestic and incomparable. In an instant, Su Fu was drenched in cold sweat, his face was filled with fear, and his heart was almost about to jump out of his chest. He didn't dare to respond in the slightest, and with a movement of his figure, he instantly disappeared in place. Mouth Country. Miyamoto Shirshian looked at the place where his ancestor had disappeared with a dumbfounded expression. There was still some lingering doubt in his expression. It happened so fast that the succession of accidents left him in a bit of a trance. However, at least the Mouth Kingdom, which saved its last city, has not yet been extinguished. There were finally a few shades of blood on his aged face. The Great Qin King and the others, have they left? The King of the Nine Kingdoms' heart finally relaxed as well. Although the Mouth Kingdom has suffered heavy losses, at least it has not yet been destroyed, an unfortunate blessing in disguise. There were a few moments of pity in their eyes as they looked at Miyamoto Shirshin. After a long period of silence, the king of the Stormwind Kingdom, Wind Mountain, spoke. It's a good thing that the king of Great Qin was not able to reach the idea of destroying the country after all. The remaining few kings nodded softly as they sniffed. The king of the White Eagle Kingdom, however, looked at the place where the king of Great Qin and the others had left, frowned slightly, and opened his mouth in doubt. However, the Great Qin Kingdom is in the east. Why are the Great Qin King and the others heading west? Several people were stunned at these words. West? King of the Stormwind Kingdom, Windy Hill murmured with a staring brow. Suddenly, his face changed wildly, and he looked up with a start, screaming out in shock. No, the west is the border of my Stormwind Kingdom. The moment the words fell, his entire person was already flashing out, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 86, What I Do is the Will of Heaven. Storm Country. The country's borders had been swept away by the terrifying heavenly might at this point. Countless professionals looked at the 8 terrifying figures in the sky with a look of despair. At this time over the Stormwind Kingdom, an aged 9 revolutions locked eyes with the Great Qin King and the others from afar, his body trembling. The Stormwind Kingdom was the same as the Mouth Kingdom, both having only 4 9 revolutions. 2 of them guarded the stars, and within the borders of the country, the Storm King was absent, leaving him alone here. King of Great Qin, do you really want to commit this act of extinction? Fenggu's face was full of wrinkles and trembling, and there was an unhidden fear in his voice. The Great Qin King gazed at him, his eyes cold as he spoke. If I say I will destroy a country, I will destroy a country. When he said that, he only saw him flip his palm and press it. Boom! Terrifying heavenly might fell. A city was reduced to rubble in an instant. Baijiu and the others also did not hesitate and made a decisive move. Terrifying mana fluctuations wreaked havoc within the Stormwind Kingdom's borders. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the living beings fell, and under the gaze of Fenggu, the entire Stormwind Kingdom completely collapsed. Wind Ancient's body shook as he looked at the overwhelming scene in front of him, and his pale face was already filled with old tears. His eyes showed despair as his knees went weak and he directly fell to his knees in the void. I persuaded the Storm King, I persuaded him. His voice whimpered and he cried out in a trembling voice. What kind of person is the King of Great Qin? How can he stop when a tiger pulls out his teeth? And at this moment, the King of the Stormwind Kingdom, Fengshan, finally returned, and looking at the scene before him, his eyes instantly turned red. Winning Sky, how dare you? He gazed at the Great Qin King with one pair of eyes, gnashing his teeth and eyes. You have a complaint? The Great Qin King lightly waved his sleeve robe and spoke indifferently. Fengshan's face showed anger as he stared dead at the Great Qin King. Winning Sky, you're deceiving people too much. Aren't you afraid of retribution for committing this act of extermination? Humph. The Great Qin King snorted coldly, a touch of majesty sweeping across his eyes. What I do is all in the will of heaven. If there is retribution, I will take it on myself. Fengshan gritted his teeth in hatred and looked at the King of Great Qin, and after a long time, he dropped his hands, his fists hidden in his sleeve robes clenched tightly, his voice trembled slightly, and he opened his mouth. The Stormwind Kingdom has been destroyed, and if the King of Great Qin doesn't leave, do you still want us to ask you to leave? Leaving? Upon hearing this, the King of Great Qin, however, had calm eyes and said indifferently, Since I want to destroy the country, I am not in the habit of leaving any survivors. When these words came out, Fengshan instantly raised his head, his pupils trembling violently as he gazed at the Great Qin King in disbelief. What do you mean? You want to kill us? Don't you forget that the Stormwind Kingdom also has 2 9 revolutions guarding the stars? Do you want an invasion of extraterrestrial beings? The King of Great Qin looked down and said. If you die, Great Qin will have the 9 revolutions traveling to the stars to guard them, so there is no need to worry much. You. Windy Hill was completely flustered. The Great Qin Kingdom had a total of 9 revolutions giants, and it indeed had sufficient backing to say this. His face kept changing color and he was breathing heavily. Suddenly, his figure actually slowly faded away, with only a remnant shadow remaining in place, his main body disappearing without a trace. The Great Qin King's expression was unchanged as he simply looked up into a void and reached out. Next moment, Windy Hill's fleeing figure suddenly surfaced. He felt the terrifying oppressive force between heaven and earth, as if he was being grabbed by a large hand of nothingness, and instantly, his face showed horror, wanting to scream, but he could not make a sound at all. Boom! The sound of four protective rays surfaced one after another, but they were useless, and his body directly burst into pieces, completely dying. The difference in battle power between him and the King of Qin was already huge, and with the destruction of the Stormwind Kingdom and the lack of national luck to boost his strength was even more drastically diminished. In front of the King of Great Qin, even with protective props, they were no different from ants. When Fenggu saw this scene, his complexion was already numb, his gaze was stagnant, and he did not make any half-assed movements. Behind the Great Qin King, Zhouzhan, who had a head full of pale hair, slowly stepped out and gazed at Fenggu. "You may be buried together." As the words fell, Zhouzhan took a step out, his head full of pale hair swinging in the wind. He reached out and a golden lance emerged in his palm. Subsequently, monstrous power surged into the lance, and Zhouzhan's body moved slightly as he swung with all his might. Jab! The golden spear wrapped in terrifying power swept through the void, tearing through space. Boom! With a sound, the lance penetrated Wind Ancient's heart, nailing him directly into the void. Chapter 87, So, you're still alive? Silence fell around them. Several kings gazed in silence at the scene before them. The 2-9 revolutions died in front of them, but no one dared to step forward to stop them. The King of Great Qin was determined and would not rest until his country was destroyed. And, they don't really care. The divine seed is dead, and when the national war quest opens, Great Qin will no longer have a chance to win. At that time, their 9 countries will unite and they can swallow the Great Qin's fortune peacefully. The lack of a country, although it cannot let the Qin national fortune completely overturned, but relying on the remnants of the national fortune, Qin has no possibility of turning over. What was once a dominant country will be history once and for all. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with destroying a country to appease the anger of the King of Qin, as long as the country to be destroyed is not them. However, if the King of Great Qin threatened an extraterritorial invasion and wanted to destroy another country, they would never agree again. They are not little cute. It is still understandable to destroy a country, but if they want to do it again, it is obvious that they have other thoughts. They will not be ignorant of the fact that lips are lost and teeth are cold. The King of Great Qin swept a glance at the 8 kings present, and in his heart, he naturally knew that there was no chance of destroying another country. Immediately, he let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Great Qin Kingdom, Tianjing. At this moment, the green-colored fog rose up. The entire piece of Tianjing was shrouded under a misty green fog. Especially in the Emperor's palace, the green fog was even more intense, so thick that it seemed like it wanted to drip out of the water. As the crowd returned, the Great Qin King and the others looked at the green-colored fog that filled the entire heavenly capital in front of them, and they couldn't help but frown slightly. What a majestic breath of life! Baekju's face showed surprise as he opened his mouth in consternation. The Great Qin King was also puzzled as he gazed at the green-colored fog in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over and he looked up. Only to see a familiar figure suddenly appear in the dense green fog, and was slowly walking out of it. With the appearance of this person, the dense green fog instantly became much lighter. Immediately afterward, the fog took on a siphoning momentum, transforming into a huge vortex that quickly poured in towards the man's body. In just half a minute, the green-colored fog completely disappeared. Some blood color gradually appeared on that figure's originally pale face. Without the fog to cover it, the man's appearance suddenly appeared clearly in front of the crowd. With a straight posture and handsome appearance, it was none other than Qin Feng. Looking at the figure in front of him, Baekju's face instantly froze in place. He turned his head slightly and looked at the Great Qin King at his side. Only the Great Qin King looked calm and steady, without the slightest change on his pale and decrepit face, as if he had expected it. But despite this, Baekju caught a flicker of embarrassment in the Great Qin King's eyes. Qin Feng slowly walked closer and bowed his hand towards the Great Qin King. Greetings to the Great Qin King. His voice was weak but clear. It was only when Qin Feng walked closer and his voice entered his ears that the King of Great Qin opened his mouth, a few complex lights swept through his eyes, and he opened his mouth in a quiet voice. So, you're still alive? Yes. Qin Feng nodded his head gently, feeling the look in the Great Qin King's eyes, slightly puzzled in his heart. Even if his own resurrection was a bit unexpected, it wasn't as bad as this look, was it? And Qin Feng felt the terrifying aura emanating from the 7 people around the great Qin king. Including Bai Jiu, the aura on these people without exception were all at the 9th revolutions. And there were at least 4 of them, with an aura around them that was even more powerful than that of Bai Jiu. Hiss. Counting the great Qin king, there are 8-9 revolutions giants? What would require 8-9 revolutions giants to come out together? Is it possible that the enemy is coming? Chapter 88, The National War opens. The king of Great Qin was silent for a moment. After a long time, a color of helplessness emerged in his eyes. It's good to be alive. Although he wasn't sure how Qin Feng had survived, it didn't matter. The divine seed had not died, and the 10 kingdoms had instead found an excuse to exterminate one of them, so this time it was undoubtedly a big profit. Baijiu lifted his steps forward and looked at Qin Feng, his 2 dragon-bearded eyebrows twitching slightly as he spoke with a trace of a strange emotion on his face. You're living at a really good time, just the right time. Qin Feng was slightly dumbfounded and somewhat unsure. It was while he was wondering. A sound of heaven and earth suddenly resounded in everyone's mind. The demise of the Storm Country is detected, and the National War Mission opens early. Note, the National War Mission is divided into several stages. Each stage of failure will lose the national fortune, and the victorious side will receive an increase in the national fortune. The first phase of the mission will be released in the early hours of the morning, so please prepare yourselves. As this sound of heaven and earth appeared, Qin Feng was suddenly stunned. The Storm Kingdom's demise? The National War Quest opens early? No. Let's put aside the National War Quests and whatnot for a moment. How long has he been dead? Storm Country is gone? His gaze couldn't help but look at the several 9 revolutions giants in front of him, and his entire body felt a bit confused. In other words, the reason why there were so many 9 revolutions giants gathered. It's because in the little while it took for myself to die. The great Qin king took 7 9 revolutions giants and went straight to wipe out the Stormwind Kingdom? Qin Feng's eyes widened as his gaze turned to look at the great Qin king, and his heart was immediately shocked. This kind of thunderous tactics is worthy of the king of Great Qin. No wonder Baeksu was looking at himself a bit strangely. Qin Feng ran through the thoughts in his head and probably understood exactly what had happened. First, he was attacked and killed himself, and when the king of Great Qin thought he was dead, he was furious, so he summoned the 9 revolutions giants to go and exterminate the country, only to find that he had just come back to find himself alive again. This Hakushu is right. One is really living at just the right time. Qin Feng couldn't help but cry and laugh a little. And at this point, suddenly, the great Qin king's eyes condensed slightly as he similarly heard that voice. Is the War of Nations about to begin? He murmured in a low voice, and then he directly directed his gaze towards Zhou Zhan and the others, speaking in a deep voice. Baijiu will return to the palace with me, and you and the others will head to the Starry Sky to clear out the remaining members of the Stormwind Kingdom, and leave 2 people behind to guard the original Starry Sky seat. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhan and the others looked solemn and responded decisively, yes. As the words fell, several people quickly moved and disappeared. The national war was about to begin, and the ensuing battle for the fate of the nation would determine the future of Great Qin, and there was no room for delay. Moreover, an hour was approaching, and they also needed to return to the Starry Great Wall as soon as possible to subdue the domain. As a few people left, the great Qin king withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feng, a trace of gentleness appearing in his eyes. Come on, follow me back to the palace. Qin Feng nodded his head and then followed the great Qin king along with Baiju, heading towards the imperial palace. Little author's words, adults, I'm sorry, I've been really busy at work lately, and it's already after 10 o'clock when I get home from work every day. The small author code word speed and not fast, an hour can only be a little bit of code out of the release, know that adults waiting for anxious, the small author of these 2 days sorry adults. But starting tomorrow it shouldn't be so busy, the little author tries to keep 2 4,000 word updates, thanks for the tolerance and understanding of the adults, and again I apologize, I'm sorry. Chapter 89, The Key to the 9 Turns to Ascend to the 10 Turns. Imperial Palace. The king of Great Qin sat on top of the dragon chair, his eyes gently watching Qin Feng. After a moment of silence, he spoke, your breath is a bit weak, the national war will start, you need to recover as soon as possible, you can mention any needs you have. He did not ask Qin Feng how he was resurrected, getting to the bottom of the matter was not his habit, and it would also easily cause Qin Feng to resent him. Qin Feng nodded his head gently as he looked at his status bar. A weak tag presented itself. This was a side effect of the skill, past life creation. However, Qin Feng wasn't in too much of a hurry as he pondered for a moment, looked towards the great Qin king and opened his mouth to inquire. King Qin, can you tell me what a national war mission is? Upon hearing this, the great Qin king nodded slightly and spoke. The so-called national war mission is, in fact, a battle for national fortune, with the losing side depleting national fortune and the winning side enhancing it. The national war mission comes once every 1,000 years, and since 10,000 years, Great Qin has not lost a single battle. A hint of loneliness flowed on the great Qin king's expression, his eyes gazed up, and suddenly his words turned, saying, "But, and because of this national war will be different." Different? Qin Feng's eyes were puzzled. Exactly. The great Qin king looked at Qin Feng and said, Great Qin has been undefeated in national war missions for 10,000 years, and its national fortune has long since accumulated to an extremely terrifying point. Likewise, the fortunes of the rest of the nations have already declined to the extreme. Therefore, this time, the national war mission will inevitably no longer be the usual mixed battle of the nations, but rather, the nations will unite to fight against Great Qin. If Great Qin is defeated, its fortunes will be overturned and it will be divided among the nations. And if Great Qin wins, it will swallow the fortunes of all the kingdoms, and above the Earth Star, Great Qin will be unified. At that time, Great Qin will be able to call itself a divine kingdom and will be qualified to open the divine realm. At those words, Qin Feng's expression moved slightly as he heard an unfamiliar word. God's domain? Qin Feng murmured, his eyes showing doubt. He noticed that when the great Qin king mentioned this term, a touch of frenzy-like excitement actually appeared between the complexion of Baiju on the side, and his body seemed to be trembling lightly. There was a light flickering in the great Qin king's eyes as he slowly got up, his hands behind his back, and a hint of yearning actually appeared between his features. 1000-level great demon, 9 revolutions giant. Once you reach this level, you have reached the limit of a professional, and there is no way forward but to wait for death to come. And the divine realm is a key to breaking this limit. A key to the 9th turn to ascend to the 10th turn. The king of Great Qin looked solemn. Since ancient times, immortality has been the ultimate pursuit of every human being. Even though he had already gone to the end of the 9 revolutions and his lifespan could reach 10,000 years. But in the end, it was hard to escape death. The 10 revolutions, on the other hand, is the method of renewing one's life, or even the only path to finding immortality. The king of Great Qin's eyes were mesmerized. Both Su Fu and the first emperor have stepped into the 10th turn. However, they all stepped into it in another way, not by opening the divine realm with their national fortune. And he wanted to truly use the divine realm as a portal to ascend to the 10 turns. At that time, not only him, but within Great Qin, the 9 revolutions would no longer be the end. In the future, if you have a chance to meet the first emperor, he can also say a word. After 10,000 years, the Great Qin is unified, and the descendants have not been ashamed of the first emperor. P.S. Overtime again, sorry, I'm quitting tomorrow. Chapter 90 Status, Weakness, Evolvable. As the great Qin king's voice fell, Qin Feng's eyes were thoughtful as he digested the information in the great Qin king's words. The great Qin will face all the nations alone in the competition for the fate of the country? The divine realm, the key to the 9th turning's ascent to the 10th turning, immortality? His mind stirred and his eyes gazed up slightly. What a temptation to live forever! However, although today's Great Qin is powerful, if it faces 9 countries at the same time, the chance of winning is still extremely small. As the king of Great Qin said, if he wins, he will unify Great Qin and open up the divine realm. But if we lose, I'm afraid that the Great Qin kingdom will have no chance to turn around again. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng raised his eyes to the king of Great Qin and opened his mouth to inquire, King of Qin, how much chance of victory does Great Qin have in this national war? The king of Great Qin gazed at Qin Feng, his eyes calm as he said, without you, Great Qin would have lost. But your existence is the only chance of survival for Great Qin in the midst of a national war mission. Me? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Exactly. The great Qin king nodded his head gently and said slowly, although I don't know the exact content of the mission for this national war, you are indeed the only variable. At those words, Qin Feng thought about something. Baixu had said that a heavenly book Taoist had counted on his existence and referred to himself as a divine seed. So it should be that he has calculated that he will be the only survivor of the national war mission? And the purpose of the king of Qin's search for himself should be for this national war mission? Just as the 10 kingdoms tried their best to attack and kill him. Only when he was buried would the 10 countries have the confidence to win the national war mission. Thinking about this, Xin Feng nodded slightly and said, "I see." With those words, he gazed firmly and took a deep breath. He is one with Great Qin. If Great Qin fails and its fortune is lost, I am afraid that it will also have a great impact on him. Therefore, he had to go all out to fight for this chance of survival for Great Qin. Immediately, with a slight movement of his mind, the career panel unfolded before his eyes. Occupation, pseudo-god. Level, 3 turns and 90 levels. Combat power, 20,000. Current status, weak 7 days. Past life creation, in a weakened state. His own attributes had been cut by more than 50%, and his battle power had dropped directly from 50,000 to 20,000. Not only him, Xin Feng sensed that even his imperial beasts had similarly shrunk in battle power, and were now not even much stronger than the returning ancestor level. Xin Feng frowned slightly. The national war would start tonight and a full 7 days of weakness was just a bit too long for him. Is there any way to minimize this time? He pondered in his mind and tried to open the details of weakness. Status, weak. Introduction, side effects, current body has been reorganized and will take some time to recover. Remaining time, 7 days. Note, evolvable, evolution points required for evolution, 100,000. Xin Feng froze. But what the hell is evolution? Can this thing evolve too? P.S. I quit my job yesterday and my boss dragged me into a conversation for a long time and told me to wait until I hired someone before I left. LOL. I see that some of my fellow readers have asked me about my salary at work, and all I can say is that I make $2,800 a month and laugh every day. I didn't finish last night, so I'm running to the bathroom for a lazy half hour to sneak in an update. Chapter 91, Weakness, Evolution, Robbery. Looking at the panel in front of him, Xin Feng was stunned. Aside from the imperial beasts and the very first profession, this was the third thing he had found that could evolve. I wonder what effect the state, weakness, will have when it evolves. Xin Feng pondered, a few speculations rising in his heart. The weakness status is a negative status. Does it become a gain status after evolving? It wasn't as if the original 7-day weakness state had evolved itself into 14 days, was it? That's a little bit outrageous. Thinking, Xin Feng opened his attribute panel and checked the evolution points. Current evolution point, 358,566, 358570. Over 300,000 evolution points. Xin Feng's heart moved slightly and without further hesitation, he decisively chose evolution. Shasta. A message instantly surfaced on his panel. 100,000 evolution points consumed. Evolution complete. Weakness 7 days evolves into weakness permanent. Current status, weak permanent. Evolution points required for next evolution, 100,000. Xin Feng? What the hell? It's true that it's not 14 days, but you've evolved me into a permanent one? Is this serious? I'm going to evolve my status, and you're giving me time to evolve? Xin Feng was dumbfounded and even wondered if he had misread the situation. It had been staring at the panel message for a full minute before accepting the reality with a head full of black lines. He took a deep breath, and after calming his mind a bit, he once again focused on the last line of information. Immediately afterward, it chose to continue evolving without hesitation. 100,000 evolution points consumed. Evolution complete. Weakness permanent evolves into strength permanent. Current status, reinforced permanent. Introduction, your status has been strengthened, gaining a 20% increase across the board. Evolution points required for next evolution, 100,000. Reinforcement? 20% increase across the board? Xin Feng let out a long breath, his tense heart finally relaxing. The weak state disappeared, and his body felt a distinct sense of relief and an inexplicable feeling of power surge through him. He checked his attribute panel. The combat power had directly increased from 20,000 in the weak state to 60,000. And it wasn't just him, his imperial beast attribute had likewise increased significantly. But the current state continues to evolve? The corners of Xin Feng's mouth lifted slightly. With 100,000 evolution points, he had just enough current evolution points to evolve one more time. Then continue to evolve. He murmured softly in his mind. As his thoughts fell. Next moment. A feeling very different from the first two evolutions erupted in his spirit. Unlike the calm of the first two evolutions, At this moment, a thunderous sound boomed in the middle of his spiritual world. Immediately afterward, thousands of heavenly thunderbolts took shape in his spiritual world, and then smashed down crazily, as if there was a calamity descending. Boom, 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 boom. The spirit trembles and the soul is in turmoil. It wasn't until the heavenly thunder subsided that Qin Feng snapped his eyes open, his complexion slightly shaken. In the meantime, a range of information has also surfaced. 100,000 evolution points consumed. Evolution complete. Reinforcement permanent evolves into hijacking eye. Current status, hijacking eye. Introduction, you have completed your first transmutation, and your strength has grown significantly. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. Hijacking A? Looking at the introduction of the status information in front of him, Qin Feng froze for a moment before his thoughts moved. The attribute panel unfolded in front of his eyes. Occupation, pseudo-god. Combat power, 100,000. Current status, hijacking eye. The combat power was fully doubled, and the introduction of this robbery the first robbery was completed. So the next evolution, is it going to be a second crossing? Qin Feng's gaze coalesced and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his mind moved and opened the attribute panel of the Imperial Beast once again. P.S. After my sharp words, the young author managed to leave his job, and the waitress quit. Starting tomorrow, shortness and weakness will leave me. The horror of day 4 is about to begin. Okay, back to work and stand the last day of duty. Chapter 92, 100 Levels of Creation. Green Lotus, Chop Severed Life. As Qin Feng's thoughts fell, the attribute panel of the Imperial Beast slowly unfolded. Current Imperial Beast, Tong Tian Xuanwu. Grade, Ancient. Cavalry, the First Cavalry. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 145,000. Evolution value required for next evolution, 1 million. Sure enough, Qin Feng's spirit was shaken. Does the hijack eye in his state affect the Imperial Beast as well? Moreover, under the enhancement of the first robbery, the combat power of the Tong Tian Xianwu directly skyrocketed by 1 million. That means each additional jinx increases your combat power by 1 million? In that case, it seemed that he didn't even need the 9th tribulation, and after just 5 tribulations, his Imperial Beasts would already be no weaker than an ordinary 9th turn. Surprised in his heart, Qin Feng once again checked the attribute panels of the other Imperial Beasts. Dainichi Jinwu. Grade, Ancient. Succession, First Succession not yet in effect. Level, LV 81. Combat power, 400,000. Not in effect? Qin Feng frowned slightly, but quickly stretched. His Great Sun Golden Crow was only at level 81, and the requirement for the Imperial Beast Calamity was to return to level 100, so it should be necessary for the Imperial Beast to reach this level before the Calamity effect could take effect. The hijack, in the midst of its own state, is able to directly affect all Imperial Beasts. Once the 5th Calamity was reached, it was 5 Imperial Beasts reaching it at the same time, equivalent to 5-9 Revolutions giants. This kind of combat power might still be insufficient if they were to face the kings of countries with national luck bonuses, or top-tier 9 turns. But with the general 9th turn, even if he met that corpse demon again, he would definitely be able to have a fighting chance. 1 million evolution points, at his current rate of evolution point increase, it would be 3 days before he could start evolving again. Currently for him, the need to raise all the Imperial Beasts to level 100 first was the first priority. Moreover, Qin Feng had another conjecture. He had seen the essence of the sun in the middle of the Great Qin Treasury. The normal calendar of the Imperial Beasts required the use of this type of calendar material. So, under the current situation, could he still use the calendar prop to calendar the Imperial Beast? A copy of the essence of the sun required 100,000 merit values, and his merit values were perfectly sufficient. If he was able to use it, then he could even raise one of the Imperial Beasts to the 5th or even the 9th tribulation as soon as possible first. Moreover, Qin Feng suddenly raised his eyes to look at the king of Great Qin, who did not seem to need to use his merits, and with wool gathering, he naturally had to seize the opportunity as well. The Great Qin King's eyes were gentle as he felt Qin Feng's gaze as well as the change in his body's aura, and a few moments of surprise rose in his heart at the speed of Qin Feng's aura recovery. Then he flicked his sleeve robe and said, "Do you need anything? Speak up." Qin Feng nodded decisively, and after organizing his words, he said, "King Qin, I do have 2 needs. One is the need to raise the level of the Imperial Beast as soon as possible, and the other is the materials for the Imperial Beast's calendar. At those words, the great Qin King laughed. The first one is a good one. At the sound of the voice, with a slight movement of his mind and a flip of his palm, 5 rounded pills that were emitting a rich white light appeared in the center of his palm. He handed Qin Feng the pills in his hand and said, "These should be enough." Qin Feng took the elixir and looked at it as a series of information surfaced. Pole Experience Pill. Category, Pills. Available level, LV1. Description, an elixir containing 100 million experience points, made by an 8th turn alchemist. 100 million experience points? Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock. Afterwards, without the slightest hesitation, he decisively gave all of the experience pills to the Imperial Beasts to use. Your great son Golden Crow uses the Extreme Experience Pill, gaining 100 million experience points and leveling up to 100 levels. Your Black Dragon King uses the Extreme Experience Pill, gaining 100 million experience points and leveling up to 100 levels. Your Green Lotus of Creation uses the Extreme Experience Pill, gaining 100 million experience points and leveling up to level 100. Your Green Lotus of Creation has comprehended a new skill, Chop Severed Life. Yours. Above the panel, message after message continued to surface. Qin Feng's gaze condensed as he noticed one of the messages. Creation Green Lotus, comprehended a new skill? He opened the Properties panel. Green Lotus of Creation. Grade, Ancient. Cavalry, the First Cavalry. Level, LV 100. Combat Power, 1,400,000. Skills, Source of Life, Past Life Creation, Chop Severed Life. Evolution Value required for next evolution, 1 million. Chop Severed Life? Attack Skills? Qin Feng's eyes flickered. That the Green Lotus of Creation was after all a supportive Imperial Beast. Comprehending offensive skills was a bit of a surprise to him. Select View and the details appear. Skill, Chopping Life Breaking. Skill description, the Green Lotus of Creation swings its lotus leaves to chop, unavoidable, and forcibly cuts the opponent's life ceiling by 50% for 24 hours. Cooling time, 24 hours. Qin Feng's eyes widened. That's a bit of a stretch for that skill. Forcibly cutting 50% of the life cap, this was simply a divine skill. It is important to realize that damage done to the lifesteal can be restored by drugs as well as props. However, under the effect of Chop Severed Life, the life cap was damaged, and it was completely impossible to recover through props and medicines. It was worthy of being an attack skill of a supportive Imperial Beast, and it was truly heavenly. How? The King of Great Qin looked at Qin Feng with a gentle expression and inquired, if it's not enough, Great Qin still has quite a bit of inventory. With that, he slightly turned over his palm, and several round pills emitting a rich white light once again appeared in his palm. Qin Feng's eyes brightened slightly, and without any pretense, he decisively took it over, then arched his hand and slightly bowed. Thank you, King of Qin. The Great Qin King nodded his head gently and continued, your second demand, regarding the succession materials of the Imperial Beasts, although there are some, there aren't many. With that, he raised his hand and brushed it across the void. 3 different kinds of flashy lights suddenly surfaced in the void. Essence of the Sun. Category, Material. Description, the materials for the Fire-type Imperial Beasts calendars. Essence of Taiyin. Category, Material. Description, a material for the Water Imperial Beasts calendar. Shards of Time. Category, Material. Description, a time-based Imperial Beasts calendar material. PS, bosses, when I say daily 4 it's 4,000, not 4 shifts, not 40,000, much less 400 million. Chapter 93, Lucky Dice, Skill Book. 3 flashy lights were suspended in the void. Different information was displayed in front of Qin Feng. The Great Qin King gazed at Qin Feng and spoke. Ephemeral materials are relatively rare, and these are the only ones currently in stock in the Great Qin treasury. However, I will send someone to look for it, and if there are any new calendar materials in the following years, I will keep them for you. Thank you, King Qin. Qin Feng nodded, his face slightly pleased. He lifted his hand and swept it across the room, taking 3 different kinds of flashy light into his carry-on space. You gain Essence of the Sun 7. You gain the Essence of Taiyin 9. You get the Shard of Time 4. The Essence of the Sun and the Essence of the Taiyin can be used for the Yi Golden Crow of the Great Sun, and the Xuanwu of the Heavenly Passage, Calvary respectively. However, the Fragment of Time did cause a trace of doubt to rise in Qin Feng's heart. A time-based Imperial Beast? He had never seen it, or even heard of it. Time has been the topmost force of law since ancient times. To be able to be called a time-based imperial beast, it was bound to be an existence that touched the laws of time. If one was able to harness such an imperial beast, the increase in strength would definitely be immeasurable. Unfortunately, these types of imperial beasts could be encountered but not sought, and one should not be too attached to them. Qin Feng put down what was in his mind and did not obsess over it. The great Qin king saw Qin Feng put away the calendaring materials and then spoke again. The success rate of the imperial beast's calendaring is not high, so if you want to perform the calendaring, it's best to do so with the Lucky Master skill added to it. Lucky Master can increase a certain amount of luck value, and is able to slightly increase the success rate of the calendar. Lucky Master? Qin Feng was slightly stunned as he looked at the great Qin king and suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Qin king, does the Lucky Master have a lucky dice skill?" He remembers his vocational teacher talking about this career in his vocational class in school. Lucky Master is able to raise the lucky value of a professional through skill blessings. In theory, this career should be a rather popular one. However, the problem was that the skills of this profession had extremely high luck boosts for themselves, while when applying blessings to others, they only produce small luck boosts. This also makes this profession seem a little ribbed, in a position that is neither up nor down, extremely awkward. Hearing Qin Feng's inquiry, the great Qin king nodded his head slightly and said doubtfully, "Yes, there is this skill. The lucky dice have the probability of obtaining an extremely high lucky value boost, but this skill is only effective on the lucky master himself, and cannot be inflicted on others." Looks like I didn't misremember. At those words, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth suddenly raised as he gazed at the great Qin king and asked, "King Qin, do you have the Lucky Dice skill book here?" Lucky Dice skill book? The great Qin king was even more puzzled in his mind. This skill book wasn't too rare, and it was indeed stocked in the great Qin treasury. However, Qin Feng was not a lucky master profession, so what was the point of having this skill book? The great Qin king frowned slightly and was about to say something. Suddenly, but his gaze shook, a thought flashed in his mind, and he fiercely looked at Qin Feng. "You have comprehended the limit-breaking talent?" He almost blurted it out, his eyes shaking slightly. Seeing Qin Feng nod his head, the shock in the great Qin king's heart intensified. Limit-breaking, what a dominating skill! If you were to rank all the talent skills from highest to lowest, then, limit-breaking was undoubtedly the first among all the talents that deserved it, and could even be said to be the first in terms of cliff leading. The combination of skills from different professions that complemented each other, the effects that could be produced were absolutely incomparable. Even, in the great Qin king's opinion, this shouldn't be a talent that a professional could possess at all. Breaking the rules of heaven and earth and not being restricted by the barriers of the profession should in itself be an ability that only gods have. Chapter 94, Lucky Value Surge, Tong Tian Shanwu, Third Heist. The great Qin king's eyes vibrated, and there was a flash of surprise on his pale and decrepit face. As far as he was concerned, the stronger the divine seed was, the more advantageous great Qin would be in the national war missions. He slightly probed his palm, and a skill book emitting a white glow immediately appeared in his palm. Lucky Dice. Category, Skill Books. Available occupations, Lucky Master. Available level, LV30. Description, use it to realize the skill Lucky Dice. Qin Feng looked at the information in front of him and reached out to take the skill book, a look of excitement spreading across his face. With that, he chose to use it straight away. The skill book, which emitted a glistening white light, instantly transformed into dots of fine light and merged into his body. Qin Feng clearly felt a special power surging in from his palm and then spreading directly to his brain. His mind was clear, and a dice with 6 sides slowly took shape in his mind. You used the Lucky Dice skill book. The limit-breaking talent is in effect, and you have successfully learned the Lucky Master skill, Lucky Dice. Lucky Dice. Skill description, used to gain different levels of luck bonus. Cooling time, 1 hour. It worked. Qin Feng murmured, a small smile appearing on his face. He stretched out his palm, mana surging within his body, and in the blink of an eye, a dice glowing with 6 colors was suspended above his palm. Qin Feng reached out and pinched it, then gently threw it towards the sky. The dice kept spinning in the middle of the sky. At the same time, the 6 faces symbolizing the colors of the different lucky values kept changing in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Red, orange, green, blue, and purple. 6 colors of light flashed in turn. After a few seconds, the color change gradually slowed down, the lucky dice slowly stopped spinning, and intense blue light burst out. You have rolled the lucky dice, you are extremely lucky, your luck value increases by 50 points for 30 minutes. Luck. The king of Great Sheen looked at the intense blue light, and a gentle voice came out. Sheen Feng was also instantly delighted, not expecting to be quite lucky the first time he used the lucky dice. 5,000 lucky points is already excellent. But the lucky value only lasts for half an hour, so it can't be wasted. Sheen Feng pondered slightly, then slightly closed his eyes as his consciousness quickly sank into the Imperial Beast space. In front of them, several huge Imperial Beasts were each coiled up. He rested his consciousness in front of the Tong Tian Xuan Wu. Gazing at the huge beast in front of him, a majestic and thick aura came over him. No longer hesitating, the Imperial Beast's panel unfolded before his eyes. Tong Tian Xuan Wu. Cavalry, the first cavalry. Consuming one essence of Taiyin will open the second calendar. Begin the calendar. Sheen Feng slowly spat out a few words. You have used the essence of Taiyin 1, and your Tong Tian Xuan Wu has begun to undergo a calamity. Current luck value, 5,000, the success rate of the Imperial Beast calendar is increased to 50%. As the panel information surfaces. The next instant. Only to see that the originally huge Tong Tian Xuanwu's body was actually rapidly shrinking at this moment. In no time at all, it transformed into a, only palm-sized, small sea turtle. A large water ball wrapped it in, the water ball in the waves, a side of the ocean world. In the midst of the tumbling ocean, there were countless demonic beasts exuding a ferocious aura as they swam for food. The baby turtle swims desperately in it, looking for food and growing slowly. Sometimes hidden among the seaweed, sometimes among the sea rocks. Ocean world, where time passes an unknown number of million times. Until that palm-sized sea turtle once again grew into a Tong Tian Xuanwu that dominated the ocean alone, the huge water ball burst open. An even more vast aura appeared in front of Sheen Feng. Anon. The four sky-supporting pillars landed on the ground, and the Tong Tian Xuanwu let out an excited roar that shook the heavens. Consuming the essence of Taiyin 1, Tong Tian Xuanwu has succeeded in his robbery. Current Imperial Beast, Tong Tian Xuanwu. Grade, Ancient. Cavalry, 2nd Cavalry. Level, LV 100. Combat Power, 245,000. Phew. Sheen Feng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, suppressed the surprise emotion in his heart and looked at the status. Current lucky value, 5,000. Time remaining, 21 minutes. Did it take 9 minutes for a single calendar? Sheen Feng murmured slightly in his heart. The process of the Imperial Beast's calamity was like living a new life, growing back from a young age to become a dominant party. To him it was 9 minutes, but to the Tong Tian Xuanwu, it was tens of thousands of years. Sheen Feng's gaze softened as his body floated in the air, reaching out to gently stroke the top of the Tong Tian Xuanwu's head. However, with a body that was tens of thousands of meters in size and a head that was so huge, Sheen Feng's caress was like a small insect gently bouncing twice on top of the Tong Tian Xuanwu's head. Go on. Sheen Feng withdrew his palms and slowly spoke. With 20 minutes of lucky duration remaining, there are 2 more calendars available. Unfortunately, the Imperial Beast calendar cannot be 2 at once. Otherwise, it would be a good idea to do the Great Sun King's Crow along with it. He sighed softly as the words fell out of his mouth and the panel message reappeared. You use the essence of Taiyin 1, and your Tong Tian Xuanwu begins to undergo a calamity. Current luck value, 5,000, the success rate of the Imperial Beast calendar is increased to 50%. The water element swept, the huge water ball reappeared, and in the ocean world, the Tong Tian Xuanwu once again transformed into a small sea turtle swimming in the wild waves. Time passes and the baby turtles grow day by day. Only, this time the baby turtles were clearly out of luck. But having just grown somewhat, he was directly targeted by a demonic shark. Despite its early alertness and efforts to flee towards the distance, it was still unsuccessful. The turtle shell was directly bitten by the sharp teeth of the demonic shark and swallowed in one bite. Consuming the essence of Taiyin 1, Tong Tian Xuanwu has failed in the succession. On. The water ball shattered, and the Tong Tian Xuanwu let out a roar somewhat unwillingly and landed on top of the ground. Looking at the panel prompt message, Sheen Feng's face did not change too much. Raising his hand, he stroked the Tong Tian Xuanwu's head and calmed it down. Then spoke again, begin the calendar. Wow! The sound of the waves is reproduced. Soon, the water balloon burst into pieces. The sky-supporting giant foot landed again, and the Tong Tian Xuanwu appeared in front of him, with an even more majestic and thick breath coming out. Consuming the essence of Taiyin 1, Tong Tian Xuanwu has succeeded in his robbery. The Tong Tian Xuanwu has comprehended a new skill, reverse killing fierce armor. Current Imperial Beast, Tong Tian Xuanwu. Grade, Ancient. Cavalry, the 3rd Cavalry. Combat Power, 345-0000. Skills, Tongtian Boundary, Deep Sea Frenzy, Sunhai Dragon Scroll, Reverse Killing Fierce Armor. Chapter 95, the first phase of the War of Nations, the Awakened Gods. The Reverse Killing Fierce Armor? Xinfeng looked at the skills above the Tong Tian Xuanwu panel and tapped on the introduction. Reverse Murder Armor. Skill effect, Tong Tian Xuanwu will condense his killing energy into his back armor, and when he receives damage, he will return 50% of the value of the damage received, lasting for half an hour. Cooling time, 1 hour. Damage return? Xinfeng's gaze was slightly condensed. Although it only returns 50% of the damage, it should work wonders against some strong output-type professions. And there's one more thing. Xinfeng opened the other skills of the Tong Tian Xuanwu. Tongtian Boundary. Cooling time, 2 hours. Deep Sea Frenzy. Cooling time, 1 hour. Sunhai Tornado. Cooling time, 1 hour. Looking at the skill panel in front of him, Xinfeng's eyes twitched as he remembered that in the beginning, the cooldowns of all of his Imperial Beast skills were extremely long. It was common to move for a day or two, but now it has gained a significant reduction. Is it because of the effect of the calendar? Xinfeng guessed in his heart. Thinking about this, he once again opened the skill panel of the rest of the Imperial Beasts to check. Scorching Fire. Cooling time, 1 hour. Really? Xinfeng instantly understood something in his heart. The current skills of the Imperial Beasts, with the exception of the Creation Green Lotus, S, Chop Break Life, and the Past Life Creation, S Past Life Passive. The rest of the skills generally have cooldowns of between an hour or 2. Even the Past Life Creation, S Past Life Passive had changed from 30 days to 10 days at this moment. Put away the skill panel. Xinfeng looked at the lucky value status. Current lucky value, 5,000. Time remaining, 2 minutes. There's not enough time. A look of pity passed through Xinfeng's gaze. After the Imperial Beast opens the calendar, everything that happens in the calendar space changes all the time. If the calamity started again, after 2 minutes, the luck value disappeared and everything within the Imperial Beast space would be affected. One didn't have a lot of materials from the calendar and needed to use them carefully and not waste them. The cooldown of the lucky dice is not long, so it's best to wait until the next time you get a high luck value boost before you go through the calendar. Calming his inner thoughts, Xinfeng's consciousness moved slightly and exited the Imperial Beast space. Within the Imperial Palace, Xinfeng slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, the great Qin King was just about to open his mouth to inquire. It was at this moment, but a sound of heaven and earth suddenly resounded in everyone's mind. The National War Mission is officially opened. Mission description: thousands of levels of great demons, 9 turns of the giant, the road of the professional has come to an end, the great Qin accumulation of 10,000 years of national fortune, seeking the road of 10 turns. However, the accumulation of national fortune is still short of a critical foot. The great Qin looked down on the countries, descending the holy decree. Today, the great Qin wants to borrow the fortunes of the countries, to do extinction, to get the unity of the Earth Star, in order to open up the road of the great Qin 10 turns. All nations, receive the decree. Note: Great Qin is ambitious, please do your best to protect your country. Note: the starry sky path has been sealed. Extraterrestrial beings have been isolated, and the nations may withdraw to the 9 revolutions and go all out. Stage 1 Mission Release: Awakened Gods. Awakening of the Gods. Mission Statement: collect the power of the gods, build their altars, and summon the gods of your own kingdom. Note: after the quest is opened, world bosses will randomly descend all over the world every day, and killing the world bosses will gain the power of the gods. World boss does not calculate the final kill, the country is the main calculation of the damage value. The higher the damage value, the more the power of the gods that is obtained. Mission begins. Chapter 96, Enter My Buddhism and Glimpse Eternal Life. With the appearance of this voice, Bai Ju looked strange and couldn't help but spit out, this national war mission is really pulling hate. Although it is true that the unification of Great Qin is the goal of the Qin King, but being shown by the national war mission in this way, how is it rather like a feeling of a big villain? The great Qin King's face was grave as he slowly spoke. the starry sky path is blocked, and the extraterrestrial beings are isolated. With the return of the starry sky suppressor, the 9 kingdoms will have 18 more 9 revolutions. The first stage of the quest is a battle of the top professionals, with almost no ability to participate below the 8th turn. Qin Feng nodded his head. All the 8 turns and 9 turns of the 10 kingdoms added up to hundreds, and under the 8 turns, there was almost no chance to even intervene. Even if there was a chance to intervene, I'm afraid that professionals under the 8th turn would have a hard time breaking the defense in front of the world boss. Baijuku ordered to gather all professionals above the 8th turn in Great Qin and prepare for battle. After saying that, the Great Qin King's gaze once again turned to Qin Feng. For the first stage of the mission, there shouldn't be much you can do. Your treasury privileges have been opened, all items in the treasury you can take as much as you want, just grow as fast as you can. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng gently nodded his head in response. Songhong City. The Qian family compound. In the middle of the night, the compound was lit up. Thump, thump, thump. A white-faced, beardless old man dressed in monk's robes gently struck a wooden fish, his naked head reflecting a faintly bright light under the lamplight. Suddenly, the wooden fish in his hand lurched slightly and he opened his eyes. A slight aura swept through the cloudy gaze. Has the first stage of the mission opened? The Qin King's call? Ha! He stood up slowly, his head turning slowly as he looked into a dark room off to the side. Then he took a calm step and came closer. The dark staircase spread downward, and the faint odor of blood wafted slowly out of it. The old man twitched his nose and took a deep breath, his face immediately showed a touch of pleasure, and the fine lines all over his face seemed to have stretched a bit. Then, without further hesitation, he stepped on the stairs and slowly made his way down. The stairs were long, and you couldn't see anything in the darkness. The old man was in no hurry, just walking slowly. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger as he stepped, and a deeper sense of pleasure suddenly covered his face. Another minute passed. First a faint cluster of flames surfaced. Immediately afterward, the old man's footsteps lurched and he came completely to the bottom of the dark room. Directly in front of your eyes is a huge pool. The pool full of plasma gave off a sickeningly fishy odor, almost creating a blinding blood mist over the pool. On the other side of the pool, there were random piles of dried human skin, like rags piled up in a heap, indistinguishable from their gender, unable to tell what they looked like. Behind the pool of blood was a Buddha statue with the corners of its mouth grinning up to the base of its ears. The Buddha's gaze was slightly downcast, and it seemed to be gazing at the pool of plasma full of blood and smiling gently. Mercy! Mercy! The corners of the old man's mouth similarly grinned, and with a pleasant look on his face, he spoke softly. The words fell. On both sides of the dark room, several figures sitting cross-legged on the ground also opened their eyes at the same time, their eyes showing pleasure as they murmured, "Mercy! Compassion!" The old man nodded his head in satisfaction and stepped forward, walking to the center of the blood pool and slowly sitting down, completely submerging his body in the plasma, leaving only his head exposed. His face showed deep pleasure as he opened his mouth and swallowed a large mouthful of plasma, his throat rolling. Great Qin will die, and the scourge opens. Enter my Buddhism and glimpse eternal life. The old man's eyes snapped round, and he cried out in a loud voice, letting out a burst of maniacal laughter. With that, the people on both sides of the dark room were also wide-eyed, with blood streaks all over their eyeballs, and were madly breathing in the bloody gas in the air. Great Qin will die, and the scourge opens. Enter my Buddhism and glimpse eternal life. Snap! In the midst of the wild laughter, on top of the shriveled and dried corpses piled up into a small mountain, a head that could still be recognized for a few moments rolled off and landed in the corner. Inside the room, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground. His heart suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing sensation, and his mind suddenly rose a few points of dryness, causing his brows to wrinkle slightly. Chapter 97, The Path of the 9 Turns of the Divine Three. Inside the room, Qin Feng reached out and stroked his hand over the location of his heart, his brow furrowing gently. Ever since he had returned from the imperial palace, he had always had a feeling of uneasiness. This feeling was indefinable, but it always lingered in his mind, making it difficult for him to meditate. Why is there such a strong feeling of anxiety? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the dryness within his heart, and his eyes were puzzled. Is it a problem with the National War Council? Or is it something else? Qin Feng murmured. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and without further thought, reached out and took out a large dan that emitted a glowing light. It was then gently taken into the mouth. You used the extreme experience pill and gained 100 million experience points. You've been upgraded. You have risen to level 120, and the 4th turn quest has been issued. Your level has reached the maximum of 3 turns and you no longer gain experience value. Phew! Feeling the level spike after taking the experience pill, Jinfeng finally calmed down a bit inside. That kind of inexplicable annoyance both do not know where it comes from, then there is no need to pay too much attention, the priority is still to enhance the strength as soon as possible is. His brow stretched and the quest panel unfolded with it. The path of the 9 turns of the Divine 3. Mission requirement, harness 7 ancient grade Imperial Beasts. Duration of mission, unlimited. 7 ancient grade Imperial Beasts? Jinfeng muttered to himself. He currently possessed 5 ancient grade Imperial Beasts. At level 120, it was just enough to contract 2 more Imperial Beasts and just rely on evolution points to rise to the ancient level. This quest requirement is not difficult, it just takes some time. He sat down on the ground and pondered a little, but did not choose to open the Great Qin treasury and pick a new Imperial Beast. Instead, with a slight movement of his mind, a silver-white disc-shaped item appeared in his palm. Key to the ancient ruins of the living spirit. Description: can be used to enter the ancient ruins of the living spirit, in which there may be ancient grade Imperial Beasts. Gazing at the silver-white disc in his palm, the panel information came into view. If he were to pick the Imperial Beasts from the treasury, with his current rate of evolution point increase, it would take about 6 days to evolve all 2 Imperial Beasts to the ancient level. However, if this ancient ruins of the living spirit really existed an ancient grade Imperial Beast, then it would be able to save a lot of time. And evolution points can also be used on top of the calendar, which boosts the battle power of the Imperial Beasts even more. Gaze at the silver-white disc in front of you. Jinfeng did not rush to go there, but first looked at the time, and then the mana in his body began to flow. A dice emitting a 6-colored glow slowly emerged. Lucky dice, this skill has a cooldown of only 1 hour and can be used again. To him, the Imperial Beast calendar was clearly more important. Whether it was contracting a new Imperial Beast or leveling up as soon as possible with 4 turns, it was not as great as the Imperial Beast calendar, where obtaining the first stellar grade Imperial Beast would be a huge boost to oneself. Therefore, he didn't intend to delay the opportunity to use the lucky dice for a single moment. Time management must be done well. Jinfeng probed his hand and cupped it, tossing it gently. The 6-colored light flashed, and the lucky dice spun extremely fast in the air. The 6 colors changed rapidly. After a few seconds, the spinning of the lucky dice gradually slowed down. Soon, the orange glow flashed. Above the panel, a message immediately followed. You have rolled the lucky dice, your luck is even, and your luck value is increased by 200 points for 30 minutes. Chapter 98, Ancient Ruins of Living Spirits. Ancient 7th Calamity. Looking at the information in front of him, Jinfeng sighed. The success rate that could be increased by 200 points of luck value was too small to be used to risk the adventure. It's still better to wait to draw at least a blue lucky level before taking the calendar, and no more than a cyan lucky level. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a waste of the materials of the calendar. The shimmering orange dice gradually dissipated. Jinfeng closed his eyes and slightly restored his spirit. Then he squeezed the key to the ancient ruins of the living spirit in his hand and whispered, "Use it." As the tone fell, the silver-white disc in his hand burst into a blinding light. A silver-white vortex slowly appeared under the light. Jinfeng stood up and raised his steps to step into it. As Jinfeng stepped in, the silver-white vortex closed in an instant. Space warps and time shifts. Soon, a faint scent of decay surged into Jinfeng's nostrils. He opened his eyes and his gaze shook slightly. In front of me was a desolate, decaying land. And in front of him, directly in front of his eyes, was a huge corpse. This corpse was hundreds of meters tall, sitting on top of a rotting throne, and around him were 4 huge beasts with shriveled breaths quietly coiled, staring at Jinfeng, who had suddenly appeared. An already dead sentinel? Jinfeng raised his eyes and looked away, a few feelings rising in his heart. He could sense several Imperial beasts coiled around this corpse, only one of which was of the returning ancestor level, while the remaining 3 were all ancient. Moreover, although the several ancient great states were atrophied, the aura they exuded was extremely terrifying, or at least not weaker than the Tong Tian Xianwu, that he was already in the 3rd calamity. Even a man like this can't escape death after all? Jinfeng sighed lightly as his gaze turned to the huge beasts coiled on both sides. Sacred Monkey Moving Mountain. Grade, Ancient. Cavalry, the 7th Cavalry. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 7.8 million. Status, near death. Erosion plague. Grade, ancient. Cavalry, the 4th Cavalry. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 4,400,000. Status, near death. Mother Earth Tree. Grade, ancient. Cavalry, the 4th Cavalry. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 4.5 million. Status, near death. Big Dirty Beast. Grade, return to the ancestor. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 80,000. Status, near death. 3 ancient, 1 returned. What's more, one of the ancient levels had already reached the 7th calamity, with a combat power of nearly 8 million. If you add the bonus of your own status, it is the 8th jinx. Looking at it this way, if he succeeded in contracting it, then perhaps he would succeed in obtaining his first stellar grade imperial beast before the national war had even ended. Qin Feng's eyes showed joy and his heart was excited. He bowed slightly towards the skeleton for a few seconds before straightening up. Although in front of me is just a corpse, but inheriting what was left behind by my predecessor, I should perform this salute. Standing straight, Qin Feng no longer hesitated as his gaze was the first to fixate on the gigantic, mountain-moving sacred ape. Then he gently probed his palm, and the mana in his body flowed rapidly. Laws of the Living Spirit is activated. Chapter 99, The 9 Robbery Bone Corpse, Yu Changlong. Above the sky, golden light rapidly converged. In a matter of moments, a huge golden legal decree had taken shape. The Dharma decree stretched across the sky, enveloping down towards the gigantic, mountain-moving sacred ape. The golden light shone, and a series of messages instantly surfaced. Target, mountain-moving sacred monkey. Current status, near death. Success rate, 50%. Even if you're already in a near-death state, is the success rate still only 50%? Qin Feng murmured slightly, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the majestic, gigantic body of the sacred ape. The mountain-moving sacred ape's withered hair shook slightly as he raised his eyes to look at the golden legal decree that was descending towards him in the sky, and then looked at the withered bone beside him. It didn't move and seemed to be waiting for something. Qin Feng's eyes were puzzled. Even though these imperial beasts were on the verge of death, they still had the power to resist, and they shouldn't have waited so quietly. Just as his mind was wondering, only to see the original sitting on top of the throne, lifeless bones were suddenly shocked. The eyes suddenly lit up 2 groups of ghostly green fire in the eye sockets. Qin Feng then clearly felt that a powerful aura was emerging and reviving from that corpse bone. He's alive? Qin Feng was suddenly startled as the golden legal decree in the sky came to a standstill, his expression incredulous. Leaving aside the issue of longevity for the time being, just the fact that this body was completely devoid of half of its flesh and blood, with only bones left all over, it was unlikely that vitality existed. But how do you explain this situation right now? Qin Feng's gaze vibrated, and a layer of golden aura instantly covered his pupils. Insight opens and information surfaces instantly. Name, Yu Changlong. Bone corpse. Grade, ancient. Cavalry, the 9th Cavalry. Level, LV 100. Combat power, 10 million. Status, near death. Ancient grade bone corpses? Imperial beast? Qin Feng's face suddenly changed. The information that surfaced before his eyes caused a huge shock in his heart. A humanoid corpse that has now turned into a ferocious imperial beast? Ancient 9th Tribulation, 10 million fighting strength. Even though it didn't feel any malice from above this bone corpse, it still caused Qin Feng's body to instantly tense up. More importantly, this bone corpse actually had a name, Yu Changlong? An unimaginable speculation surfaced in Qin Feng's mind as he stared at the bone corpse with a shocked gaze. At that moment, the bone corpse looked like it had fully awakened, its head turning slightly as it looked over towards Qin Feng. The ghostly green fire in his eye sockets danced, and he slowly spoke, "Those who came after." His voice drifted with a hint of weakness. With his awakening, the mountain-moving sacred ape with withered fur instantly let out a low whimpering howl. At the same time, the remaining 3 imperial beasts around him all made movements. The branches of the Mother Earth tree swayed gently, the mist that covered the plague of erosion swayed slightly, and the great water dirty beast patted its round belly with a muffled sound. The movements were different, but without exception, they all showed a special mis-emotion. Seeing this, that bone corpse stretched out its palm, which was already full of bones, and gently stroked it, soothing the emotions of the several imperial beasts. At the same time, it seemed to sense something and looked up at the golden legal decree in the sky that stretched across the sky, ghostly flames dancing in its eyes. After a long time, its voice came again. Is the law of the living spirit? Its voice was hushed, as if it were nostalgic. How many years has it been, and I've finally waited? It turned its head back and turned its eyes towards Qin Feng. Are you wondering? He. You should be puzzled. A former 9 revolutions living spirit master changed into this appearance. How can one not be puzzled? It hung its head and looked at its withered and bony body, and its voice was filled with a few feelings and lamentations. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes creeped out, finally completely affirming the speculation within his heart. 9 turns of the living lord. A living master who had gone as far as the 9th revolutions in ancient times had actually transformed into a royal beast within his own royal beast space? Chapter 100, Divine, the Pretender. Qin Feng's expression was shocked. This kind of thing is just unbelievable and unbelievable. Only after a long time did Qin Feng suppress the shocking emotions in his heart and slightly arch his hand at the gigantic bone corpse. Senior. Yu Changlong's withered bony palm swung lightly, no emotions could be seen on his skeletal head as he slowly spoke. You should be wondering why I've become like this, right? He. The path of the 10th turn is too difficult. I have also thought of stepping into the 10th turn through other methods, but in the end it was fruitless. Pouring your entire life into this, yet you can't even cultivate a stellar great imperial beast, how pathetic. It looked to the great water dirty beast, beside itself, holding a round belly, and gently stroked it. With my lifespan coming to an end, I have no choice but to do one thing. It is to give up the path of a professional, to give up the body of a human, to transform the body into a royal beast, to forcefully prolong one's life, and to live here, while waiting for those who come after. Yu Changlong's voice was eerie as he continued, the fact that you were able to enter this place is enough to show that you are the same living spirit master as me, and will face the same predicament as me in the future. Ascending to the 10th turn is as difficult as climbing into the sky, and they cut off the path of the professionals and won't let you step in easily. And the path of the imperial beasts is even more difficult if you want to ascend to the 10th turn. If you can't cultivate a stellar great imperial beast, then it's almost not possible in the slightest. And you should be well aware that in today's era, trying to cultivate a stellar class is already something that is completely impossible to do. Hearing this, Qin Feng's brows wrinkled slightly as he didn't care about Yu Changlong's words about cultivating stellar levels. For him, the stellar level wasn't difficult, it just took some time. However, in Yu Changlong's words, the so-called person who had cut off the path of the professional had raised a few points of interest in him. Who are they that cut off the path of the professionals? He opened his mouth to inquire. Yu Changlong raised his head and made a reminiscent face, and the ghostly flames in his eyes danced violently. They, the gods. As far as we are concerned, they are gods. Gods? Qin Feng's frown deepened. He didn't dwell on this for too much longer, though, and continued his inquiry. If the star is unified within the star and a divine domain is opened, can it be turned 10 times? This is exactly what the current king of Great Qin has done. However, if it was really like what Yu Changlong said, someone had cut off the path of the professionals and not allowed them to venture into the 10th turn. So can the so-called opening of the divine realm really open up the path to the 10 turns? Unification within the stars? Opening up the divine realm? Ha! Ha 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 ha! Yu Changlong seemed to have heard some heavenly joke as he let out a burst of laughter. It was only after several minutes that his laughter gradually ceased, and then, with ghostly green flames dancing in his eyes, he looked at Qin Feng. The skull was clearly expressionless above his head, but there was a hidden sense of mockery as he opened his mouth and said quietly, "What the first emperor never did when he was unified, how dare this generation of great Qin kings have such ambitions? Opening up the divine realm is indeed feasible. But, do you know about the pretender profession?" The pretender? Qin Feng nodded slightly. The profession was rare, but he did hear about it. Among the gods, there is a pretender. Yu Changlong said. Qin Feng stared silently, waiting for Yu Changlong to continue speaking. A moment later, Yu Changlong's voice sounded again. If you can ask this, then it should be that the national war quest has already opened. The unification of the stars within the stars and the opening of the divine realm, which is the rule of this side of heaven and earth, can indeed open up the path of the 10 revolutions. Even gods cannot break the rules of heaven and earth. But, speaking here, Yu Changlong's words were an abrupt turn, and the mouth on the skull opened slightly, saying, "How can you be sure that this national war mission is really descended by the rules of heaven and earth?" Once these words came out, Xin Feng's face suddenly changed and he was stunned in place. There was a breeze between the sky and the earth, and a faint fishy air rushed into the tip of his nose, causing a trace of uneasiness to rise in his heart. Mei. Yu Changlong's skeletal head shook and let out a snort. There are 50 great roads, 4 or 9 heavenly derivations, and one of them is hidden. No matter how they cut it off, there will eventually be a way to step into the 10 turns. Even the gods can't do everything to cover it up. However, they don't need to cover it up as much as they can, they just need this 10-turn method to be within their control. And for that pretender, although he cannot conceal the heaven and earth quest, it is not a difficult task if he is only forging the heaven and earth quest of this world. Chapter 101, Contracting Yu Changlong, Ancient Levels into Great White? As Yu Changlong's words fell, a brief dead silence fell between heaven and earth. Cutting off the path of professionals and faking the heaven and earth quest? That means that there's a good chance that this state war mission will be fake? As the breeze blew, Xin Feng's breathing became slightly rapid and his heart beat violently like a drum. He got 2 messages from Yu Changlong's words. In addition to this information about the fake heaven and earth mission, there is another, the profession of the gods. In other words, the so-called gods are also the same as them in general, the same professionals? Or that after a professional's 10th turn, he or she can be called a god? Xin Feng thought of his professional mission. Given his career quest, it does seem to be the case, it's just not clear what kind of path it would be after the 10th turn. And the reason they cut off the path of the professionals to avoid more people becoming gods. Is it a lack of resources or is there some other reason? As Xin Feng combed through the thoughts in his mind, an extreme thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that for the gods, all professionals, in and of themselves, are resources that belong to them? Having one step into the 10th turn would result in a lack of resources for a professional? Or even a competition with them? That's why they tried their best to cut off the path to the 10th turn and block the professionals from stepping into the 10th turn? Xin Feng frowned deeply. This conjecture is a bit extreme, but not impossible. If that was the case, when he was about to turn 10, I was afraid that it wouldn't be too smooth. He was still quite a distance away from the 10th turn now though. But it wouldn't be long before he might be able to cultivate stellar-grade imperial beasts. At that time, I wonder if it will attract the attention of the so-called gods. Xin Feng pondered, and after a moment's pause, he shook his head to wave away the thoughts in his mind and placed his consciousness in the present moment. The ultimate point of the national war quest is the unification of the stars and the opening of the divine realm. Then under the false national war mission, it was obvious that that deity could not really allow Great Qin to open up the divine realm. So there are only 2 outcomes. 1. The false national war mission is an impossible mission, and Great Qin is bound to fail or even perish. 2. The national war mission succeeds and Great Qin is unified, but what greets Great Qin is not the opening of the divine realm, but some kind of unknowable disaster. Either way, it is clear that the end of Great Qin is extremely dangerous. Xin Feng's expression was grave as he looked towards Yu Changlong and said, "What do you need me to do?" At those words, Yu Changlong reached out and picked up a corrupt branch, and the ghostly fire in his eyes became intense. He reached out and gently pinched it, and the branch in his hand instantly turned into powder and floated away. Having said that, I have only had one purpose from the beginning, and that is the 10th turn. I gave up my human body, gave up the path of the professional, and willingly transformed myself into a royal beast in order to step onto the path of the 10 turns. Xin Feng's eyes showed doubt, with the body of a royal beast, stepping into the 10th turn? Yu Changlong's huge skeleton head tapped. That's right, the 9th turn of a professional, the 9th calamity of the imperial beasts, and once you take a step further and step into the stellar level, you will be the same as the 10th turn in general. As long as I ascend to the stellar level, I will have my own way to return to the path of a professional and truly become a 10th turn deity. Saying that, Yu Changlong's huge withered and bony body slowly stood up, the ghostly fire in his eye sockets burning more and more vigorously as he gazed at Xin Feng and slowly said, "I need to complete the contract with you to help me step into the stellar level. As I said, for the path of the imperial beasts to ascend to the 10th turn, one needs to harness at least one stellar-grade imperial beast. In this era, it is no longer possible for you alone to cultivate a stellar-grade imperial beast, and even the ancient grade is no longer possible. Therefore, to you, my existence is also your only chance to ascend to the 10th turn in the future. Even after I step into the stellar grade, it will be possible to help you cultivate a stellar-grade imperial beast that truly belongs to you. In the future, even if I recover my body as a professional, after I leave, you can also ascend to the 10th turn, how about it?" As the words fell, Yu Changlong looked at Xin Feng, waiting for his reply. In his opinion, Qin Feng would never have the possibility of refusing under these conditions. The 10th turn, for the professional, definitely had an extraordinary temptation, not only to pursue the path of becoming stronger, but more importantly, only by stepping into the 10th turn, did one truly have the possibility of immortality. And indeed, it does. Qin Feng indeed had no intention of refusing, he had come here originally for the purpose of contracting a royal beast. Yu Changlong, currently an ancient 9 tribulations bone corpse, even if he didn't step into the stellar grade, it definitely had a considerable amount of help for him. It's a deal that's clearly a sure thing. After only a moment's thought, Qin Feng decisively nodded his head and agreed. Seeing this, Yu Changlong took a step and looked towards the sky, the golden legal decree that stretched across the sky, his withered bone mouth opening and closing, begin. Qin Feng stepped forward and moved his thoughts. The living spirit Dharma decree that was originally intended to be used on the mountain-moving sacred ape, decisively shifted its target. Target, bone corpse. Current status, near death. Obey. Success rate, 100%. A series of messages surfaced. In the next moment, the living spirit Dharma decree that stretched across the sky and emitted an intense golden light directly covered towards Yu Changlong's withered bone body. The huge Dharma decree wrapped Yu Changlong completely, erupting with blinding golden light. Soon, a series of information suddenly surfaced before Qin Feng's eyes. Successfully contracted Imperial Beast, Bone Corpse. Current Imperial Beast, Bone Corpse. Grade, Ancient. Cavalry, the 9th Cavalry. Level, LV 100. Combat Power, 10 million. Skills, Cracking Bone Claws, Extreme Killing Thoughts, Soul-Breaking Bone Sword. Status, Near Death. With the appearance of this message, Yu Changlong's gigantic body also disappeared between heaven and earth, appearing within Qin Feng's royal beast space. Qin Feng slightly closed his eyes and his consciousness suddenly sank into the imperial beast space. One could only see that within the huge imperial beast space. As soon as Yu Changlong's gigantic withered and bony body appeared, he immediately scanned the surroundings with a shocked expression. Just this glance caused the ghostly green fire in his eye sockets to throb violently. The 5 gigantic imperial beasts were each coiled up, emitting a terrifying aura. Ancient Grade, Great Sun Golden Crow, Ancient Grade, Tongtian Xuanwu, Ancient Grade, War Ant Queen, Ancient Grade, Black Dragon King, and even an Ancient Grade, Green Lotus of Creation? His white bone mouth twitched and made a crunching sound, and if he didn't have a tongue, I'm afraid that this would have taken out his tongue. One must know that even though he was in the ancient era, he had spent 10,000 years and had only managed to cultivate 3 ancient grade imperial beasts. Creation Green Lotus, this category of ancient grade, he had even never seen it before. What era is this? Ancient grade into a cabbage?